American girls and American guys, we'll always stand up and salute. We'll always recognize when we see Old Glory flying. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep in peace at night when we lay down our heads. That daddy served in the army. We lost his right eye, but he flew a flag out in our yard. Till the day that he died, able and my mother, my brother, my sister and me to grow up and live happy in the land of the free. Now this nation that I love is falling under attack. He mighty sucker punch came flying in from somewhere in the back. Soon as we could see clearly through our big black eye, man, we lit up your world like the 4th of July. Careful Sam, put your name at the top of his list. And the statue of Liberty Star is shaking her fist, and an eagle will fly. My dad, half my dad's side is from Selanik, the other half is from Crete. So they're not gonna like that. Doğum yılımız kutlu olsun. Dolar 5 TL düştü Türkiye'de bu arada. Vay amına koyayım. Erdoğan İsrail'e laf ettikçe Amerika doların fiyatını düşürüyor. Nasıl oldu ya? Anyway, you're Greek. I am not. I am Turkish. However, half of my family is from the düşmedi Google hatası. Vay amına koyayım. How much longer until Kai comes back? A week. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. This is, like I said, Sunday, October 29th, 2023, 11:20 p.m. And I am right on time for a Sunday, but it is a little bit later than I normally would go live at. For those of you who do not know, on Sundays I go live at 12. But I'm here on the 100th anniversary of the Turkish Republic. The birthday. Happy birthday, Turkey. What are you dressing up as for Halloween? Last night I dressed up as Mechanical Barbie again. The fit that I wore that Cutie got me. And then today I'm wearing my classic Tanjiro. Is Alex going to be on today? Yes, Alex will be on today. Have you condemned Hamas today? Every day. I wake up in the morning and I condemn Hamas. Alex can attest to it. Lull overruled. This is the part of the broadcast. Hey, have you ever commented on the years 1917 and 1922? What about 1917 to 1922? I have. Are you trying to, is this like a classic Armenian genocide take? Is that what it is? Typical good guy in the chat doing virtue signaling over Armenian genocide, because I am not a denier if that's what you're like trying to catch me on. But nice of you to assume that because I'm Turkish. Anyway, early bait, like literally just turned on the camera and we already got some we already got some fucking weird Nazis in here. He is Jew, he says. 88 in the username. Immediately virtue Ada Lovelace 88 88 in the username. Immediate virtue signaling about immediate assumptions of Armenian genocide denial that are completely ridiculous. Nice. Anyway, Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Bait used to be believable, yeah. But we're here. Get it now in Free Palestine. You say Bromlevs, I can't use this as a blast off because I'm going to be talking about. I want to cover the Journeyman documentary between the ANC's actions and Palestinian resistance actions. Can we get a Kaya return countdown timer? Kaya will be returning next week. So let me get started. What was I going to say? Oh, okay. So this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. Okay. What's going on in my life, what's going on in my universe, in my world, in the world of Hassan Hassan Abi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And last night, I after I ended the broadcast, last night I hung out with Jabuki for the first time in person. He came over with his brother, and we were hanging out with Lolo, and we went over to Jarvis Johnson's house for a Halloween party. And let me tell you something, I fucking absolutely did not have a great time. I need to get better. I need to get better. I need to get better at like being social, I feel like my brain is just so permanently broken where I you know, I don't know. I'm tired. You need a social coach? I used to be so much better. I used to be so much better at the at this kind of thing, at like being normal. Make some lawyer friends and hang out with them. They're all like you. No, I hate that. Lawyers are all debate perverts, except for Lolo, who is not a debate pervert. Too much bad news, probably. Yeah, too much bad news. That's probably what it is. But ultimately, I went there. I hung out with a bunch of friends for a little bit. I got to see some people for the first time ever. I got to meet some people for the first time ever. That was sick. Like Jabuki. That was cool. He's chill. He's a funny dude, you know. And I got to I got to see Noah Samsen in person as well, IRL, in real life. That's right. He's just as handsome. It's the truth. This might come as a surprise. This might shock you. Noah Samsen, just as handsome in real life and very buff and very handsome. So congratulations to Noah Samsen. But yeah, it's all right. You're better than everyone at chat at being social. This is true, but like, I'm fucking dying a little bit lately, so it's hard. But anyway, did you react to the Ben Shapiro video yesterday? I did not. I haven't seen it. There's a new Ben Shapiro video. Fuck yeah, love that. When hasn't been posted? You know. Ben debunks pro-Hamas TikToks. Right. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's fucking sick. We'll look at this. I love this shit. It's extremely my shit. Elon said he will use Starlink to do security checks on Gazans. I don't think he'll. We'll see. Who the fuck is this person? Like, why is this Palestinian American filmmaker blocked me? Y'all couldn't just listen. You had to beg this white supremacist friend of Netanyahu for the internet. I don't know why this person has blocked me, but new boy dropped. We'll take a look at it. Does it say pro-Hamas? It was pro-Palestinian when they posted the video. Nice. I'm glad that they fucking did that really cool thing where they swapped it from pro-Palestinian to pro-Hamas. I hope one of you guys caught it. I hope one of you guys archived this Ben Shapiro video that originally said Ben debunks pro-Palestinian TikToks, and then how they swapped it to Ben debunks pro-Hamas TikToks. No, he already backpedaled that shit. Yeah, I hope we got some receipts on this. All right, anyway, listen. Did you tell anyone that Ian saw you on the courts and ran away? Did anyone tell you? Yes, Ian did. I saw Ian last night. I saw Dan. Saw Love. I saw all the H3 boys at the party. Hung out with them a little bit too. That was chill. Yeah, they were looking dapper. You were serving cunt in this. Oh yeah, and how can I forget? I also. I like that Austinox uses my fucking TikTok more than I do. Like, he's already liked and archived this or whatever this thing is specifically to help boost it in the algo. And I haven't even seen this TikTok on Lolo's fucking TikTok yet. Austinox uses my TikTok more than I do. Okay, 100%. He's already bookmarked it and liked it for the purposes of algorithm boosting, which I respect. So yeah, that's what I filmed this, and then this morning I played a little bit of ball. I took Alex play basketball. He doesn't play basketball. He just kind of sat there and watched, and I balled my fucking face off, and that's it. Did you get your Jewish conservative friend to read the day in the life of Abed Salama yet? No, because he's been real busy. But what was I gonna say? Okay, yeah. So this is what I was doing last night.
My pronouns are USA.
My pronouns are USA. How about it, huh?
My name is Ted Cruz, and my pronouns are kiss my ass.
My pronouns are kiss my ass.
Yeah. Millennial cringe talk. Okay, first of all, I would never do that. I did it. I've never seen Hassan move so much in my life. Tomorrow on stream, he's going to complain about hurting himself working out. Jesus Christ. He's getting old, sad. Is that Hassan and Lolo in the same room? The collab I never knew I needed? I'm sorry, but the giant self-portrait on the stairwell is sending me. Yeah, that was a gift from my brother that I did not want to have, but motherfucker has a portrait of himself. Have you guys never seen that? You know that's from the P.O. box, right? That is a real, like, oil painting, like hand painted oil painting. And it was rolled up in my house for years because I didn't know what to do with it, because I felt like it's like kind of fucked up to throw out because so much work was put into it, but also incredibly fucked up to obviously put anywhere in my house, which my brother immediately fucking took the opportunity to get it stretched out and put. I like how chatter sends shit like that to you and get mad when you hang it up. Yeah. But yeah, I'm serving cunt. People send that shit to you so we can make fun of you when you hang it, motherfucker. Let us make fun of you. I mean, I don't give a shit. Yeah. That is so gaudy in SoCal. Well, I am gaudy in SoCal. Anyway, I'm still sick, but I feel like I'm getting a little bit better. Thank you, Themacius, for the playlist. Today, I want to take a look at the Journeyman, the Journeyman documentary that we almost looked at, but didn't actually end up looking at because it was like far too violent. I don't know how bad the TOS is going to be in it. I'm going to try to dodge it, which compares the South African apartheid to the Israeli apartheid. Does anyone have that link? Does anyone remember where that link is? We could also look at potentially some other stuff. Yeah, shocking insight, insight into Israel's apartheid, roadmap to apartheid. With a comparison between apartheid South Africa and Israel-Palestine conflict, this doc traces the future of one conflict from the past of another, weaving the history and apartheid into complex issues facing Israelis and Palestinians. It highlights the frighteningly similar laws and tools used by Israel and apartheid-era South Africa. It's a dark picture in the present, but offers hope based on peace that South Africa eventually found. So that's what we're going to be taking a look at. Another banger by Wint/Drill. Sorry, I don't know who the real bad guys are due to all the journalists and their families dying from weird aerial phenomena. Yeah. Are we doing an apartheid tier list today? Yeah. Yo, Hassan, I want to let you know you're amazing, man. I recently found out about your channel and content. I'm so thankful I did. I'm too poor to buy myself a sub and wanted to let you know that I appreciate you nonetheless. Brother, you do not ever have to buy a sub. The only thing that a sub will give you is just a way to avoid the top of the hour ad break and also to be able to subscribe to be able to send links. And that's pretty much it. So you can, everything is free. Everything I do will always be free. And you know, that's pretty much it. Like, you will always be able to communicate with me. I don't fucking paywall that communication. I don't have like TTS on or anything like that. No, I wasn't running a ad break. I was just explaining why. So regardless, all right, let's fucking blast off and let's get started. Okay? Why are you throwing up caps? I love when people who are unsubscribed or have been following since 2021 will fucking say stuff like cap when I say everything is always free and will always be free. You know what I mean? Brother, you know, you've been in here since 2021. Fuck you mean? I was joking, bro. Fucking you son of a bitch. Okay, let's get started. Sunday, not so fun day. Comparing the South Israeli one. Possible SNL later. Updates from Gaza and more. All over world will be on later. I'm not even gonna say Sunday, not so fun day. All right, twitch.tv/Hasanabi. So I wanna start today off by once again not only condemning Hamas but also condemning anti-Semitism, especially the worst kind of anti-Semitism. Is when two Jewish friends of mine are riffing on the timeline and making inappropriate and unacceptable Holocaust jokes. Josh Androsky, I condemn you. I do not condone you. I condemn you. Is what I would say if I was yet another one of these like weird non-Jewish psychopathic ultra-Zionists who keep telling Jewish people what they can and can't say and what they're allowed to joke about and what they're not allowed to joke about. It's like, bro, are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Like, yeah, I mean, what is happening? Telling Jewish people that they can't make Holocaust jokes is a ridiculous thing. Brace is not in trouble because Brace doesn't tweet. It's Mehmet who tweets from the TrueAnon account. Brace doesn't have an account, as you guys famously know. I mean, it's like I saw people fucking losing their shit. It's like telling gays and trans people they can't say queer. Yeah, it's like policing black people's behavior. Like it's the same as like a white person telling a black person they can't say the N-word or something. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, yes, if you are not a Jewish person, then it's understandable. Like, you can't do that, okay? But the notion that, like, people are... They dropped the Spices joke, possibly, not gonna lie. I mean, it wasn't even that good. I think that's the problem. That it was, like, deliberately... it was deliberately... like a not very good joke. It was like calling Amy Schumer a cow while also saying like Cowschwitz, you know what I mean? Or Dak Cow. Like that was it was really bad. It was a really fucking shitty joke. And I don't mean like shitty joke in the sense that it's like, oh, it's so shitty. It's so unacceptable. Like it's really rude or anything. I mean like, it was just like not a good joke on purpose. You know what I mean? It was like a Holocaust joke that featured the word cow in it specifically. So it was half-baked and lazy, which as a comedy writer, I would have expected more from Josh Androsky. It's post-irony, bro. It's the fact that it's not funny that makes it funny. Anyway, regardless, you're making it sound funny, bro? What do you mean? It's just, it is, what do you call it? It's just like... The amount of people I saw using this as an opportunity to be like, the DSA is very bad, actually, is so funny. Like, people just using this as an opportunity to just, like, shit on their political enemies. Is this cringe or cute? I don't know. They uwuified Atatürk. Oh, no. Bro. What did they do to Atatürk, bro? They made Turkey uwu as fuck. The Republic of Turkey at 100 years old. Nazar bonjour. Bro, this is the... Oh, God. This is... Okay, this is cringe. Hayvan yemek köylülüktür. Köylü olma, vegan ol. Oh, my God. This person's... Oh, God. This person's description is so cringe. I'm not even gonna... We're moving away from this. Oh, my God. Turkish vegan. Turkish vegan who's, like, elitist as fuck against villagers. Anyway. Atatürk was blonde. Yeah. He was. I think he also had like green eyes. He's blonde and had green eyes. He's from Selanik. Fazla ciddiye aldın abi. Aynen öyle. I'm not translating what the person's description said. Or did he have blue eyes? I thought he had green eyes, maybe. I don't fucking know. Oh, he had blue eyes. Why you look like Tanjiro? Because it's fucking Hollow Weekend. All right. Did I blast off already? I'm fucking all over the place, dude. God damn it. I don't even remember. Just adding me like crazy. What's happening? Is there a similar term to uwu in Turkish? I don't know because I'm so old that by the time I left Turkey, like anime wasn't as poppin'. We had Tsubasa. People would watch Tsubasa, but that was kind of it. Anyway, so yeah, where was I? The leader's name is Yahya Sinvar. Okay, we're gonna we are going to cover all that. Okay. Could it be that the ongoing conflict in Gaza has led to a decrease in your regular viewership, considering the recent drop in your viewer counts? What? The ongoing conflict in Gaza has led to a decrease in your regular viewership. Why are you? It's Sunday, man. Why are you? I just started. Why are you being a fucking view count police? Like, you have to cover the riots at the Russian airport in Dagestan. There are Twitter videos. Yeah, I heard. I saw like, fucking. In Dagestan, they were like, where are the Jews? And they were like looking for Jewish people or something, which is fucking unhinged and insane. Hey, Hassan. I see your view count is a little low. Care to comment? Yeah. What is this? All right, let's get started. So
I think he's
let's get fucking started. It's fake? Really? This is Sunday. Can we get some early Spider-Man, please? Sure. Do you condemn your viewership? Yes, I condemn my lower viewer count, just like I condemn Hamas every day. All right, let's get started off with let's start off first and foremost. Yeah, dude, asking for permission from the government that cut communications to them is so smart. I can't think of any reason why they would say no. Yeah, the Elon Musk situation very quickly went from, you know what, I respect it that he's even like doing a PR thing for the Palestinians to, oh my God, of course, predictably, Elon Musk is behaving in a way that is so fucking stupid. He said, we are not so naive. Per my post, no Starlink terminal is attempted to connect from Gaza. If one does, we will take extraordinary measures to confirm that it is used only for purely humanitarian reasons. Moreover, we will do a security check with both the U.S. and Israeli governments before turning on even a single terminal. Yeah. The The notion that apartheid Musk was going to fucking was going to offer a Starlink terminal, like was going to be able to fucking send in Starlink terminals into Gaza when like bread is not even allowed in Gaza. Okay, was already a difficult one, a difficult endeavor, right? And it was most likely not going to happen. But the fact that he even still had the interest in like gaining PR, like he thought that this would give him a PR boost, saying something that's pro-Palestinian objectively like that, was an interesting situation for sure. I think that's important to recognize. But of course, he has moved on immediately and said, yeah, we're not going to do that. They're probably threatening him for supporting Palestine like Bella Hadid and other big supporters. To be fair, Palestine is probably the one place that doesn't realize Elon is a loser, so he wants to capitalize on it. No, I mean, he's a defense contractor, guys. It was already like probably not going to happen. Anyway, we'll get started on some of the second stage of the offenses on Israel against Hamas in Gaza, even though it's not against Hamas, it's against Palestinians in Gaza. So let's take a look.
As Israel launches the second stage of its offensive against Hamas in Gaza. For the latest overnight, let's go to ABC's Matt Rivers near the Gaza border. Matt, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Whit. We're less than a half mile from the border with Gaza, just there behind me. And in the time that we've been out here, we've heard consistent outgoing artillery fire from the Israeli side. We've heard jets flying overhead, striking targets there in Gaza just behind me. All of this, as Israel Defense Forces say, they have sent more troops into Gaza overnight, joining those already there. A new phase in this war has begun.
This morning, Israel saying it has begun a decisive new phase in its war with Hamas, striking 450 targets.
So I've heard some fucking reports from the ground that I don't really understand, but like the reports from the ground that I heard was that the situation for the IDF was not great. The IDF has claimed that there are no numbers, they have not lost anybody, but there was some internal numbers, I believe, from the IDF. Hold on, let me see if I can find this person. Who I don't know the veracity of these reports, and this is one of those instances where it's like virtually impossible to know. Here it is from Noga Tarnopolsky, who is a Israel-Palestine reporter. I mean, they're followed by like a bunch of solid accounts. Tonight, the IDF spokesperson said the number of soldiers KIA has risen to 311 and the number of confirmed hostages has risen to 230. Watch as these numbers continue to rise. I don't know, like I haven't seen anywhere else where this has been reported on. I would love for members of this community if they could figure out if there was any like genuine, if there was any kind of like IDF numbers. So we'll see. Update on the journalist who was killed in southern Lebanon. Reporters Without Borders concludes in a video investigation that Reuters reporter Issam Abdallah and other journalists were deliberately targeted by the Israeli military while reporting in southern Lebanon. Yeah, I mean, we already knew this, but, you know, that's when it was on institutions. Sorry, I'm tweeting. Anyway, there's a video report by the RSF. RSF releases the findings of its investigation into the death of the Reuters reporter Issam Abdallah in Lebanon on the border with Israel. Even though Abdallah and his colleagues were clearly identifiable as journalists, their vehicle was deliberately targeted. Yeah, it was done on purpose. And we knew that the day of. Not only did we do that the day of because the video was very obvious, but also on top of that, the video made it very obvious, but also like there's already a long history of Israel doing this to journalists. It's not like the first time, you know. Is that a beanie or an extra thin durag? No, it's a beanie. The Anadolu Agency has said 310 Israeli soldiers killed since the beginning of conflict on October 7th. Oh, so the Israeli military spokesperson raises numbers of captives held in Gaza to 233. And the 310 is not from this incursion, is not from the expansion of the ground activity. It's probably from October 7. That's it. But the number of hostages has increased, possibly due to the ground invasion. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari says the military so far notified the families of 239 hostages. The low ones are being held in the Gaza Strip. He says the number is not final and the military investigates new information. It's an unfathomable number. Or I wonder if it's 240 because of the ground invasion and then like having some of the IDF military people get like taken as hostage because it happens all the time. Wait, what is the announcement? He says 40 people remain missing. The leap in the number of hostages from 230 to 239, he says, is due to the large number of foreign hostages that are harder to identify. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is not from the ground invasion at all, I don't think. I think this is just, for those of you who don't know, analyzing the number that get killed in massive attacks like this, even if it's done in a very personal way, is very difficult. Like, especially if there are bodies under the rubble, right? Like, there was no like full-blown analysis that completely verified, I believe, the number of casualties on 9/11. And also, I don't know what E-Halal Group is, but I don't chatters. I'm not saying that this is false information, but don't send me stuff like this. Here's what you normally do when you get an article like this. Okay, what you should do. This is a good opportunity for media literacy for a lot of you. What you should do is, instead of taking what this article says for granted, I have no idea what ehalal.io is. What you should do is try to track down the original reporting that this article is possibly summarizing, because I don't know, how biased they are, or I don't know if their reporting is accurate. So when that happens, okay, this is good. This is a good opportunity for you guys to learn something here, okay? When something like this happens, when you read an article like this, okay, and it doesn't correspond to things that you have seen thus far, because the number has been 1,400 solid for the past 22 days, pretty much. Well, for the past like 20 days. What you're supposed to do, there's already been famous grifters that have been straight up misrepresenting and lying about Haaretz reporting recently. Exactly. So what you're supposed to do in this circumstance is look at this and then try to track down where it actually came from. And then go to Haaretz and try to see if there is additional investigation on the Hebrew website or on the English website of Haaretz to see whether or not this is correct. In a lot of instances, it might not be correct because anyone can write anything online, okay? Now, there are obviously mainstream outlets that are going to be... There are going to be mainstream outlets that are biased. Of course, all outlets have biases. It's important to recognize the biases they may have. Al Jazeera has a bias that definitely lies on the side of Palestinians and Qatar. Obviously, whenever Qatar or any kind of news out of Qatar comes out, Al Jazeera is going to be biased towards Qatar. It's the state broadcaster, right? When you look at Israeli publications, Haaretz is going to be one of the most left liberal ones, other than smaller magazines like, what is it called? 975. I follow them a lot as well. What's the Israeli magazine? They do really good reporting. It's just a bunch of numbers. It's not 538, dumbass. Plus 972. Thank you. Plus 972 is really good. They're going to be biased towards the left in a leftist position. But there is always a variety of perspectives that are shared on Haaretz, all the way from anti-Zionists to soft Zionists to liberals and even like leftist Zionists as well on the Haaretz website. But that's something you should always remember in the back of your mind when you're looking at even Israeli papers as well. Times of Israel definitely is a little bit more conservative, I would say. And then as far as like regular news reporting goes, what else was I going to give you? What else was I going to deliver to you? Like same with the same with like the New York Times, same with CNN, MSNBC. But it's always important it's always important to track down primary sources as best as you can, like firsthand coverage as best as you can, like from an like Anadolu Ajans, AA is the Turkish Associated Press. Like, they have a bias. You're a bad teacher and Chad are bad students. Why wasting your time? That was very mean of you to say. I don't think that Chad are bad students, and I don't think that I'm a bad teacher. I think that it's important to engage in media literacy, and I'm going to keep doing that. Okay? The only bad students in here are those who see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month, use it on your favorite broadcaster. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The rise of the number of hostages is due to them being immigrant workers in Israel had difficulties reaching their families in their origin countries, and the number might rise, says Al Jazeera Arabic. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Banning with Alex last night was good. Yeah, it was much needed. I think that it was much needed break from everything that's going on that I needed in my opinion. I needed that. So I'm glad we did that. So, okay. Let's move on. This was this is a Zionist person TikTok. Let's see.
Don't make me choose between you and her.
Why? Because you'll choose her?
Yeah.
There's no longer a pitiful side to me. Yeah, I'll say this much. While there are some voices, some of which directly from like the families of the victims from October 7th that have been outspoken about Israel's brutal occupation and continued bombing campaign that is putting their family members' lives on the line. I have also seen a lot of leftist, like college professors and whatnot, in like that one guy from Tel Aviv University who said, like, I'm a leftist, but here's why we have to I'm a leftist, but here's why I agree with Benjamin Netanyahu down to the fucking wire. Okay. Like verbatim. I read that and I was like, oh my God, dude, this is so fucking, it's so fucked. There's like there is a institutional rot here. Let me see if I can find this dude's like super viral Twitter thread. Yeah, I said Tel Aviv. Okay, shut the fuck up. Does anyone have the thing that I'm talking about? The thread that I'm talking about? And I think this guy is like a leftist or something. Like, it was very odd to see. Where is it? Michael Gilead, I think. Oh yeah, here it is. I saw this and it blew my fucking mind, dude. Like, actually blew my fucking mind. Okay, Michael Gilead, I mean, it had like 10K likes. I've always wanted an immediate ceasefire in every round of fighting between Israelis and Palestinians in the last 20 years. However, like almost the entirety of the Israeli left, we think that a ceasefire is not an option. If you are interested, here's why. 1, there is no good way to curtail Hamas without military action. This idea wherein gradual cooperation with Hamas may be built using diplomacy or withdrawals was simply proved wrong. 2, Israel cannot continue to exist with an Iran proxy, ISIS-like religious fundamentalist organization sworn to kill all the Jews of Israel that continues to amass military power, which allows it to do what it intends to do. 3, there's no hope for peace between Israel and Palestine while Hamas continues to amass power. Like, here's the thing. 1, not a single, like, there are fucking liberal Zionists who don't agree with this guy. You know what I mean? There's not a single difference between what he's saying and what fucking Benjamin Netanyahu's saying. What's the difference? Like, aesthetically even. What is the difference between this analysis and exactly what like every fucking far right ultra Zionist, ultra nationalist has said thus far about like cleansing, ridding Gaza of the Hamas influence? I don't understand it. The only difference is he just says he's a leftist who has always wanted peace and ceasefire, but is not interested in it at all. I hope you know this, but there are no leftists in Israel. Do you know that? There are leftists to Jewish issues only. No, there's some. I mean, I had one of the Knesset members who is like openly a leftist. He is an anti-Zionist Knesset member. You know what I mean? There are still some. They're just so incredibly marginalized. 100%. To say there are none is not true. But yes, it is a very right-wing. It is an increasingly more and more right-wing nationalist country. It happens. This is a byproduct of the maintenance of an apartheid regime. That's how it works. This is why I also say that maintaining this kind of ideology and this kind of structure is also harmful to those living inside of it. This is why when we were looking at the riots that were happening against the far-right government taking action to implement the final stage of Israeli theocracy by undermining the otherwise secular Supreme Court, and people were going out to the fucking streets and protesting against that while simultaneously refusing to acknowledge that this is happening and being justified because it is an apartheid structure, is silly. That's the major reason as to why this works. That's the major reason as to why right-wing forces have been able to take root. It is entirely selfish to not recognize that. It's entirely selfish to not recognize that and simultaneously argue against the religious fundamentalists basically creeping in and seizing all mechanisms of control in an effort to do more security. And this more security take from Netanyahu, who is the security candidate, right, first and foremost, has done the things that he's done specifically with this exact same sentiment. There is no hope for peace between Israel and Palestine while Hamas continues to amass power. Without its continual suicide bombings, there would have been peace circa 1996 following the Oslo Accords. Without Hamas, Gaza would thrive after Israel has left it. Yeah, this is also weirdly ahistorical. It's ahistorical because the institutions that were undermined historically were the PLO, which were constantly in contest with Hamas, and that institutional undermining that was done deliberately, that was done before Benjamin Netanyahu and continued during Benjamin Netanyahu and his reign over Israel, is the only reason why Hamas was able to seize more power. The hypothesis that Hamas cannot be curtailed militarily is likely wrong, because Israel is unlikely to continue to exist as a relatively liberal, prosperous country without curtailing Hamas. It will likely fight like the Ukrainians, but with a military advantage. Again, kind of gross to make this comparison to Ukraine in a way where, like, you're saying that Israel is the Ukraine in this circumstance. The only comparison to Israel being similar to Ukraine is that America's State Department interests rely on Ukraine continuing to undermine the Russian military, and America's State Department interests rely on America's security cooperation with Israel, and America's security interests in the region rely on Israel maintaining its ethnic cleansing campaign and existing as a destabilizing force and a military base. So that's it. That's where the comparisons begin and end. Ukraine is engaging in a just emancipatory movement against Russian invasion, which is completely unjustifiable, and Palestinians are withstanding an ethnic cleansing campaign in the hands of Israel. So Israel would be infinitely closer to Russia in this regard, and worse, as a matter of fact. While Russia is the occupying force in Ukraine, it has been a far shorter period of time in comparison to the 56 years of active apartheid maintenance and occupation and 75 years of violence that Palestinians were subjected to in general. So what Russia is doing in Ukraine is the beginning phases of a similar structure. Anyway, this does not mean that the life of Palestinian children doesn't matter or that the trust of the government to conduct an accurate military mission. This is why I think the effective thing to do is help Israel and Palestine remove Hamas carefully, lawfully, and completely. And if people are wondering, I think the West Bank is a very different story and almost orthogonal to Gaza. Completely different distributions of moral blame and different types of solutions. Harsh criticism of Israel and activism on that front is completely justified. That's crazy. Like, you cannot separate the plight of the Palestinian in Gaza from the plight of the Palestinian in the West Bank. Not because like Palestinians are monolithic. The only thing, I guess, that unifies the Palestinian plight is the oppression that they experience under the Israeli occupation. So on that front, Really, psychology professors, the dumbest students out there, generally fucking stupid. You want to jump out the video, jump out the window if you sit with one source. I did a psychology degree in Israel. I don't think people understand that this is. I don't think people understand that there's a reason why the Palestinian forces conducted the October 7th slaughter, militant operation, kidnapping operation, where and they named it the Al-Aqsa flood. There is also a reason as to why Shin Bet, Israel's own internal security forces, kept talking about the dangers that increasing the brutality and the pogroms in the West Bank would create, the security the security risk it would create for Israel proper, in a violent retaliation from Gaza, from the Gazan front. Okay, trying to separate these two is silly. Can you show the Shin Bet article or source? I can't find it anywhere. It was Haaretz that wrote about it. Hold on. Here you go. For those of you who want to know more about this, at the time, this is such an insane thing. This is from August 6, 2023. Okay? This is from a couple months ago. The leftist deep state agenda has infiltrated the Shin Bet, Israeli minister, Slam security chief. Members of Netanyahu's coalition criticized the head of Shin Bet security service after he warned Netanyahu about the dangers of Israeli Jewish terrorism. Specifically saying, Shin Bet chief Ronan Bar warned Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that Israeli Jewish terror fans the flames of Palestinian terror, according to a report by the Israeli online outlet Ynet News. This was known for months. This was also openly leaked into Israeli media because the response from Netanyahu's cabinet was, "You're woke for telling us that our continued pogroms in the West Bank is going to cause a fucking security issue, and it's going to create more terror." Benjamin Netanyahu is a fascist through and through. Talked about ethnic cleansing yesterday. He tried to give a religious justification for ethnic cleansing yesterday. He's been doing it over and over again. He's said it openly. He's said it symbolically. Very odd that, the Amalek thing. But it's very odd that people just like refuse to recognize this point, or rather try to isolate the problem directly to Benjamin Netanyahu and not see that Benjamin Netanyahu is simply an extension, a continuation of 75 years of Israeli occupation policy. If you understand the history of Israel, as my liberal debate pervert fans are finally learning about by looking at Wikipedia pages and reading about it, and I do hope that they will come to an honest conclusion about the history, you will recognize that time and time again, the policies of the Israeli government have always undermined the Palestinians, who openly said that they are willing and able to refuse and renounce violence for some security assurances. And no, it's not who you think I'm talking about. There's so many people who have apparently had some issues about my coverage on the matter of Israel-Palestine. And I keep seeing people in their responses on Twitter being like, didn't you just learn about what the Nakba is last week? Like, what are you saying? And to which they always respond with, or their fans respond with, actually, it's kind of fucked up that you're making fun of someone who's willing to learn. No, brother. I think the reason why people are making fun of these individuals is that, like, they clearly don't know, and yet they have still assumed a position. That's what the problem is. A position that is objectively wrong. You can't... Nobody would be upset, or maybe some people would be, but most normal individuals would not be upset if you were saying, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm willing to learn more about the matter and then make up my mind afterwards. It's quite ridiculous, especially when so many people claim to be objective thinkers and nuanced thinkers and make their rationalizations after they get, no, this is not V-orbiters. No, I will say it out loud. I do not believe that Vaush is one of these people, okay? 100%. Vaush, for all of his faults, has been a pretty, he's been a pretty consistent voice defending Palestinians. He's raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Palestinians. That's something that I will not just hand wave away. He raised $300,000 for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund years ago. And he's always been consistent. If anything, he's lowered his temperament. But anyway, my point is, remember his take like 4 years ago on it? It was insane. Yeah. My point is that there are a lot of there are a lot of people out there who are just now who have made their conclusions, already. Fan just made an argument that ethnic cleansing is not always bad. I doubt that my fan made this argument. I don't know what you're talking about. But there are a lot of people out there who like kind of made their conclusions off of what the mainstream narrative is, and they are now desperately trying to make post hoc rationalizations that fit the assumptions that they're arriving at, which is the exact opposite of what most people claim they do online. Very interesting to watch this happen, watch this unfold in real time. It seems like a pure projection when people say Hassan doesn't know what he's talking about, and he just like cares exclusively about like having an anti-America position. My anti-America position has always been informed by America's gross history. I don't just simply say America bad. I say America bad, and here is why. I want America to be good. That's why I live here. I think America has a lot of promise. I've said this many, many times over. However, America bad for the time being until America decide to be good. Anyway, it's the difference between analysis and a weapon for blood sport. Yes. People that like to go on Wikipedia for 3 days and research the issue and pretend it's a matter of learning and having an objective opinion. You can't learn about vaccines just by reading Wikipedia. You need to rely on experts and consensus. You had numerous experts on, and you already knew tons about Palestinian oppression. Yes. I know that people will simply hand wave away all matter of criticism by simply stating, these guys are learning. They're learning now. I can't believe you're criticizing them for learning. Make no mistake. I think that a lot of people are correct in their criticisms, not because they're shitting on people for quote unquote learning, but instead for making post hoc rationalizations after the fact, once they've already landed on certain conclusions that were not coming from an informed perspective, it seems. And if you're a hardliner without like understanding the long history of this conflict, it's very odd. I mean, a good time for many to just, sit their asses down and listen, maybe do some reading, and then come to conclusions. Anyway, I feel like Wikipedia is factually based. No, there's no issue with like learning from Wikipedia. I'm not saying that Wikipedia across the board is like bad or incorrect. I'm simply talking about, I do not have an issue with people trying to learn. I have an issue with people making rationalizations beforehand and then going to, and being very confident in said rationalizations. Something I've done as well. I've made predictions beforehand with sound analysis that have been wrong. Like Russia won't invade Ukraine. It's insane. It would be crazy. It would be devastating for Russia and Ukraine. No one is that crazy. And I was wrong, right? And I was very confident in that prediction and immediately recognized that I was in the wrong and apologized for it and moved on. Many have not, but the point never was like, oh, don't fucking learn about this. Don't learn about this. The Wikipedia is not a source stuff is an ancient argument. I'm not saying that Wikipedia is not a source. I never said that. My point is, this is not about learning or making fun of people learning. This is more so about criticizing people who have incredibly strong opinions that are on the wrong side in comparison to looking at like all of the facts and not knowing all of the facts of a situation and immediately assuming a position on the matter and then starting to learn about it. People are yelling at you in that circumstance, not because you're trying to learn about it. And no, I would not say that about David Pakman. I think that David Pakman is definitely very informed. We just have different opinions on this matter. I'm talking about everybody else. Anyway, let's continue.
Targets in the last day alone. Israel releasing these videos, some of which they say show what they call an expansion of ground activities inside Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warning this will be a, quote, long and difficult war. Communications in the Gaza Strip slowly beginning to come back online after being completely severed in intense Israeli bombardments over the weekend. But getting in touch with those inside still difficult, many cut off from the world. Among those trapped in the Strip, around 600 or so Americans, including Aboud Akal, his wife, and his 1-year-old son.
Last night was the hardest we've experienced so far. Probably the most noticeable and scariest of all is the sound of missile whistles that you could hear flying over the house.
More than 7,000 people have been killed in Gaza, according to Hamas-run.
Wikipedia is actually a bad source of this conflict. Israeli-Palestinian articles have been so heavily vandalized that you need a super specific editorial clearance just to edit articles about them. And obviously, therefore, the articles understate, omit, or straight up lie and can't be fixed of Zionist perspectives. I don't know. I'm not going to lie. I have never really relied on Wikipedia to inform my perspective on this conflict in general. But it is, I feel like I feel like facts are so heavily on one side that I don't know how well you could reframe the argument in a position that makes Israel look good, unless you're just straight up doing PragerU style lies by omission, or like, you know, classic incredibly reductive look at Rachel Corrie's page, for example. They say her death is disputed. Wait, what? No fucking shot. There is no way, dude. What? Rachel Eliane Corrie was an American activist and a diarist. She was a member of the pro-Palestinian International Solidarity Movement and was active throughout the Palestinian territories. In 2003, Corrie was in Rafah, city in the Gaza Strip, where the Israeli military was demolishing Palestinian houses at the height of the Second Intifada. In an attempt to stop the demolitions as they were being carried out, she stood up in front of an armored bulldozer and was subsequently crushed to death by it under contested circumstances. Wait, what? Contested circumstances? They crushed her to death. I guess the contested circumstances is that that the bulldozer didn't see her in her high visibility vest. She had gone to Gaza as a part of her college senior year independent study proposal to connect Olympia and Rafah with each other as sister cities. While there, she had joined other ISM activists. By the way, for the record, Rachel Corrie is a wonderful human being and a hero, and is widely celebrated as a martyr and a hero by Palestinians globally. This is a person who put her life on the line, who put her body in front of a bulldozer that was trying to illegally destroy a Palestinian house, and that bulldozer drove over her. Her death was documented. It was on camera. Her final words were, "I think my back is broken." The exact nature of Corrie's death and the culpability of the bulldozer operator are disputed. Fellow ISM activists claim that Corrie was deliberately driven over, while the IDF claimed that it was an accident because the bulldozer operator did not see her. Following the incident, the Israeli military opened an investigation into the driver and concluded that Corrie's death was the result of an accident due to the fact that the driver was unable to see Corrie standing in front of the bulldozer. Given the cab's limited visibility, Israel's ruling attracted criticism from Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, and Yesh Din, which means international human rights organizations and Israeli human rights organizations, because it was not an accident. That is fucking insane. Okay? That is so gross. I can't believe Wikipedia would put that over here. But here, this is what I mean, okay? This is what I mean. Listen. This is what I mean. Because the facts are so incredibly one-sided here, the truth is so glaringly obvious, especially when factoring in the IDF policy on these kinds of deaths. If you are an American, if you are a blonde woman from Olympia, Washington, and you get killed, you get murdered defending Palestinians, you're an enemy combatant. And of course, they will never ever in a million fucking years issue a condemnation or offer any kind of prison sentence, put forward any kind of prison sentence for the murderers. Okay? Now, what do I mean by this? Shireen Abu Akleh, an American Palestinian Christian journalist who was widely celebrated by the entire Arab world for her Al Jazeera coverage for years and years. was assassinated by an IDF sniper. Deliberately targeted. She had a press vest on. They shot her. She had a press helmet on. They shot her in the neck, specifically, as far as I understand, from the neck, unless they changed that in other forensics investigations. But at the time, I remember it being shot like in the neck or head region. And immediately, the IDF said, oh, Palestinians in Jenin, in the refugee camp, did this. That was a lie. That was very quickly discredited, falsified. And then they went into Shireen Abu Akleh's funeral and beat the shit out of the people that were a part of the funeral proceedings that were literally trying to carry her coffin. They ripped the Palestinian flag off of her coffin. They did all of this. And then months later, they were forced to admit that they actually had done this assassination. Do you want to know what kind of punishments were issued out to the sniper? None. There were no punishments. There was not a single punishment for a single person that was involved in the assassination of a beloved journalist that was done in front of cameras, in front of the entire world. So the idea that like this bulldozer guy was ever going to be punished was ridiculous. It was never going to happen to begin with. You have to understand that. When you analyze the history of this conflict, you have to understand this. It's important. It's important to recognize this because I think historical precedent is important to mention here. For the record, at the time, after her murder, you got to talk about India. If you're going to talk about bulldozers, lol, it's hypocritical to choose and comment political ethnic persecution somewhere and ignoring it at other places. Solidarity is a two-way street. Wait, what? Anyway, here's what Israelis did back then. They made fun of her for making pancakes by her name, and they still make fun of her to this day. They made fun of her for being murdered. Okay? Not only that, but there was a famous scholar, or not a famous scholar, sorry, Professor Snape. There were some famous scholars that spoke out on her behalf as well. But Professor motherfucking Snape actually did from Harry Potter, did a theater play memorializing her. For every critique of you is the same people that will be mad at you for covering Palestinians just because you didn't go hard for the Kurds or some shit like that. But I cover the Kurdish plight as well, which is why that doesn't work. Yes, Alan Rickman. So Alan Rickman had a play memorializing Rachel Corrie called My Name is Rachel Corrie. But because the Israeli far right is so incredibly vindictive, okay, that because Alan Rickman dared stage My Name is Rachel Corrie at the Royal Court Theatre in London, when Alan Rickman passed away, here's an article that described his death. Okay, let me see if I can find the actual. This isn't the one I'm thinking of. This is from Tablet Mag. When Alan Rickman died, social media blew up with many lamentations for the widely beloved actor, but the moment produced great ambivalence within me. It wasn't the Times of Israel article. There was one that was like really gross. Beloved actor Alan Rickman lost pro-Israel fans over Rachel Corrie play. Renowned stage and film actor who died Thursday wrote and directed a play about the young American activist. No, this is just covering. This is just covering like people criticizing him in memoriam and in his death. I can't remember what the article was. I fucking wish I could find it right now. But I remember seeing it and it was like really petty. Like literally like anti-Israel Jew hater. Oh, here, this is the one. Yeah, jewishpress.com. Popular Potter star, unpopular Israel defamer, dead at 69. Alan Rickman was beloved as the evil Snape in Harry Potter movies, but he also this is one of the articles, but he also romanticized the life of an anti-Israel activist in a major theater production. Rickman was a stage and film star whose ugly, good-looking man and flat monotone voice delighted millions of fans. Rickman was born in London and began his acting career with the Royal Shakespeare Company. Rickman appeared in 2 Noel Coward plays, and in the United Kingdom, he performed more than half of a dozen plays. Rickman's sympathetic portrayal of U.S. human shield Rachel Corrie. The BBC obituary doesn't mention Rickman's involvement with a play he co-wrote and directed about American anti-Israel activist Rachel Corrie. The play, My Name is Rachel Corrie, was based on personal writings by Corrie. Corrie died, not murdered, died at the age 23 trying to prevent a bulldozer from demolishing the home of her of, in her mind, sweet innocent Gazans, while in the view of the IDF, terrorists whose home covered a terror tunnel. Corey was in Gaza, engaging in the game of chicken in a declared war zone. There were repeated announcements that the home was going to be demolished and demands that Corey and her activist colleagues leave the area. Her refusal to get out of the way of the bulldozer, which ultimately struck and crushed her, led to her death. This is a 23-year-old that was brutally murdered by a bulldozer in broad daylight, in front of cameras, in front of the IDF, and fucking like 13, 14 years later, this outlet has still not given up on defaming and trying to ruin this activist's memory, okay? And they're so mad about it that they're even mad about the guy who fucking memorialized her. There is no, like, they're not, this one doesn't even, like, make it seem like it's an accident, by the way. She stood in front of a bulldozer with an orange vest and a megaphone, okay? The play about Corey's life was a romanticized and sympathetic rendering, portraying the international solidarity movement, Human Shield volunteer as a human rights activist. Her view of the Arab-Israeli conflict was written and presented as truth, with the Israelis as the ever and only evil participants. I wonder why people that were trying to stop Israel from destroying Palestinian houses in Gaza at the time, before they completely moved out of Gaza, at the behest of settlers, was seen as like the bad guys, especially when they fucking ruthlessly murdered a 23-year-old from Olympia, Washington, for daring to recognize the humanity of said Palestinians whose homes were being demolished. Here's an interview from her 2 days before she was murdered.
A month and a half now, and this is definitely the most difficult situation that I've ever seen.
They had this bullshit Human Shield narrative even back then. My friend, the Human Shield conversation has never gone away. You would be shocked to find out that during the Nakba in 1948, the Zionist brigades, before the formation of the Israeli nation state, that were armed and trained by the British police, British security forces, had used the dropping of pamphlets from a plane in an effort to forcibly expel Palestinians from one of the major towns that they lived in. I believe the number was like 60,000 or 70,000. It could have been Jaffa or Haifa. Not entirely certain. I can't remember the exact details on which town it was. But they literally even used the pamphlet. They used pamphlets. Even that has not changed.
In the time that I've been here, children have been shot and killed. On the 30th of January, the Israeli military bulldozed the two largest water wells, destroying.
This is also another reason why it's absolutely insane to me whenever like defenders of the occupation or apartheid say Palestinians don't have any water. Sucks to suck. It's like, I wonder why. Perhaps because Israel has actively destroyed water wells and cemented them, like they're still doing in occupied West Bank, mind you, and refused to offer them any permits whatsoever to build new water wells, specifically controlling all of their water. And they used to do this in Gaza back when Gaza resembled the West Bank. 10,000 settlers lived in Gaza. They tried to partition Gaza as well in a similar way to the West Bank before they pulled out entirely to start their endless bombing campaign in Gaza.
Over half of Rafah's water supply. Every few days, if not every day, houses are demolished here. People are economically devastated because of the closure of the borders into Egypt.
I'll be back.
And the extreme control of the Gazan economy by Israel. I saw it. I came to look at the aftermath of a place where 25 greenhouses had been demolished on the other side of Rafah, destroying the livelihoods of about 300 people. And that had taken place while they rounded up about 150 men, held them under a sniper tower, and shot around them to contain the men, the farmers in the area. So I feel like what I'm witnessing here is a very systematic destruction of people's ability to survive. And that is incredibly horrifying. Sometimes it takes a while for it to set in what is happening here, because I think many of the people here, they try to maintain what they can of their lives, and I don't know, maybe it has to do with protecting their children, that they try to be happy, joke with their children. So sometimes it takes time to it's hard to hold in your mind, the complete reality of what's happening here. Sometimes I'm sitting down to dinner with people and I just realized that
I saw a perfect analogy for Israel that was, imagine a school shooter hiding in a classroom and he bombed the entire school. I wonder where you saw that perfect analogy. I wonder who made that analogy.
That there is a massive military machine surrounding them and trying to kill these people that I'm having dinner with, these families that I'm sitting down to eat with, and who are being very generous and kind to me, and their children here who are incredibly threatened, living lives that no child ever should have to live. And so I feel a lot of horror, really. I feel a lot of horror about the situation. The current Israeli government, I don't have a great deal of faith that they're going to listen to any message from me. I think it has become clear that this government does not care about the safety of its own people and doesn't care at all about the lives of Palestinian people. I think it's ridiculous that my government supports this government and referred to Ariel Sharon as a man of peace. It's clear to me, being here, that Ariel Sharon is invested in perpetuating perpetuating violence. I think calling it a cycle of violence disregards the imbalance of power in this situation, that people's lives here are almost completely controlled by the Israeli government. And it's amazing that people are able to hold on to their humanity as much.
So yeah, she could have said the exact same thing today and it would still be the same, and yet she can't. She can't say those things because she was murdered, okay? Murdered by the Israeli government, murdered by a bulldozer that the Israeli government openly fucking sent there, as they had time and time again, as they still continue to in their pogroms in the West Bank. This is why you cannot remove the oppression and the occupation and the apartheid structure inside of the West Bank and the Palestinian plight in the West Bank from the ongoing bombing campaign in Gaza. It is wild that Wikipedia still says contested, but I guess my point still remains. My point is, even if you read this Wikipedia article, I feel like it's pretty hard for you to come to the conclusion that this person was not brutally and ruthlessly fucking murdered, especially when you see that her efforts were water well protecting efforts and the like. Yeah, I know. I know that there is, like, you read this with an open mind. It's, I think, hard for you to come to the conclusion unless you are very, very deliberately trying to defend Israel aggressively. 100%, but the issue, in my opinion, is that the Wikipedia reinforces biases that normies already have from mainstream media, so they might not notice that. It's hard, man. I don't know. I feel like it's very hard. It's very, very, very hard to just look at a situation where you have... They still ridicule her death, by the way, the Rachel Corrie thing. That has not gone away. As I showed you that, like, they not only ridiculed Rachel Corrie's death, okay, and this is a byproduct of living in a fascist apartheid state. It kills what humanity remains in your soul, okay? This is yet another reason why it must end. It harms those who think that they are currently benefiting from it. It kills their humanity, the anger and the resentment you must have in your fucking heart to make TikTok videos making fun of Palestinians who are having bombs dropped on their children. Okay, the anger and inhumanity that you have learned, the hatred that you have learned. People say, oh, well, the UNRWA schools teach Palestinians to hate Jews and to hate Israelis in general. And it's like, no, man, Palestinian kids learn to hate Israelis. You know how? not by their UNRWA schools, by having bombs dropped on them, by having their fucking family members killed. I'm not going to sit here and deny that there is hatred. But that hatred is not learned through schools and propaganda. That hatred is learned from the experiences of living under a brutal, ruthless occupation, an apartheid regime that does not value your humanity and simply sees you as an aberration that must be excised. A lot of people don't realize this. If you read some slave biographies, they talk about how much of a sickness slavery is for white people too because of the hatred they succumb to. Yes. All right, how is America cool with Israel murdering American reporters? Brother, this is an American citizen. They're cool with Israel murdering American citizens. Why the fuck would they not be cool with Israel murdering American reporters too? They have. I mean, guys, Jamal Khashoggi was a dual citizen, okay? He was a legal permanent resident of the United States of America and may or may not have even been a part of America's intelligence apparatus at a time, okay? He was assassinated by the Saudi kingdom. He was chopped into bits inside of the Saudi Arabian Turkish embassy. But Saudi Arabia is America's ally and a very valuable one at that. So for that reason, we did nothing. That's it. Donald Trump had a moment of honesty when confronted by the media, the liberal media at the time, who was like very anti-Trump, that said, excuse me, Mr. Trump, you are still signing off on a $10 billion weapons package to Saudi Arabia, which at the time was going directly to Saudi Arabia so they could engage in their ethnic cleansing campaign and the man-made famine that they had created in Yemen. They were doing a genocide in Yemen. They said, President Trump, why are you signing off on $10 billion additional dollars to Saudi Arabia so they can do a genocide in Yemen, especially after they killed a Washington Post reporter? To which Trump, in his moment of honesty, replied with, what are you going to do? Are you going to buy $10 billion of weapons from me? If I don't sell them these weapons, then Russia will. Okay? So remember, America does not care about anyone. America just cares about the capital owners in the United States of America and their bottom line, their profit margins, specifically the military-industrial complex. Anyway, so what is this? Felix says, okay, I can see how this guy was outsmarted by Herbalife. A friend that knows more than I about protests said that you can tell they were funded and coordinated by outside interests, Russia, Iran, by the fast ramp up and the quality and quantity of Palestinian flags at the protests. 5,000 likes. That's crazy. Yeah, it must be Russian and Iranian influence that has caused people to recognize the inhumanity of Israel and not like the actions themselves that are, despite the IDF's best interests, despite the Israeli government's best interests, and best attempts at suppressing the information, have still made it out into the Western world. And they are unavoidable. They are cruel. Here's another Felix post. Hard to believe that there can be Israelis both so wicked and so foolish as to start another war in the West Bank in this emergency. Apocalyptic fanatics will bring ruin to everyone, says David from Atlantic. Everyone's favorite war champion. Okay? To which Felix replies with, if this is legitimately hard for you to believe that settlers would behave this way, I think I could talk you into blowing 12 of my friends in order to prevent an alien attack. These are, in the words of Felix and Emhud, easily tricked adults, is what I would say if I did not think that they were deliberately saying things like this, not out of sheer stupidity, but out of malice. They are deliberately obtuse. They are maliciously and in an evil way acting silly and naive. It is not real naivete that causes them to say things like this. Okay? I already wrote about this extensively. Check my logs. Yeah, I don't see it. Thoughts on the Hamas charter? Genuine question. Which one? 2017 or 1988? People are getting the genocide alibis ready. All right. Please check my logs if you've seen what's happening in Dagestan. I saw, can you explain the Hamas charter thing that people always bring up? I have. The original 1988 charter for Hamas, which originally started as like an Islamic charity, an Islamist Muslim Brotherhood backed charity movement, over the course of 2 intifadas and consistent Israeli pressure and death and destruction that befell on the Palestinian population, became increasingly a movement that fought against Fatah and other secular parts of the Palestinian liberation, the PLO, PFLP, and others. And its original charter was one that had anti-Semitic sentiment. They updated their charter in 2017 to do like a more moderate liberal position in an effort to become a legitimate entity to deal with in their endless effort to become the singular the main governmental body that represents the Palestinian interest. This was, of course, deliberately done by Israel, openly stated by Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu specifically, as they propped up the Hamas side. We control how high the fires go, is what Benjamin Netanyahu said in, I think, 2017 or 2019 in a meeting with his Likud party. But the reason why they restructured was because they wanted to be a internationally recognized entity and not simply a terror organization, because Hamas also has a governing body. It is the governing body of Gaza. Hamas has a militant wing that operates as its standing army, the Al-Qassam Brigades. There are other formations inside of Gaza, like Islamic Jihad, PFLP, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and some others. Many of them are nowhere near as popular at this moment as Hamas is. I'm checking the doc for you for TOS. Oh, thank you, Little Bear. Al-Quds is the Islamic Jihad militant wing, yes. Al-Quds is the Islamic Jihad militant wing, and Al-Qassam are the militant wing of Hamas. Okay? Anyway, so, yeah. Fun fact about Jonah Goldberg, by the way, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, or not Jonah Goldberg, Jeffrey Goldberg, sorry, is that he is a former Israeli prison guard. The owner of Atlantic is Laurene Powell Jobs, Steve Jobs' widow, who's good friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. And, important to recognize that when he glazed up the Saudi kingdom, this guy who wrote for The Atlantic, Sabag Montefiore, was also in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book. I wrote for The Atlantic, this sham, ahistorical, inhumane ideology based on Marxist dialectic, Soviet propaganda, and medieval anti-Semitism that is taught in our unis justifies killing civilians, doesn't describe the foundation of Israel or the tragedy of Palestinians, and rules out 2 states. Anyway, yes, I went to uni and all they talked about was communism. Yeah, totally. That's what they're teaching in universities, is just like how to be a better communist. Always. How to be a better homosexual Marxist is all they teach. So, he's a major anti-communist writer too, wrote some awful ahistorical Romanov book. Dude, I love that. When you look at all my haters online, you will find them defending the arbitrary nature of age of consent laws regularly. When you look at all the haters of communism online, somewhere down the line, these anti-communist writers will write glaring biographies of Tsarist Russia, talking about how fucking sick it is, which is such an interesting perspective to hold when you compare the horrifying pogroms that occurred at the time and how dedicated of a fighter of anti-Semitism Lenin was, as a matter of fact. But who cares about real history? Who cares about an actual adequate analysis of events that took place when your goal is not to genuinely talk about events that took place, but instead to, just shit on communism? Vladimir Lenin is one of the greatest fighters of anti-Semitism of all time. Lenin. Make no mistake, a lot of these guys, a lot of the anti-Soviet, anti-communist historians, they cover stories in a very gross way, where now, after the dissolution of the USSR, will turn around and claim how fucking anti-Semitic the Soviets were, or Soviet leaders were, or even Karl Marx was, despite being Jewish himself. And I always find it funny that they make these statements, make these claims, when the Nazis considered socialism to be a Jewish plot. The Nazis very openly stated that Jewish academics were engaging in the bastardization of the civilized Western world through their moral degeneracy, through the promotion of moral degeneracy, through the promotion of morally degenerate art. They called it Judeo-Bolshevism or cultural Bolshevism. Now, right-wingers who are fascist adjacent themselves call it cultural Marxism. You might have heard this from a very famous anti-communist thinker who I feel funny calling a thinker, Jordan B. Peterson. It is the exact same principle, just they took the Bolshevism and Judaism out of the equation and just simply say cultural Marxism. It's the exact same Frankfurt School bullshit. If you ask Jordan Peterson, he will openly state it as well. He'll say everything but the actual words. Use dog whistles. And this is totally permissible because, as I told you, during the Waffen-SS Ukrainian Nazi veteran getting a standing ovation in the Canadian Parliament a month ago, anti-communism is so fervent in the Western world that they find themselves aligning, both historically and even in contemporary society, with anti-communist fascists who literally volunteered on the Waffen-SS Foreigner Brigade. Anyway, don't ever look up who the German generals were that were placed at the head of NATO when Germany was invited. West Germany was invited into NATO. Don't do it. Big mistake. There's so much TOS. I would really recommend waiting till I have all the timestamps, please, like an extreme amount of TOS. Thank you. Okay, little bear. I will wait for the timestamps. All right, here is Ghassan Kanafani on the utility of peace talks with the occupying forces. If you understand the history of Palestinian liberation, you recognize that there have been times where a renouncement of violence has occurred with no meaningful interest on the Israeli side to deal with the Palestinians as equal actors. Okay? The reason why I wanted to talk about the comparisons between the Israeli apartheid, which is verified at this point. It's not like me simply saying that because I'm a fucking blowhard, okay? The reason why I wanted to show you the comparison between the Israeli apartheid and the South African apartheid is specifically because of the same declarations and same demands that came from the South African government at the time during the ANC's violent campaign of anti-apartheid action. There was, as I've told you 1,000 times at this point, Nelson Mandela, while in prison, was made demands of. They told Nelson Mandela, go ahead, renounce violence, renounce communism, renounce Marxism, socialism, and we will let you free. To which he responded with, I am not an equal party here because I am shackled. How can a shackled man be negotiated with under duress? And he refused. He refused to renounce the violence. Specifically, there are a lot of similarities here.
Why won't your organization engage in peace talks with the Israelis?
You don't mean exactly peace talks. You mean capitulation, surrendering.
Why not just talk?
Talk to whom?
Talk to the Israeli leaders.
That's kind of conversation between the sword and the neck, you mean?
Well, if there were no swords and no guns in the room, you could still talk.
No. I had never seen any talk between a colonialist case and a national liberation movement.
But despite this, why not talk?
Talk about what?
Talk about the possibility of not fighting.
Not fighting for what?
Not fighting at all, no matter what for.
Yeah, and people usually fight for something and they stop fighting for something. So you can't tell me even why should we speak about what?
Well, stop fighting.
For what? Or talk about stop fighting, why?
Talk to stop fighting, to stop the death and the misery, the destruction, the pain.
The misery and the destruction and the pain and the death of whom?
Of Palestinians, of Israelis, of Arabs.
Of the Palestinian people who are uprooted, thrown in the camps, living in starvation, killed for 20 years, and forbidden to use even the name Palestinians.
They're better that way than dead, though.
Maybe to you, but to us, it's not. To us, to liberate our country, to have dignity, to have respect, to have our mere human rights, is something as essential as life itself.
If we're comparing with South Africa, I'll mention the 1971 Namibian SWA contracts workers strike and the 1973 Durban strikes. Like the first Intifada. Oh, shit. You spammed it too much. Okay. Like the first Intifada, the 1971 general strike merged into open violent conflict, the Namibian War of Independence and Angolan Bush War after the violent crackdowns. It is often overlooked in its role of challenging apartheid, and I think shows how Israel's lack of dependence on colonized labor makes them operate more brutally. Yes. This is This is something that Noam Chomsky mentions as well when in his conversations comparing the Israeli apartheid to the South African one, where he says that the conditions for the Palestinian are far more brutal than the South African apartheid, specifically because Israel doesn't even want Israel does not even want the Palestinians to live on this land. They just want them to go away. They might rely on them here and there for cheap labor, but overall, it's not the same as having a 90% population, a 90% population that is black, where the 10% population that is white uses the 90% black population for cheap labor. The occupation's perspective on the Palestinian is one of an inconvenience, is one that is an inconvenience, not one that the occupation is interested in dealing with as an even party, as a person that has equal rights and equal representation, not even to be exploited. That's why the visas allowed from Gaza into Israel proper are minuscule in comparison to the 2.2 million that work there. That's why the Gaza Strip has a 57% unemployment rate. It's insane, unimaginable. Yeah, it's always something to consider, especially at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Good reminder that the U.S. has enormous influence on the actions of Israel. Yes, of course. America controls every aspect of Israel's actions in this war, in this ethnic cleansing campaign. That's why I will never forgive Joe Biden. He is one of the most responsible parties. Anyone that tries to tell you that that's not the case is either delusional or a liar. Okay? Americans will literally quote 18th century American revolutionaries, give me liberty or give me death, but when Palestinians express the same sentiment, they call it fanaticism. Yes, because I saw this in the someone on Twitter was talking about how Hunger Games, when they bomb a hospital and everyone is obviously there celebrating the protagonist, but that's because the protagonist is white. That's it. And throughout history, the give me liberty or give me death guys are also white. So when you see someone that is not white saying those same things, we don't have a lot of people in the Western world, even if they are not themselves white, by the way, but are under the umbrella of the Western sphere of influence. They have no way of looking at non-white people as the main people in a story that are being grossly, ritualistically humiliated, bullied, subjugated, killed, murdered. Anyway, so what is this? The Utro Dagestan Telegram channels has posted a detailed 19-clause instruction for anti-Semitic protesters, which it has helped assemble at the Makhachkala airport, where a plane from Israel has landed. It includes forcing all passengers to publicly damn the state of Israel. Insane things are happening in Dagestan, which is a Muslim country under the Russian banner, where Khabib Nurmagomedov is from. I think also is Hezbollah also from Dagestan too, and it's not good. This is not a good thing at all. Stop saying based, you fucking idiots. Shut the fuck up. Stop. This is not based, okay? Fucking, like, ridiculous, okay? A Dagestan Telegram channel that incited anti-Semitic mobs is linked to Ilya Ponomarev, the Russian anti-Kremlin exile in Kyiv, who has worked closely with Ukraine's military intel on destabilization ops in Russia, e.g. neo-Nazi Russian volunteer corps attacks. Ultimately, however, this might be another case when the CIA will be questioning the actions of its Ukrainian partners or not. Some context here. So, according to Leonid Rogozin, Ukraine-based Russian fugitive politician Ilya Ponomaryov identified himself as the channel's investor back in May. Ponomaryov works on setting up Russian volunteer units fighting for Ukraine under the auspices of Ukraine's military intelligence, the HUR. Still, it's fucking horrifying to see entire crowds of people, no matter where they are in the world, try to bully and harass the Israeli people flying out of Israel back into Russia, or the hopes that they are flying into, the hopes that they'll find some Jewish people. Okay? Oh my God, this entire fucking documentary is ridiculous. The Road to Apartheid pre-watch timers. My cousin is a nurse working in the Indonesian hospital in the Sheikh Zayed area. My family haven't been able to hear from her since Friday. I've been staying up since then, but by my phone waiting for news. She has an Egyptian SIM, but still nothing. Sorry, my friend. I'm sure she's all right. I hope she's all right. It's probably because like internet access is very patchy. Zoom out. Holy fuck! Oh my God, it's even more than that. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm feeling that a lot of people are saying based in agreement with what's happening from a certain community so they can post screenshots on the sub. I mean, we fucking clap people pretty aggressively, so anyone that tries to do that, I very publicly deal with that kind of sentiment. Anyway, someone in Hoscore did this, not Little Bear, but Little Bear was working on it too. Hassan, are you pro-Palestine? That's a funny question to ask. Where does Hassan stand? I think chat also just heard against Israel and went base. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking stupid. Anyway. Where's the video? I'm trying to find the no, not the Journeyman documentary, which we will be getting into in a second. Shocking insight into Israel's apartheid. But instead, the thing that's going on in Dagestan, like the videos coming out of the Dagestani airport. Read by, here, this guy is good, Max Sedan. Insane footage on Russian social media from the Makhachkala in the North Caucasus region, where there have been several anti-Semitic protests this weekend. A crowd of people with some Palestinian flags broke into the airport in search of passengers on a flight from Tel Aviv. Some of them tried to storm the plane. Remarkable to see security forces in Russia standing by for so long. By now, according to Baza, the police in Makhachkala have chased them off the runway outside the airport, where they are now protesting the airport is now closed. Earlier, protesters in search of Jews were reportedly demanding to check passengers' passports. Airport staff have now apparently told the crowd to pick 3 leaders to board the planes with a camera to prove everyone that there are no Israelis there. What an insane concession. They're like, hey guys, the way we can fix this is by proving everybody that there's no Jews here. That's wild. Or Israelis here. That's wild. Okay? I saw, do you condemn Hamas in the chat? I couldn't see the username, but if you got to see a lot of debates of Sunday with other people, he answered already. Yes, the people at this point that ask me, do you condemn Hamas, are not asking because they want to. What the fuck? One of the anti-Semitic rioters appears to have looked for Jews in the plane's engine. Dog, I don't think you're going to find people in there, man. I'm going to be honest with you. Did you find them? This is completely fucking unacceptable, okay? And insane. Holy moly. Just checking, dog. Don't hate. Yeah, dude. This is... Dude, okay, maybe I'm the asshole, but this feels like it's meant to manufacture sympathy. I mean, it's still unacceptable regardless of whether or not the guy who geared everybody up to engage in these actions is like this fucking asset or not. There's still hella people that are like engaging in it. You know what I mean? And it's completely fucking ridiculous, completely unacceptable. You know what I mean? It happens. This is real. This is a real thing that happens. It has happened to Jews throughout history. But it's funny to you, right? Well, the stupidity of it is yeah, it is. But do I think it's like a good thing or am I trivializing it? Absolutely not. But yes, it is so fucking idiot. Like, if you can't laugh at how fucking stupid this guy is, I don't know what to tell you. Yes, one of the anti-Semitic rioters looking for Jews in the plane's engine is like, you know, it's so extremely fucking stupid to do such a psychotic thing that it loops back into being absurdist and funny. Yeah, it's like a fucking Borat skit. Anyway, why did they make the conclusion that they're anti-Semites? Did they say they're looking for Jews or Israeli passengers? Come on, dog. Like I have talked about the Muslim world and anti-Semitism that was born and bred in the Muslim world in the aftermath of the Israeli nation state's development. I've talked about Muslims and Jews living relatively peacefully, especially in comparison to Jews living in Europe at the same time frame for a very long time. But it's also fucking insane if they were just saying, hey, we want to find random Israelis that we're looking for. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay? Anyway, it's just, you know, this is very real. This is also a byproduct of tying the entire Zionist project to Jews across the board. It's unacceptable anti-Semitism that is a deliberate byproduct. A deliberate byproduct that happens. A lot of these guys are fundies too. I know, it's such a funny term to use when talking about Dagestan. Okay? And it's still completely unacceptable when Israelis do it to Palestinian citizens in Israel, as they were doing yesterday. And it's completely unacceptable here. You can understand where it comes from and analyze it. And the reason for analyzing it and understanding where it comes from is important in an effort to end it, because your goal should be to end anti-Semitism, as is mine. This is why a lot of Jewish scholars will say regularly that the Zionist project being associated with the international Jewish community has genuinely made the situation less safe for Jews all around the world, less safe for Israelis all around the world as well, but especially Jews all around the world. And that actually is beneficial. A similar circumstance that we can point to is the Jews in Iraq and the Mossad bombings that occurred in Iraq. Were there pogroms at the time in Iraq? Absolutely. Were Jewish Iraqis under good circumstances, good living conditions? Not necessarily, right? But there was a deliberate acceleration by the Israeli state in trying to get them to escape Iraq to come to Israel in an effort to populate Israel with more Jewish people. This is why I've talked about time and time again Netanyahu's allegiance with open anti-Semites who openly engage in anti-Semitic campaign propaganda in their domestic efforts to win elections, open fascist anti-Semites. How is it that Viktor Orban, who has put forward anti-Semitic messaging in his campaigns, can very shortly after winning an election stand side by side with Benjamin Netanyahu and shake hands? Because fascists, anti-Semitic fascists, and the fascist Israeli government are aligned in the interest of making it so that all Jewish people feel the necessity for a Jewish ethno-state in Israel as a matter of security. If Jewish people are anti-Zionist and do not feel like there is a necessity for a Jewish ethno-state that is fascist, that's right-wing, that is like purging, ethnically cleansing Palestinians, all of a sudden the Israeli state project could be put on hold in the Western world especially. This is why Hasbara is very important. This is why there is a entire ministry dedicated to disseminating information in the Western world, English-speaking information and propaganda, so that you can maintain the Western world's universal support. That's why so many people who engage in the Hasbara propaganda are, at least this time around, and since 2021, I would say since 2018 even, has been freaking the fuck out because they realize that it is impossible to avoid the many war crimes that Israel engages in, the unjustifiable acts of violence that Israel engages in. They can no longer stop NGOs from calling what Israel is with the legal terminology an apartheid state. This presents a big problem. If the formation of the Israeli state and the continued occupation relies on the world not knowing what's going on there, then when people start seeing Palestinians getting destroyed, when their livelihoods are being stripped from them, when their humanity is called into question time and time again, when they see things like the Snapchat heat map and the differences between the way that Israelis are currently living their lives and the way Palestinians are only miles away, it becomes really fucking hard. Does anyone have that link? I want to show you. It becomes much harder to continue this ethnic cleansing campaign. An ethnic cleansing campaign, or the continuation of an ethnic cleansing campaign, that requires complete support from the Western world. Structural support, logistical support. It's not just a go-ahead, you know? Here. This is what's going on in Israel, and then you go down, and you go into Gaza City, and all of a sudden, very different reality. Not that far away, man. Not that far away. I told you to do this 3 days ago. Yes, I've seen this 3 days ago, Big Daddy Nick. The reason why I didn't cover it 3 days ago is because I was worried that it was too bloody. I just got in a heated argument with my girlfriend about what's the point of posting Insta stories and governments don't give a shit about the voices of the people. I think it's very important to keep up the protests because you are now seeing even Democratic Party members slowly but surely, and even supporters of the Democratic Party slowly but surely removing the unconditional support that they have for Israel's endless bombing campaign. It is more important than even fundraising at this moment. It's important to keep posting. It's important to keep going out into the streets. It's important to keep yelling loudly and proudly. Obviously, it's also incredibly important to make sure that no one is saying dumb shit that can be used against the Palestinian emancipation cause. There are certainly people who will try to do their very best. It's important to continue pressuring your politicians. What is this? 100% of Hassan Abihed in the wild news.
Everyone's watching this feeling helpless.
Oh, yeah, no. Anis is, he DM'd me.
Planet could stop this from happening.
President Joe Biden, easily. I think the Congress, Biden, his administration, they could stop it. They could stop all the killing. They could create a ceasefire. They could insist on a ceasefire. And I'm waiting for them to.
Why don't they?
It's hard to explain. I don't think there's a single good reason. I know that they consider Israel to be their ally, and they don't consider Palestine to be an ally. But I think this isn't a matter of allyship. For me, it's a matter of humanity. You know, there's Palestinian civilians, babies, children being killed, and I can't give you a single good reason why President Joe Biden has not demanded a ceasefire.
How emotionally, as you've watched him come out on the first night and not mention Palestinians, what's the emotional reaction to how he's behaved?
We feel dehumanized. Palestinians feel like our humanity is being dismissed. We feel like our suffering is being discounted. Our lives don't matter. I think that's a shame that a president who is supposed to represent all of his people, many of whom are Palestinian Americans, doesn't seem to give us the same humanity in his response that he does to other victims, and that's a shame.
I know I'm not supposed to ask people how they vote, but are you going to vote for Joe Biden again?
It's going to be a hard no for me. It's going to be a hard no. Yeah.
Okay.
Not to say I'll vote for the other party either, but I'm going to have to see if there's an independent candidate that I can get behind.
Literally every single person here has told me that. You know, our audience has a very unique perspective because they see what's happening in Gaza. You have a unique perspective because you see what the American media shows. Can you describe for our audience what they see?
In the Western mainstream media, we are not shown. You know, it's very rare for us to be shown, and when we are shown, we're shown with a precursor of terrorism. We're shown with a precursor of condemnation. There's this condemnation paradigm that they want to force all Palestinians into. But what we see on social media paints a very different picture. What we see from firsthand accounts of people in Gaza before they got rid of the internet, before they got rid of the electricity, shows us the true horrors that are happening.
Can you expand on why this administration hasn't really pushed for a ceasefire? Like, is there additional reasons other than staying cool with Israel? Guys, I don't know how many times I have to describe this to you. I guess Noam Chomsky also said it best. Palestinians have nothing. They don't have enough natural resources. They don't have an established nation state. They have nothing. There are 6 million Palestinians that are still in refugee status that is outside of currently occupied Palestinian territory. There are 5 million Palestinians living inside of occupied Palestinian territory, both in Gaza, 2.2 million, and like around 2.5 million in West Bank, 2.2 million in Gaza. Okay? They have nothing. There's no interest there. There's no interest to defend Palestinians. It's that simple. They don't have anything. Israel, on the other hand, is an incredibly important, unsinkable aircraft carrier. Israel also has an incredibly important espionage capability in an area that is otherwise very resource rich. This is precisely the reason why Joe Biden has said that he is a ultra-Zionist and that he would have developed, if Israel did not exist, we would make an Israel in that area. That simple. It's not like some fucking psychotic, stupid, fascist Jewish conspiracy or plot. Joe Biden said that on the floor of Congress. It's not like this is hidden stuff, you know? Here. Yeah, he said it, I think, in like 1988 or something. Here you go.
We're also going to discuss the ironclad commitment, and this is, I'll say this 5,000 times in my career, the ironclad commitment the United States has to Israel, based on our principles, our ideas, our values. They're the same values. And I've often said, Mr.
And you still voted for him? That's the guy you voted for? The right were right about Joe Biden? Yeah, dude. Imagine voting for Joe Biden over Donald Trump, who is literally still infinitely more responsible for the escalations under the Abraham Accords that Jared Kushner facilitated, which completely wrote out Palestinians from the conversation and started the normalization process within America's other client states in the region, the Gulf nation states, including Saudi Arabia, making those private allegiances that already existed for many, many years at this point completely public, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, which was a gross act, and recognizing Jerusalem as like complete Israeli territory, which was a major escalation, which allowed the Netanyahu administration, which fucking loves Donald Trump, by the way. Donald Trump is the most popular politician in Israel right now, more popular than Netanyahu ever could be, okay, which gave them the go-ahead to increase the stress and increase the pressure on Palestinians living in the West Bank in their ethnic cleansing campaigns and their pogroms on Palestinians living in the West Bank. Yes, both parties are fucking awful. Both parties are genocidal. But if you consider what the Trump administration did, you are out of your fucking mind if you think that it's not objectively one of the worst things that has happened historically in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or apartheid structure or genocidal interest that Israel has had on ethnically cleansing all Palestinians from that land. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Not a single person thinks that Donald Trump is better on Israel than Joe Biden. It's very frustrating that Joe Biden is not better on Israel than Donald Trump. That's the problem. They continued the Abraham Accords and the Trump-era foreign policy, while simultaneously, in my opinion, quietly trying to normalize or at least start the normalization process with a relationship with Iran, while allowing Israel to go fucking balls to the wall mode without ever trying to get Israel to dial it back. it could be argued that the Saudi-Israel normalization was key to the timing of the Hamas operation. Yeah, people say that. A lot of people say that, except the Saudi-Israel relationship was already set in stone for many, many years prior to this. It's just that the October 7 operation made it so that the population of Saudi Arabia would never allow the kingdom to continue openly dealing with Israel in a positive manner. The operation, however, was not conducted specifically for that reason, because the operation was being worked on, being planned for 2+ fucking years. Israel was at the UN shortly before October 7th, talking about opening a trade route and completely removing Palestinians from the equation. Like, just the sheer arrogance, the absolute sheer arrogance that Israeli thinkers who are Zionists themselves have recognized as well. Arrogance that the Israeli security forces have openly warned the Netanyahu administration against. Sheer arrogance to assume that you can maintain an apartheid with 5 million Palestinians, 2.2 million of them in a concentration camp that you regularly bomb, and the rest living in territories that you have partitioned off with endless settler terrorism that you regularly commit pogroms against. You can't do that. Don't forget the rise in fund for the Saudi family was indirect. What coloration to ensure the safety of the Israeli settlements against others anti-Zionist families of the Arabian Gulf? What are you? I don't even know what you wrote there. Isn't criticizing individual U.S. presidents for their foreign policy, especially Israel-Palestine, an idealist perspective? The reality is that the United States, no matter who is at the helm, is always going to have the same stance on Israel-Palestine due to the material reasons behind it. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. 100%. Yes.
Mr. President, if there were not in Israel, we'd have to invent one.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
I mean, there it is. It's not like, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious what's happening here. I don't know. I don't know why this is so difficult for many to like come to terms with. I will never understand that. Anyway, here is the Reporters Sans Frontières, Reporters Without Borders, who conducted an investigation into the 10/14 Israeli bombing campaign in South Lebanon that bombed a car full of journalists. They knew that they were press. They had communicated prior. And
2023, le reporter Aissam Abdallah était inhumé dans la ville de Khiem au Liban, ville où il est né et où il a grandi. Il a été tué la veille.
He was killed the previous day while reporting for the Reuters news agency. I don't even want to watch this full thing, honestly. It's just, you can go check it out on your own if you want. Oh, here is Democrat tensions over Israel after Representative Josh Gottheimer called these who voted against Israel resolution despicable. Andre Carson calls him a punk and cowardly. If he wants to play some kind of tough guy, we can handle it like gentlemen, or we can get into something else, is what Representative Andre Carson says. Now, one thing to also remember with Gottheimer is that Josh Gottheimer literally fucking said openly in a closed-door meeting that they were conducting, where they were like talking about potentially having a vigil, a peaceful vigil, that all Muslims were responsible for the fucking violence on October 7th. All Muslims.
He's cowardly. I think he's not acting in the role as a member of Congress.
He is a incredibly Islamophobic piece of shit, Josh Gottheimer is. But guess what? Absolutely not a single fucking person, not a single fucking person would ever call that action into question, because Islamophobia is promoted. In Wednesday's caucus meeting, according to two sources, a member discussed wanting both Jewish and Muslim constituents to feel comfortable attending events and support each other, and that they had heard Muslim clerics did not attend a vigil on Tuesday night in their district. Sitting in the back of the room and speaking to another attendee, Gottheimer made a remark. Some present thought he was responding to comments from the front of the room saying Muslim clerics felt guilty. Gottheimer's comment left many in the room stunned, according to a member in the room. According to two sources with knowledge of the meeting, Gottheimer was heard saying, "It's because they're guilty." A Democrat in the room said that after making his remark, Gottheimer could be seen having an animated discussion about it with Representative Greg Cesar, a Democrat from Texas. Does anyone care about this fucking freak animal, Islamophobic piece of shit? Have we heard any condemnations? Ilhan Omar has been routinely censured and criticized for saying things like the AIPAC lobby has an outsized influence on American congresspersons with money. Moneyed interest has an outsized influence. AIPAC utilizes this, which is correct. A correct statement that she was regularly and routinely criticized for and bullied for. Donald Trump put her fucking face on a billboard, on a massive TV screen in his rallies as he called for her assassination, basically. Ilhan Omar consistently gets death threats throughout her entire career, and they've only escalated. I wonder why they've escalated in this time. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has said Jewish space lasers caused the forest fires in California, is trying to censure the only Palestinian American congressperson, Rashida Tlaib, for her statements. It only goes in one direction, folks. The violence and its permissibility only goes in one direction, and the criticisms only go in one direction. There is a double standard. If you do not see it, you are blind. For the past 20 years, in the post-9/11 universe, the American media has played, the Western media has played a formative role in instilling upon the population the idea that Muslims and Arabs in general are both monolithic, they're backwards, and they are not human. The most recognition that Arabs and Muslims will ever get is one of civilian casualties that are enemy combatants in the field of fire. Forgotten. Completely unacceptable. That is precisely the reason why pieces of shit like Josh Gottheimer can get away with being as Islamophobic as they want to. Didn't Rashida Tlaib say the horrors of the Holocaust gives her tranquility or something like that? No, that was fucking clipped out of context. I saw a similar thing the other day. This is done so frequently. No, she was talking about like how horrifying. Do you think, okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that a Palestinian congresswoman openly stated in a radio interview that she loves the Holocaust? Let's start there and let's unpack it. Okay? No, seriously. Like, do you think that she legitimately said that? And if that was the case, how do you think she's still alive? This happens with Rashida Tlaib regularly. Okay? One thing that they did, one of the grossest things that they did with respect to Rashida Tlaib was also the Jewish woman in her district that was murdered. Okay? The killer has not been found, and they do not know if it was an anti-Semitic hate crime or not, due to the fact that they could not find the killer. Those at Barstool, in the Barstool universe, immediately ran to go, hey, it's disgusting, Rashida Tlaib, that you haven't condemned this anti-Semitic hate crime. Little did they know that this person that was murdered was a good family friend to Rashida Tlaib. She had made a statement on her murder in her private account as she was mourning. As she was mourning the loss of a close friend. The person that was murdered also quietly, nobody covered this afterwards. Everybody just went, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime. And then when they found out that she was actually a part of a coalition that was very critical of Israel, no mentions after that. It's fucking disgusting. I didn't cover it at the time because I was, incredibly frustrated with the horrifying nonsense that I was seeing. It was very odd how, very, very odd how the only mention was originally that this was a possible anti-Semitic hate crime done in Rashida Tlaib's district. Here's Dave Portnoy of Barstool, by the way, saying this shit. Any comment, Rashida Tlaib, on this brutal murder? Community leader mourns the brutal murder of Detroit religious leader, the synagogue president. 20,000 likes. Here, the Rashida Tlaib Holocaust comments, for the record, were defended by Nancy Pelosi at the time. Republicans' desperate attempts to smear Rashida Tlaib and misrepresent her comments are outrageous. President real Donald Trump and House GOP should apologize to Representative Tlaib and the American people for their gross misrepresentations. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders said, Mr. President, stop dividing the American people up by their religion. You are taking Rashida Tlaib's comments out of context and should apologize. The issue had its roots in Tlaib's remarks on the Yahoo News podcast Skullduggery, in which she was asked about her backing of a one-state solution to the conflict over Israel. She replied by noting the U.S. recently commemorated Holocaust Remembrance Day. There's a kind of calming feeling, I always tell folks, when I think of the Holocaust and the tragedy of the Holocaust and the fact that it was my ancestors, Palestinians, who lost their land, and some lost their lives, their livelihood, their human dignity, their existence, in many ways had been wiped out. I mean, just all of it was in the name of trying to create a safe haven for Jews post the Holocaust, post the tragedy, and the horrific persecution of Jews across the world at the time. I love the fact that it was my ancestors that provided that right in many ways, but they did it in a way that took their human dignity away, right? And it was forced on them. And so when I think about a one state, I think about the fact that why couldn't we do it in a better way? Republicans pounced on the two-word phrase that statement calming feeling and suggested they describe Tlaib's feelings about the Holocaust itself, and that they argued is a part of a pattern of anti-Semitism on which Pelosi and other Democratic leaders should clamp down. It was completely taken out of context. Completely taken out of context. I saw another moment, okay? I saw another moment where this happened, where there was a tweet that went viral, and the tweet was like, I had no idea how regular Germans could have stood by idly as the Holocaust was happening, and I see how it happened now. Now, when you look at that, if you're not a fucking freak, you are like, oh, this is how active ethnic cleansing campaigns are defended. Something I've said time and time again. I've told you, okay? But if you're a fucking psycho, you look at that and go, oh, this person is saying, like, because of the actions of Israel that, like, the Holocaust was right. If you interpret it in that way, that's your fault, because there's something wrong with your fucking brain, okay? You have brain poisoning of epic magnitudes. When I was younger, I could never understand how normal, ordinary Germans could have supported actively or passively the Holocaust. I think I understand now. I don't know who the fuck this person is, but there is no like, Tom is literally Jewish? Oh. There is no fucking, like, this is not a, what do you call it? This is not a fucking, like, the Nazis were right take, you fucking dummies. It's a take about how people turn a blind eye to the atrocities and normalize said atrocities. That's it. It's incredible to look at this and go, wow, they must mean they thought the Holocaust was sick. It's ridiculous. Anyway, the reason why I pointed to that is because it's done all the time. And it is a deliberate weaponization. It is a deliberate weaponization of anti-Semitism, very real anti-Semitism that exists, by conflating it in anti-Zionism or any kind of criticisms of Israel, and then taking that and using it against, like, those who are anti-apartheid, anti-Zionist activists, many of which happen to be socialist or more radical, believe and subscribe to more radical politics. That's it. There is no better indication that you are unserious about the human casualties on either side and the psychic damage that it causes to maintain an apartheid structure, even to those who are living in Israel. The psychological horrors of maintaining the apartheid state, which is, of course, nothing in comparison to the psychological trauma of living as the oppressed under an apartheid state, not making that moral equivalence at all. Anyway, Donald Trump had some fire lines, apparently. Trump on the Israel-Hamas war. Every single life that's lost in the conflict is on the shoulders of Hamas and Hamas alone.
On that terrible Saturday morning, the world saw once again that the conflict between Israel and Hamas is not a conflict between two equal sides. This is a fight between civilization and savagery, between decency and depravity, and between good and evil. There is no comparison between a group that worships death and a group that cherishes life and cherishes our nation. Every single life that is lost in this conflict is on the shoulders of Hamas, Hamas alone. It's Hamas alone. And I think you have to really add in the word Iran. Iran. People don't want to talk about it. There can be no sympathy, no excuses, and no escape from these monsters, and we will do what has to be done. And yet Joe Biden's feeble first act, one of the worst messages I've ever seen sent out to bad people, after more than 1,400 innocents, including over 40 Americans, were murdered or kidnapped. And think of this, we immediately announced that we're giving Hamas $100 million. We're going to give it to them into Gaza, but they take it 100% of it. They don't take.
It's so funny because, like, it's just like Israeli politics. It's bad and worse. You know what I mean? Israeli politics is the absolute most right-wing thing you've ever heard of versus a guy who's just straight up like a Nazi, okay? And what is going on in America is identical, where it's like you're either getting liberal genocide denial from the likes of Joe Biden, who says like, well, you can't trust the Hamas for being honest about their dead, Jack. And then you go to the other side, and Donald Trump is like, this is a war between good and evil. We have to fucking purge all the Palestinians immediately. The same shit. Yes, I know. I covered, I retweeted this earlier today. Since he deleted this tweet, I want to make sure everyone knows that the Israeli journalist Stas Kopolo celebrated this criminal behavior by his country's army and had the audacity to refer to the victim of this cruelty as a Nazi. The video itself features an armored personnel carrier pulling a what they're claiming is a Palestinian fighter that is either dead or alive at that point, I don't know, pulling them with an armored personnel carrier, just pulling their lifeless body, dragging it around. I can't show it to you because it's a TOS violation, but I did retweet it. And Stas Kopolo tweeted, our forces are dragging a Nazi terrorist who was killed in Gaza. And then it's the Israeli flag, Israeli flag, Israeli flag, Israeli flag. That's some Vietnam War U.S. behavior. Oh, yeah. Desecrating corpses is a war crime. Okay? Desecrating corpses is a fucking war crime. But, you know, the most moral army in the world gets to do that. They can do all the war crimes because, hey, guess what, dude? You know, these are not people.
90%, they take 100%. Mark knows that better than anybody. They take 100% and we give them money hand over fist, and we've been doing that for many years. And then a speech was made declaring that if you support Israel, you must give billions of dollars.
There's no fucking way they can get away with that, right? This was shot HD. Dude, you are fucking out of your mind if you think that the IDF won't get away with that. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There is a television channel in Israel right now that says that every single person that has died, they have a death counter in Gaza, is actually a terrorist, including the children, by the way. I think it's at like 8,000 or something, the number counter. And they say, like, if you don't want to go to Sderot, you can just watch it here. You can watch the bombing here on this TV channel. And every single person that's been wounded on the wounding side, they're all civilians. So Israel just happens to only wound civilians but kill all the terrorists. So if they die, they're terrorists. If they're wounded, they're civilians. And the reason why they say, oh, if you can't make it out to Sderot, you can watch it here, is because of a concept called, and I've talked about this before, Sderot Night Cinema. Sderot is one of the towns that the Hamas and Palestinian Coalition militia forces took over. Okay, it's one of the southernmost towns. They have what is called a Sderot Night Cinema, where during multiple sieges, people would sit on top of the fucking hilltops and watch Gaza get bombed with binoculars in celebration. Yeah, town formerly known as Hujj. Here it is. Israel does not discriminate between civilians and armed fighters. It considers every Palestinian to be a legitimate target for killing. This depraved genocidal mentality is normalized in Israeli society, where people routinely organize lynching parties here. I mean, here.
We want to see it in our own eyes, not from television point of view. They chose Hamas to rule them. It's their fault. They got it to where it is now, not us.
But don't you think it'll get worse by bombing them?
No, I think that's the only solution.
Depends who you bomb.
I think they should just clear off all the city. Just take it off the ground. Yes, I'm a little bit fascist.
And you can see
I'm a little bit fascist.
another rocket going in from Israel, slowly making its way, presumably a precision-guided missile coming into the northern part of the Gaza Strip, and it seems as though the bombardment has been very much in Beit Lahia. Now, the sound that you are hearing here, we're on the top of a hill, and I think you can probably see there are
This is called Sderot Night Cinema.
lots of Israelis gathered around who are cheering when they see these kinds of Israeli strikes. And it is an astonishing, macabre and an awful thing, really, to watch this display of fire in the air. But really it is what is going on in the ground, Wolf, that is
Yeah.
significant.
No, this culture is like completely unacceptable. I mean, that's the reason why you need to, just like you need to maintain a steady occupation with the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank to maintain your ethnic cleansing operations, the pogroms, and the continued apartheid structure, because you know it is illegal, and it is legal to fight back against this occupation through means of violence, by the way. Violent emancipation in the West Bank is just. You can say that is a call to violence all you want. I'm speaking simply of international law, okay? It's literally legally permissible. We're not even talking about the morality of it, but it is legally permissible. And the Israeli government knows that, which is why they have to have the IDF there as the standing military to maintain the terrorist activities that the settlers engage in. Okay? And the reason why the Hasbara propaganda, especially in the English-speaking Western world, has to be so active all the time is to stop this kind of stuff from being noticed in the United States of America by those who maybe for a brief moment will recognize the humanity of Palestinians, or at least, get disgusted by the sheer brutality and the celebration. Israelis watch bombs drop on Gaza from front row seats. Israelis gathered on a hilltop outside of a town in Sderot on Monday to watch the bombardment of Gaza, which is called Night Cinema. Young Israelis watched a protest in Gaza from a tower in Nahal Oz. Photographs of young Israelis watching Friday's protest in Gaza from a tower in Nahal Oz appeared to show that they observed the chaos with little concern for their own safety. That's the other one, the one where they were killing children with snipers. So it's something to understand. You have to maintain a steady propaganda campaign to ensure that people don't get grossed out by the many different TikToks and shit that come out of Israel that show the ugly side of the regular dehumanization campaign. You must dehumanize Arabs, Palestinians, Muslims in general, in a way that is befitting of liberals and their sensibilities. You can't do it as openly as those inside of Israel do from time to time, given their own proclivity towards fascism. Okay? There's a way to do it in the Western world, and if you show the true brutality of it, then all of a sudden, even Americans who love that kind of dehumanization in other circumstances will probably look at you and go, okay, that's a little gross. Anyway.
Local health authorities, more than 3 weeks after Hamas killed at least 1,400 inside Israel, taking more than 200 hostages now inside Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu meeting with families of some of those held captive on Saturday, getting them home, he said, a top priority. Now! Still, many fearful of what a ground invasion might mean for the hostages in Gaza. This crowd gathering in Tel Aviv chanting, "Return them now," a looming screen marching each passing second they've been gone.
There's so many people here who have loved ones who are still in Gaza. The desperation, the sadness, it's so palpable.
Ayala Yahalomi Luzon's brother and nephew taken by Hamas on October 7th.
There is no victory picture without the kidnaps. Bring them back to us, to hug them now, not tomorrow, now.
It's been very funny seeing terminally online white supremacist alt-righters who are very anti-Semitic turn to filleting Israel constantly, just admiring / jealous of their genocidal shit. Yeah, there's a rift in the alt-right on the Nazi side, it seems, where some Nazis, like Richard Spencer, are completely and unconditionally in support of Israel. And then other Nazis like Nick Fuentes are like, oh, this is an opportunity where I can instill anti-Semitic messaging and talk about how unacceptable Israel's behavior is, as though he gives a shit about Muslims. Let's be fucking real, he does not. But it has caused chaos in their movement, I guess, as they try to desperately make the most out of the situation. I find them all to be gross. They're disgusting. And I hope their movement completely dies out inevitably.
And in addition to the countless casualties that are being recorded in Gaza right now, we also know from the IDF 2 of their soldiers were injured in this fighting overnight. Meanwhile, Elon Musk saying that SpaceX will attempt to provide some of its Starlink internet connection systems to internationally recognized aid groups operating in Gaza after connections were severed there over the weekend.
B'Tselem has reported that the settler pogroms against Palestinians is intensifying in the West Bank. By the way, the Israeli settler soldier arrived at the Palestinian village of Kirbet Susia late last night, threatened residents and told them to leave within 24 hours. This is a red alert for violent, forcible transfer. The international community needs to act now. More details soon. They literally fucking shot Israeli Jewish activists. The fucking settlers. The gall. The fucking settlers shot at Israeli Jewish activists that stood in the way of their pogroms. They've been shooting Palestinians nonstop. The death toll in the West Bank is over 100 since October 7th. Settlers shot and killed an old man picking olives. So it's not even about Palestinians, it's about conquering land. Yes, I mean, it's always about conquering land. But it's also about exterminating the Palestinians on top of that land because they refuse to leave. Anyway.
Thousands of
effects of war and siege on show as Gazans break into UN aid warehouses. Following the 7th murder of a Palestinian at the hands of an Israeli settler since the war began so far, this wave of extreme violence has led to forcible transfers of at least 13 Palestinian agricultural communities in Area C of the West Bank. More are preparing to flee at any moment due to the incessant attacks by settlers. 30 human rights and civil society NGOs in Israel released a statement urging the international community to act on unprecedented levels of state-backed settler violence in the West Bank. Today, 30 leading human rights and anti-occupation NGOs in Israel signed an open letter to the international community urging immediate action to protect West Bank Palestinians from settler violence and forcible transfer from their land. I thought 100 plus have died in the West Bank. Yes, 100 plus have died in the West Bank because here's how this goes. First of all, the 7th murder of a Palestinian in the hands of the Israeli settler since the war began is simply when a settler walks up to a Palestinian in West Bank and shoots them and then walks away. 100 plus were killed in the subsequent actions. So what ends up happening, usually in this circumstance, for those of you who don't know, is a settler will literally walk up to a Palestinian that's minding their own fucking business, that's like living in his own home, in his own land, and murder them. So then when that happens, the IDF usually is right there specifically to, facilitate this process of ethnic cleansing. When that happens, people go, what the fuck are you doing? Whoa, hold on. And then the IDF will open fire, and then they'll kill like 4 or 5 people. And then Palestinians will try to have a semblance of dignity and assume that the IDF, which is, by the way, at this point, backed by the Palestinian Authority as well, and try to conduct a funeral. And then the IDF will go to the funeral and allow settlers to either cause a commotion at the funeral and open up fire with live ammunition, or directly just shoot them at their funerals, increasing the death toll. And then after that happens, then there will be much larger protests because people are like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're killing us. Like, you're killing us. This is completely unacceptable. And when that happens, they kill even more people at the protest. And that's how you get the 109 plus number of murdered, both in the hands of the IDF, the IOF, the Israeli Occupying Force, and also the settlers. My cousin got killed yesterday while he was harvesting olives on his land in my hometown by a settler. He got shot in the head. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I cannot begin to explain to you the inhumanity of the settlers and their operations, their active pogroms in the West Bank. I cannot explain it to you. Every single thing that they do is unjustifiable. An act as cruel as every bomb that lands on Gaza, but somehow even worse. I can't believe I'm doing like a comparison amongst atrocities, but somehow even worse because it is so personal. It is so personal. This is nothing but a violent murder. Like, it's so hands-on. You know what I mean? Did you define pogrom again? Ethnic cleansing, chatter. Ethnic cleansing. That Jews withstood for a very long time throughout history in many different places. This chatter cut the TOS parts from this Journeyman Pictures, edited shocking insight into Israel's apartheid roadmap. Thank you so much for doing that, by the way. You didn't have to do that at all, but thank you. And now we are going to finally watch this comparison. The roadmap to apartheid, looking at the South African apartheid and comparing it to the Israeli one, side by side. Okay? Let's get started. Also, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break right now as well.
This is the beautiful land of Israel and Palestine. The world's 3 most prominent religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, consider it Holy Land. Each year, millions of people from around the world come here to pray for peace and prosperity. Yet this land is also a major center of conflict in the world today. For Jewish Israelis, the conflict centers on protecting a homeland created for the Jewish people in 1948. For Palestinians, it is about resisting decades of colonialism, expulsion, occupation, and apartheid. Most people identify apartheid with the grotesque system of control that existed in South Africa from 1948 to 1994, in which the white minority ruled over the black majority, stole their land, and deprived them of basic rights. It was a system reviled by the whole world, and it eventually crumbled under the combined pressure of internal resistance and international.
Historians must be the most depressed people. We never listen to them. That's just scientists in general. It's not like we fucking listen to the... It's not like, yeah, exactly, how's that working out? What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's not like we listen to climate scientists. We don't listen to anyone who's actually knowledgeable. We don't listen to smart people ever. And idiots like me try to make it more appealing to idiots like you and take the message from intelligent people who have a better understanding of the situation and give us warnings and try to warn everybody else. And then all of the other idiots turn around and tell me I'm wrong too and I'm bad. Really fucked up overall. But the reality is, absolutely nobody's listening to smart voices in any meaningful capacity in any of these circumstances. Fucking nasty.
National sanctions. Today, the word is back, and with it too is a growing global movement to end the Israeli form of apartheid.
Look at that. There's bodies in here, and that's why it's censored. You've gone up against most of the agitprop heads in the Western Media Complex. You are not done by any stretch.
October 1948, a new leadership. It denies the morality of economic free-for-all. Its slogan, to each his own. Its belief, parallel development, separate identity, apartheid.
The word apartheid, of course, is an Afrikaans word, which simply means separateness, being apart. So we had a wonderful term called separate development. But it was never intended to be equal.
One could talk about the petty apartheid. That was about the fact that almost from birth your life was separated from people of other races. You'd have to stand if the bus was full. If you went to the beach, there were some beaches you could not walk on. Those were the sort of petty manifestations. But you had the real apartheid, which for me was about the structural systems and policies of apartheid, the way in which land was taken away from people.
In the first post-war election, the white electorate voted into power a group of men dedicated to the complete separation of the races in South Africa.
The vision was to create a demographic white majority, at least of citizens, even
The closed captions are fucked, but I mean, I don't have a better way to do it. I don't know why. It just like has been broken for a while now. I don't know how to fix it.
Even though you were going to have the others in your midst, the entire nationalistic existence was at stake. It was going to be swamped by the black majority. So they evolved the concept of apartheid. Ultimately, the driving force behind it all was to create the white Afrikaner-led nation so that Afrikanerdom could sustain its permanent existence as a national entity.
Now united, the folk would decide South Africa's destiny. The years of division, of second-class citizenship, had conditioned Afrikaners to thinking of themselves as a people besieged.
Afrikaner history formed a sort of self-contained moral universe, whereas the rest of the world saw them as oppressors, as colonizers, as racists. They saw themselves as primarily as victims, settlers who were escaping religious persecution in Europe. They saw themselves as fighting for self-determination.
In 1836, in an extraordinary gesture of self-reliance and courage, 2,000 Boers crossed the Orange River into the wilderness, out of the bondage of British rule.
The first time in history that the term concentration camps appears is in Afrikaner history. About 10% of the population died in British concentration camps. So for them, apartheid was about survival, about self-determination, about redemption, about preserving a way of life. You see a very similar pattern in Zionism, despite that Palestinians experience it as a very aggressive colonizing movement that has dispossessed them. Israelis are capable of seeing themselves as victims, as survivors, of drawing on Jewish history in order to justify their status quo. It's important to address that. It's important to address them with empathy and to say, I don't accept what you do, but I understand what the motivation is, and to be able to talk about that.
We feel that the concept of apartheid is really crucial for understanding what's happening here and where Israel is going, because it's the only term that accurately defines the system that Israel is trying to develop. It isn't just a policy. It's not just discrimination. It's the way the system is structured. It's a separation of populations in which one group permanently and institutionally dominates another group.
It's getting to the point where there isn't going to be a Jewish majority. If you take the entirety of Israel and the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, we're at the point now where it's roughly 50-50.
And that's before any Palestinian refugees return.
Palestinians are broadly categorized into three main groups. The majority of Palestinians are refugees that were forced out of the land.
That's the PLO representative. Why are you saying and question mark? She's saying this is a terrifying prospect for those who want to maintain Israel as a theocratic ethno-state, a Jewish theocratic ethno-state. When you have 50-50 population split with 23% of Palestinian citizens of Israel being Palestinian, and then 5 million on top of that, because there's 9 million people in Israel proper, almost a quarter of the 9 million are Palestinian citizens of Israel, okay? And then on top of that, 5 million Palestinians are under occupation. When you get to a 50-50 split in that regard, it's just like every day, it becomes harder and harder to maintain the apartheid structure in a situation like that. And that's why you have to keep doing ethnic cleansing. This is before we factor in the 6 million Palestinians who are still currently in other countries like Jordan, like Lebanon, that are still under permanent refugee status by the UN.
That became Israel in 1948. Today, they number over 6 million people and still live in refugee camps in places like Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan. A second group is the Palestinians who managed to stay inside Israel during the 1948 war and became Israeli citizens.
Bedouin, Palestinian citizens, some of them.
And lastly, there are the 5 million Palestinians living in the occupied territories.
Damn, I
the
shouldn't have
West
spoken.
Bank,
This documentary is
East
basically
Jerusalem,
telling you everything.
And the Gaza Strip. This territory is defined by what is known as the Green Line. This is land that Israel occupied in the 1967 war and still controls to this day.
How's the Jewish population of those Arab-run countries doing is such a fun thing to always bring up, because it's not the fucking Palestinians that did pogroms of the Jews. And also, you know who fucking loved the security threat the Jews withstood in Arab countries in their own post-colonial Arab nationalist movements? Israel. They loved it so much, Mossad personally also accelerated the fears by doing bombing campaigns themselves. This argument is so fucking stupid. No one is discounting the atrocities in that regard, but you are literally assuming that Arabs are monolithic in general, and this is somehow the responsibility of Palestinians that are withstanding ethnic cleansing, which is a ridiculous fucking thing to say. This is not a good argument. I'm sorry. This is not a good argument. It's not a good argument. There's no good argument for ethnic cleansing in general. There has never been. It's also not exactly the position of Arab Jews living in Israel proper now that they want to go back to fucking Morocco but simply can't. So shut the fuck up. God, how pathetic, how fucking desperate for you to sit here and live in the comfort of the Western world and try to appeal to the humanity of these intellectual Westerners while simultaneously trying to describe genocide, but wokely, you know?
Palestinians in these areas do not have Israeli citizenship, nor do they have a state of their own.
It's such a... Okay, one thing I have to mention about this, like, Jews left all the Arab countries, like they were purged from all the Arab countries. How are they doing? It's such a gross thing to state. Why? Okay? You take payment for your work in rubles? Yes, of course. For the past 10 years, my advocacy for Palestinian people is simply not because of my moral considerations on apartheid and how I find it to be gross and unjustifiable, but simply because the Russian government is paying me. It must be, because I can't have a heart or a moral compass that says, hey, I really fucking despise these atrocities. These atrocities that I play an active role in continuing by paying my fucking taxes, by not being able to stop my government from single-handedly continuing the ethnic cleansing campaign. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, the thing that I find particularly offensive, the thing that I find extra gross, and this is such a Eurocentric Western position, this is something that Europeans love doing, especially Germans, okay? Oof, they love doing this shit. Because of the guilt that they have for the Holocaust or for other pogroms that have occurred historically against Jewish people, Europeans love being like, but the Arabs did pogroms too. Look how fucking bad the Arab pogroms were. I mean, that's why that's what it is. That's what's going on. It's the Arabs. It's those scary, spooky Muslim Arabs. Those are the guys who hate the Jews, not us. We love Israel. Don't come and live here, though, please. Please don't come and live here. We don't like that. It is such a obvious deflection and abdication of personal historical responsibility for not only the Holocaust, but centuries of pogroms that predate the Holocaust. I fucking despise that. I despise it. Anti-Semitism, does it exist in the Arab world? Of course. Does it exist in the Muslim world? Of course. But anti-Semitism in the Muslim world has existed for a far shorter period in time, especially accelerated through the inception of a Jewish state. And for a far longer period of time, Arabs, some of them Jewish, and Muslims peacefully coexisted in that region when the European counterparts that simply now avoid talking about their own fucking personal bloody history were butchering and ruthlessly slaughtering and ethnically displacing Jews all around the world. It is disgusting. Arab states historically and Muslim states historically have been a safe harbor for Jews. That's why so many Jews lived in Arab states to begin with. And for those who have been caught up in this propaganda, okay? For those who have been caught up in this propaganda, I urge you to open your eyes and recognize that the very same right-wing newspapers that you know hate Jewish people, you know are anti-Semitic, you know that engage in anti-Semitic propaganda regularly in the identical ways that Nazis did, talking about cultural Marxism, talking about how Jews are allowing immigration to occur into the Western world to engage in moral degeneracy. The exact same ways in which Nazis propagandized against Jews, anti-socialist propaganda, anti-Soviet propaganda, anti-communist propaganda, anti-Semitic propaganda. These are bedfellows. I urge you to recognize that the people that do that are the same people who are the biggest champions of the Israeli state. They are the same people that now say the real anti-Semitism is actually being anti-Israel. Not what we do on every other day of the fucking week. It's actually being anti-Israel. And it does not matter. Look at the Jewish people that are at the forefront of this anti-apartheid, anti-Zionist protests in both the United States of America and in the Western world. Those are bad Jews. Those are bad Jews. They're not good Jews, which is inherently an anti-Semitic thing to say. And it, in my opinion, is additionally illuminating when coming from a Christian evangelical Zionist who has no interest in Jewish people surviving and thriving in any part of the world, really, and simply has this conditional allegiance with the Zionist project because of their own theological Armageddon fantasies. A cult, a suicide cult. It's bullshit. Open your fucking eyes. I read today there was actually reported blood libel and anti-Semitism in the Ottoman Empire. It wasn't Muslims, though. It was Christian Orthodox Greeks in the road since the 1800s. Yes, it was illegal. I'm pretty sure harming Jewish people was considered illegal in the Ottoman Empire. Look, I don't like talking about this too much. I'm lying. I actually do like talking about it a lot because it was considered to be, like, historians at least consider the Ottoman Empire to be far more interested in reform and far more open-minded than its contemporary counterparts, other empires at the time, specifically with its taxation, jizya, where everyone was free to believe whatever religion they wanted to believe, but if you were non-Muslim, then you had to pay a tax. But beyond that, it was like a far better position to exist under, especially because Muslims also paid taxes, and Muslims were also part of the military as well. So there were like additional things that Muslims had to do in the Ottoman Empire, which is why it was seen as a valid tax to have upon the Christian and Jewish populations. Sometimes I think you're not a socialist, but simply an Ottoman nationalist. The Ottoman Empire allowed massacres on Armenians a lot. I mean, yes, it was the fucking genocide. Yeah, that make no mistake. This is not something that I deny. Of course. The death thralls of the Ottoman Empire were brutal. The final stage of the Ottoman Empire was horrifying. It was bloody. It was awful. Anyway, let's continue with this document.
What you have in the West Bank is two entirely separate and unequal geographies that are superimposed on each other but exist separately. You have the Palestinians who are cut off into dozens of ghettos, literally surrounded by walls and physical barriers, with little access to work, to education, even to the basic means of survival. Food and water is often difficult to come by. And then superimposed on that, you have the settlers who live in what look like American-style suburbs, very spacious, very luxurious homes with swimming pools, with access to water.
Immediately after the 1967 occupation, Israel began building Jewish-only settlements in the occupied territories and started moving its population into these settlements, a practice that is illegal under international law. There are approximately 220 Jewish-only settlements scattered throughout the West Bank. Their territorial jurisdiction includes not only the Palestinian land upon which they are built, but often the land that surrounds the settlements, which is reserved for their so-called natural growth.
Each
I
of
have
those
talked about the
settlements,
Zionist
every single one
militias
of
between
them is
1918
only
and
allocated
1948.
to Jewish Israelis. Roughly 60% of the West Bank.
If you're wondering, you can watch the video that I did with a Palestine historian from Princeton, Zach Foster, where we addressed a lot of the Zionist brigades in the early formation of leading up to the Israeli nation-state's development.
Is allocated or controlled by the settlements or the military installations.
What we see in the last 40 years is we see vast Israeli government efforts and vast amounts of public money spent and poured into allocating land in the territories, building settlements on it, and
Other than taking land as the main point of settlements to split the West Bank territory into more manageable areas, yes, the West Bank settlements were deliberately designed to partition off areas that had a lot of Palestinians living in them so that there was no contiguity in the West Bank, in the occupied West Bank territory between Palestinians and their villages. They were very deliberately cutting, and they did this not only through settlements that they were, of course, illegal to construct, but also through a process of building highways and roads that Palestinians were not allowed to use, as a matter of fact, and still are not allowed to use to this day. It was done to cut through the Palestinian villages so that if you lived in three different areas in the West Bank, you would not be able to easily and freely go from one town to the next. Some of which, like in the Jericho area, was completely shut off from the rest. It was like completely crippled, like surrounded by in all parts, creating a structure of checkpoints.
and obviously encouraging Israelis to move out of Israel and into these settlements.
Gilon is, I think, a neighborhood where everybody's living, because people have moved out. If you can't afford to live in the downtown in the center of the city, you move out to the new neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And you're going to find you have everybody living over here, religious and not religious, more people to the left, people to the right.
Yeah, people go and fucking live there because it's cheap real estate.
Look at Gilon as part of Jerusalem.
This is Gilo settlement, which was annexed in the 80s and the beginning of the 90s. They start building it in the mid-80s. When they start putting caravans, then it started being built until it became a very big neighborhood of Jerusalem, accommodating thousands of settlers' families on Palestinian land. The people there didn't sell the land, they stole it.
There was a decision taken by Israel in 1967 that Jerusalem should be reunited as one city. And part of that political agenda was to establish on the hills surrounding Jerusalem new Jewish neighborhoods in a way that would make it very difficult to, again, divide the city into two parts.
The settlements were not built for security. They were built out of a proactive claim to the country. The words mislead. They're not a couple of little trailers on a hillside. These are cities of 40, 50, 60, 70,000 people. They're built over water, aquifers. They're built at key junctions. They're built on certain hilltops. They're built to control movement. They're built to control the border. I mean, every settlement has its rationale.
We can see from here the village. It extended toward the settlement of Ariel, which is located above the hill over there. Ariel, located in the heart of the West Bank, which means 25 kilometers to the east of the Green Line. There is a very important aquifer located on the underground under this area, which the Israelis are stealing. They are enjoying the water. They are irrigating the gardens and washing their cars and playing with the dogs with water. And here we are suffering the shortage of water.
Per capita, Israelis use about 6 or 7 times the amount of water that Palestinians use. And many times in the summer months, Palestinians do not get water, even though it's their water that's being pumped out by the Israelis and sold back to them. They don't get sufficient supplies.
The cut of water in summer means that we will be...
Yeah, there's an entire apartheid economy that Israel also takes advantage of that doesn't get a lot of mention usually, which is that I've briefly talked about this. Like, for example, Many people think that inside of Gaza, people are just like dropping fucking money bags or something. That's not how that works. As a matter of fact, all these organizations have to work by bribing Israeli officials in many instances so they can operate safely and securely within the Gaza boundaries. Another thing that they do, of course, is purchase supplies, because you have to purchase supplies. It's not just like, you don't just like give Palestinians money. What the fuck are they going to do? You have to bring in bags of flour, bags of grain, bags of food, medical supplies, and the like. And in order to get that, the cheapest place, especially to transport those medical supplies, is, of course, still Israel. So you go and purchase those medical supplies and bags of grain and flour from Israel. So all dollars that circulate into Palestine for Palestinians still go through Israel and contribute to the Israeli economy in that regard. Same with the water. 97% of the water in Gaza is toxic. It's not drinkable. Gaza has very little desalination plants, if any at all. They have to work with energy. You need energy, or at least constant fuel, in order to operate those desalination plants. And Israel refuses to let the existing desalination plants get rebuilt after they bomb them. Okay? So now Gazans have to purchase their water again from Israel.
Without water for 3 or 4 months along the year. So we try to compensate that by collecting the rain in the cisterns, in the wells, which it's not healthy. So, but we are forced to use this water, which causes many diseases for the children and for the inhabitants in the village. And my daughter was one case for that. She was infected by some infections because of the water, and she got a kidney failure.
Apartheid was the attempt to separate people and allow resources and privilege and rights to flow to people on the basis of the separate groups in which they were categorized.
And so you have the settlements are very strategic. It's not just real estate. They were built out of a proactive claim to the country.
Famous interview. We've seen this woman appear in many other Al Jazeera documentaries as well. It's so funny that she has been a fucking demon, okay? She has been a fucking West Bank demon for such a long time that I've seen this psychotic freak, the Karen of West Bank, in like 5 other documentaries. There's 470,000 settlers in West Bank. 470,000 settlers. And this woman is so fucking prominent in how gross and anti-Palestinian she is that, like, she openly will basically pose for the cameras every fucking time there's someone who's like, hey, we want to show the dignity of Palestinians and how fucking gross and psychopathic and bloodthirsty monsters the settlers are. And she goes, oh, dude, fuck yeah, give it to me. I am the super Karen. Let me fucking show it to you. Pollywood at it again. Yeah, totally, dude. Totally. Pallywood, right? Yeah. Yeah, she's in the Vice Evangelical documentary. She takes Christians on tour. She's in like 3 different Al Jazeera documentaries from the West Bank. She's in another documentary. I think she was like interviewed by B'Tselem too.
הארמון של דוד המלך, אוויר, עצי זית, עצי פרי. ויש 2 חלונות פונים לצד ההוא של העיר, רואים את כל הרחבון, אז שכנה שלי קוראת לזה חלונות מוטיבציה. מסתכלים, פותחים בבוקר את החלון, רואים מה עוד יש לעשות. למה כל עוד אנחנו רק פה ולא שם, אז זהו. הבית הזה, בית של ערבים בינתיים, ויש פה עוד בית שהיה של ערבים היום הוא יהודי. אז אין הזמן התייהד.
People are so funny when, oh God, never mind. I'm not even going to fucking talk about it. Jesus Christ.
Nowhere is the government separation principle shown so starkly as in the city of Hebron, a city deep in the heart of the...
It's just like the cruelties are so unimaginable that people literally simply go, there's no way. There's no way that they're like fucking this gross. You know what I mean? There's no way. It can't be. This goes against everything I know about humanity. You know what I mean?
West Bank with a population of about 160,000 Palestinians.
What was the... What? Gas the Arabs, JDL.
Nowhere is the government separation principle shown so starkly as in the city of Hebron, a city deep in the heart of the West Bank with a population of about 160,000 Palestinians. In the middle of Hebron, in Palestinian homes, often vacated under severe pressure, live 600 Jewish settlers.
Wait, that woman is Sarah Marzel, wife of settler extremist Baruch Marzel, and the mother-in-law of Itamar Ben-Gvir? Oh my God, the plot thickens, dude. This lady has been a diehard for the fucking cause for a minute now.
Off and
all right, I'm gonna pee. I'll be back.
Thousands of soldiers.
I said Karen Gvir is a joke. No way. Nope. It's fucking real.
Although
it was real.
These two populations live under two separate and unequal sets of laws. Jewish settlers in the West Bank live under Israeli civil law, while Palestinians live under Israeli military law.
ليش اسكر الباب؟ تدخليش انت. ما تدخلي. تسكري الدلة. تسكري الدلة. ما تدخلي. ما بدكش تسكر الباب. تشافت فوق الكلوف. شرموطة. شرموط. شرموطة بكل البنات شلخ. ديري بالك انت ما تجيش هون. بدنا نطلع من برات البيت انت ما قلتيش عنا. اتركيها. مش عارفة شو بتعمل يا خيال؟
The settler population in the West Bank is roughly 500,000. The Palestinian population in that same area is roughly 2.5 million.
So we have a classic situation of really an ethnic minority claiming the entire country, a large territory. And then now what do you do with the natives? What do you do with the whoever you are? In this case, the non-Jews.
In South Africa, the architecture was amazing. First, you give people an identity. Then, of course, you give people pass laws. So you define.
Stop. I've seen her so many times. I'm not going to rewind.
Construct blockages for the movement.
Stop, Chad.
Control was exerted through a complicated.
I love that I've been covering everything that's going on in Israel for the past 10 years. And certainly nonstop for the past 3 weeks. And you're like, oh, dude, you missed another fascist moment from the same settler we have seen 8 fucking different times in 8 different fucking documentaries, okay? This is what apartheid looks like when it comes to your door. So Collins come to your home and take you out with military forces. It's a fucking shame how Western people can't fucking imagine this picture and keep imagining burned babies pictures that don't even fucking exist. No, I mean, those burnt babies exist, okay? The difference is those burned babies are another, and you will see in this documentary, another byproduct of having and maintaining this apartheid structure.
Pass system that determined when and where an African could move. These passes became one of the most detested symbols of apartheid.
The issue of the pass was much more than a question of identity or an identity document. It was a mechanism to ensure the control over people's movement and where people lived.
הייתי פעם גר בשעפאט.
תבוא עם ארנונה שכתוב בית חולים.
כן?
תשמע, ממחר אתה עובר דרך הצרות. תשמע, אתה מעל גיל 55, ממחר אתה לא עובר פה, רק הצרות. בסדר?
Today in occupied Palestine, Palestinians must carry IDs at all times that essentially dictate where they can live, work, and move.
Guys, not an apartheid, okay? Apartheid is too loaded of a term, guys. It's too loaded of a term, but we have to figure out, obviously, where the bad guys can go, because otherwise then they'll have to live amongst the clean, pure Jewish masses. You know what I mean? We can't do that. We have to make sure the dirty Arab Palestinian population lives in their own little areas that we've pushed them into, Bantustans, we can call it maybe. You know, we've partitioned off their land so that they don't commingle with the clean, pure Jews that live in the area. It's complicated. It's too complicated to call an apartheid. Please, you just don't understand the complex history. You don't understand the necessity for the maintenance of this partition. You just got to do it. It's for our security, okay? And it's for your security in the Western world too, because guess what? These guys, if they are allowed to commingle with Jewish people in their own fucking lands, okay, what's next? They're going to come for you. They're going to do a terrorism to you, okay? They're going to come for your free speech.
Complex system of movement restrictions requires special permits to enter certain areas. There are over 600 manned checkpoints and physical roadblocks in the West Bank that restrict the freedom of movement of Palestinians. Only 36 of these separate...
I'm starting to think Israel might be a bit racist. Thank you, Weeby.
Israel and the West Bank.
You might be an anti-Semitic tanky for that one, I think. I'm afraid.
The rest separate Palestinian towns from other Palestinian towns.
I mean, I don't understand why Palestine is asking for justice and make Israel out to be the bad guys when it's been an ongoing war for years and it just escalated even worse. I feel as though Hamas is the only true threat here. Really? Is that how you feel? Are you blind? Did your eyes get fucking gouged or something? This is 20 minutes of a documentary that goes to fucking Holocaust and apartheid scholars and is like basically showing you in the West Bank, by the way, where no Hamas exists, okay? So suck my dick on that one. And you're just seeing like Arabs and Palestinians in general going, oh, well, Hamas is the real threat here. That's why we have to maintain an apartheid regime. What happened? Are you blind? Are you deaf? Are you stupid? What's going on? Get the fuck out of here. Are you watching? Hamas is the only threat? Really? Hamas is the only threat? That's crazy.
Abuse, beatings, humiliation at the checkpoints is a routine part of the experience. It's part of the systematic...
That's a kid that was getting slapped. That was a juicer. Like that one juicer who came and said, it seems like Hamas is the only threat. Okay? That's a kid your age getting slapped up by some fucking dipshit with a military vest and a helmet for the crime of being Palestinian, you know? You think that's all right? You think that's good? No, you don't have any fucking way of understanding the situation. Because the greatest threat you face is the top of the hour ad break when you're unsubscribed at the top of every hour. Facing the top of the hour ad break. That's what breaks you. You're like, oh, I don't want to deal with that. So if that's your greatest threat, and you don't know that you can avoid it by subscribing $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub, then you're never gonna be able to comprehend it. Here it is. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Empowerment of Palestinians, placing an entire population at the mercy of 18, 19-year-old soldiers who have absolute power over the lives of Palestinians.
How many is it? Over 60 women who have given birth at checkpoints because some silly kid won't let them through, or taking 20 minutes to let an ambulance through.
شو بدي أفكر يعني مفكرش غير إنه في ابني يعني كيف بدنا نمرض بس كنت خايفة عليه يعني من الموت أنا كنت أتخيل دائما إنه بده يموت مش عارف يعني خلاص بدي أصرخ فيهم خفت يأخرونا أكثر بدي أشدهم خفت يأخذوا زوجي يعني بقيت خايفة كثير خايفة منهم.
I called him after maybe 5 minutes. Please come here and see my child. He's dying. Please come and see him. He came and he said to me, "Why are you calling? Why are you calling me? Don't call us. I want to check your IDs and to check the cars. After you can go." I said to him, "Nothing here in the car. We are not going from the war. We are going from a house to go to hospital only. We haven't any weapons, we haven't arms, we have not anything. Only we are the four with a child." We reached the hospital. The doctor said to us, "We can do nothing to him. Your child died about 20 minutes ago."
بس أنا دائما طبعا بيبقى في داخلي غضب كبير ويعني بدي أصرخ عليهم بدي أضربهم بدي شو بدي أسوي يعني.
I have been able to visit Israel and Palestine on more than 2 occasions. And what I experienced there was such a crude reminder of our painful past in apartheid South Africa. We were largely controlled in the same way. The continuous checking at the roadblocks, and to see these young men and young women standing at the roadblock, having to perform the duties of a military junta. These parallels with Israel pained me severely while I was traveling through that trip.
The settlements are linked by modern superhighways, which are Jewish-only roads. Palestinians are not allowed to use them.
Yep.
And these superhighways crisscross across Palestinian land, linking the settlements together and linking them with Israeli cities inside the 1948 borders.
The separate roads that you find, the kind of whole settlement infrastructure that you find in the West Bank, for example, which in South Africa, we didn't dream that we'd have roads that would be only for whites.
In 2008, there were 800 kilometers of Jewish-only roads in the West Bank, or as the Israeli military prefers to call them, sterile roads. Settlers are issued yellow license plates so that the military can distinguish them from Palestinians.
Wait, that's weird. Why do they have to do that? I don't understand. That there must be no insidious reason for that, right? I mean, that's just perfectly normal. What's next, Hassan? California black license plates and yellow license plates? Well, that also exists as well. Does that mean that there's an apartheid in California? I don't know. Kind of stupid. I'm a fucking idiot, by the way. I have no way of understanding how any of this works.
אוקיי, זה כביש 443 בין ירושלים לתל אביב. דרך טובה לכל אלה שרוצים לברוח מכביש מספר 1, שחק קצת הפקקים.
הוא גם כביש נוח לנסיעה. אין בו, הוא כביש רובו ישר. לא עיקולים, לא זה, והוא כביש מאוד נוח לנסיעה, וגם מקצר בין לי ב7 קילומטר לבירה. תשים לב, מהמחסום, כולם חסומות. כל היציאות חסומות. עכשיו יש להם כביש מקביל. פה כבישים מקבילים לכביש הזה.
شو هذا اللي بتفكر؟ ولا طريق يعني مش سيارة. لا ايش بكي على السيارة؟ الاسطوبة بس اللي على جنب.
The other part of this system is the Palestinian roads, which is linking the Palestinian villages and cities together, but it is tunnels, in the tunnels and bridges under the main network of roads that they are creating for themselves. And this bridges and this tunnels, it has...
I heard Tel Aviv is a great tourism city. They have sushi and beaches and awesome restaurants. Yeah. It's built on top of... which city is cooler between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem? Don't you feel bad for 50-year subs who still can't comprehend your teachings? Just like, go spend money on weed, bro. Says Dog Poop Small. Meanwhile, not understanding some of my teachings here, failing to recognize or comprehend my teachings in this very moment.
Gates, and the gates has locked, and the locks is in the hands of the soldiers. It means if they want to do curfew all over the West Bank in 2 hours, they can do it.
جاء المستوطنون سنة 1987 منعوا السيارات من السير على الشارع الالتفافي والشارع الرئيسي للقرية.
The Jewish-only roads serving the settlement of Avnei Hefetz are but one of the many examples of the segregated road system in the West Bank. Because of the settlement, Israel declared the roads between the Palestinian towns of Shufa and Izbat Shufa a sterile road for Jews only, erecting dirt roadblocks for Palestinians at every exit of the town.
Sterile roads.
Recently, Israel allowed Palestinian pedestrian but not vehicular traffic on the road. Due to these conditions, 1 out of every 4 families has left Shufa.
بسبب انهم منعونا نقطع الشارع نروح طول الكرم فبنلف 30 كيلومتر تاني علما ان المسافه بيننا وبين طول الكرم 7 كيلومتر. شوفي 2000 نسمه في حين عدد المستوطنين 300 نسمه بتمتعوا في كل شيء محرومين احنا اصحاب الحق والارض بس محرومين نروح ونيجي براحتهم. المهم في المستوطنين هذول انهم بيجوا هون 300 مستوطن بروحوا بيرجعوا نهايه اسبوع بيناموا هون وبعدين بقيت حياتهم بغضوا فترة ثانية بتل أبيب إسرائيل. يعني انحرمنا مشان بس متعتهم يعني يقعدوا هون بس يوم أو يومين.
The website that you're asking for is B'Tselem. It is an Israeli group against the occupation. It's an Israeli humanitarian group that is against the occupation.
A deeply religious people, the white Afrikaners of South Africa believed they had a God-given right to a land that they considered mostly uninhabited. In what is known as the Great Trek, what Afrikaners consider their equivalent of the Exodus, thousands trekked into the wilderness in search of the promised land. The Afrikaners pushed into land the Africans considered theirs, and many battles ensued. Armed with guns and protected by a circle of covered wagons known as a lager, the Afrikaners easily beat back the indigenous masses that outnumbered them. This image of the heroic settlers in their lager fending off the savage masses became the dominant mythology in Afrikaner history, morphing into the philosophy of apartheid in 1948. Under apartheid law, the one standard against which everything was judged was the security of the state, and the state meant the Afrikaner people. With every law enacted, the freedoms of the majority were whittled away in order to protect the privileges of a white minority. In Pretoria today stands a monument to the Great Trek, a shrine to this history and philosophy. A concrete lager, that iconic image of the Afrikaners' military defense tactic, completely surrounds the monument, a physical representation.
You said there's a non-significant Jewish South African population. Where do they fall during the apartheid? A great question. Just like the Jewish population in general, some of the Jewish people were Zionists in South Africa, specifically because Israel, alongside South Africa, were important in the Cold War at the time, and it was in the interest of America to maintain the relationships. And other Jews were, of course, on the side of those fighting against apartheid, because Jews are not a fucking monolith. Some of the only white people arrested alongside Mandela were Jewish. Yep.
Representation of a state of mind that sees enemies everywhere and will do anything to protect against them.
What I experienced there was made even more painful by the existence of the wall of separation, what we from South Africa prefer to call the apartheid wall. We didn't have that type of division in South Africa.
In 2002, under the guise of a temporary security measure, Israel began construction of the separation barrier to completely seal off the West Bank from Israel. In urban areas, it is a concrete wall 8 meters tall. In rural areas, it is a smart fence, averaging 60 meters wide, with motion, heat, and vibration sensors, cameras, trenches, patrol roads, and razor wire. To many, however, the wall is not about security. Its snake-like route through the West Bank annexes large Jewish-only settlements, agricultural land, and important water resources.
What's your big beef with Israel's prime minister? Where does all this intense animosity stem from? This is bait, I think, right? Gotta be. Last time this person was in here was like, okay. Jessica Clixon, seems like you probably are in here on a sock account or something. But I will tell you, okay? I will explain what you're supposed to say in this situation. So when you want to troll and try to, like, I don't know, say that, like, I'm anti-Semitic, like, imply that I'm potentially anti-Semitic, what you're supposed to do is not fucking say, oh, you hate the Israeli prime minister, because, like, Israel hates the Israeli prime minister as well. What you're supposed to try and say, in order to troll me adequately, or to try to, like, bait the notion or imply that I'm anti-Semitic without, like, openly stating it, is by saying, like, why is Israel the only country that you criticize? Which is not the case, of course, but you're a liar and a son of a bitch anyway. But that won't stop you. This would be a better opportunity for you to troll by making it seem like I only have been covering Israel. Like, ooh, what's that about? I'll give you better Hasbara talking points if you would like, if you want to do that, if you want to engage in that sort of thing. Why is Israel the only country that you criticize? It seems like you have a specific problem with Israel. Why do you never talk about all of the Jews that were purged from Arab countries and the intense anti-Semitism of the Arab world? Specifically, you could talk about, like, how anti-Semitism is simply an Arab invention. You know what I mean? These Muslims and Jewish people just simply cannot coexist, as though anti-Semitism was not far more formative as an ideology that that was at the forefront of fascism, and also before that even pogroms that happened in European countries. Arabs are Semitic. I'm not saying you're being anti-Semitic. Well, okay. If you are still engaging in trolling, I don't know what you're doing now. Like I said, the thing is, like, Netanyahu, not a very popular figure anyway. As a matter of fact, most liberal Zionists will say, "Oh, I hate Netanyahu. I hate it," but also then will turn around and repeat exactly what he wants to do.
Sources, clearly marking it as a tool for massive land grabs. Only 15% of the wall follows the Green Line. Instead, the wall twists and turns deep into the West Bank, making it more than twice as long as the Green Line itself. It separates Palestinian villages from neighboring Palestinian villages, farmers from their land and income, parents from children, and severely restricts.
For the record, I believe this documentary is from 2012, and the situation has worsened by insane margins since then, like unimaginable margins since then.
Palestinian freedom of movement. It encircles many towns from all sides, creating isolated ghettos surrounded by walls, checkpoints, and Israeli-only roads.
When you put people behind the wall in all of these ghettos, because almost everywhere it is creating ghetto communities with one road or one checkpoint or one tunnel with a gate in it out, then at a certain point there is going to be, when there's not enough work and not enough food, more and more pressure built up. Obviously a lot of people will leave, and I think that's part of the intention.
Now, in the South African context, the attempt by the apartheid government was to de-citizenize more than 80% of the South African population, and then give them new citizenship in some kind of a fantasy entity. Bophuthatswana, Transkei, etc. So the South African state could say, you have no claims over us, you're a citizen of Bophuthatswana. Social benefits, etc. is what you should be looking for there.
The godfather of the system was Dr. Hendrik Verwoerd.
In South Africa, you can only achieve peace by separating the nation.
I want to point to something here, because I'm sure that in the past I talked about the Palestinians killed in the West Bank and then described to you how that works. But I'm certain that there are people who are still going to be questioning it because they're Islamophobic pieces of shit. But here is the numbers if you want to hear it from literally Western sources, because it's not enough to just take my word on it. But here is more than 100 Palestinians killed in the West Bank amid the Gaza war. Across the occupied West Bank since the war erupted between Israel and Gaza's Islamist rulers Hamas. It's not like these guys are, in any way, shape, or form saying nice things about Palestinians. In photos, more than 100 Palestinians killed in the West Bank since October 7th. I believe the current number is now at 109, maybe? I'm not entirely sure, but it's happening in refugee camps in the West Bank with IDF operations. It's happening as the IDF is opening live ammunition on protesters. So yeah, there it is. Very odd that people would question it, but have to maintain. I have to show that for those who are wondering where it's coming from.
And he spelled out the whole Bantustan.
Not very difficult to find these numbers.
Be given their own countries. They embarked upon this remarkable experiment of trying to cut up the country into Bantustans, and these were created, at least on paper, 10 of them. And the move began to advance them towards independence.
My government would like to continue as we are, an autonomous and independent country, preferably with extended borders, continued friendly and cordial relations with our neighbors, and if possible.
How would you actually answer the question about anti-Semitism from all the Arab countries and not talking about that? Because I was faced with that IRL. Wait, what? How would you actually answer the questions about not talking about the anti-Semitism for all the Arab countries? Because that's what my mother told me. Wait, who's not talking about the anti-Semitism from Arab countries? Is your mom a fan of mine and saying I don't talk about anti-Semitism in Arab countries or something? I'm so confused. It's so odd. What the fuck is going on? Are you asking for talking points? Because there is anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism exists in Arab nations. Anti-Semitism still exists in European nations. Okay? I went over it for 20 minutes, and I told you that in Arab nations, which were seen as safe harbors for Jews escaping pogroms for a very long time, Jews and Muslims and Christians, well, especially Jews and Muslims, lived in a much more harmonious and much more peaceful capacity in comparison to because I was defending Palestine, she asked me why I wasn't talking about that as well. Okay. Many Jewish people that were escaping pogroms and the Inquisition in Spain then escaped into both Morocco and also the Ottoman Empire. So for a longer period in time, Jews in the Arab world peacefully coexisted alongside Muslims. This was before the post-colonial movements that occurred in the Arab world, and Arab nationalism took root. In that process, there was certainly anti-Semitic pogroms that occurred in that time frame, but it is a much shorter period of time, and the contemporary anti-Semitic sentiment in Arab countries are almost entirely related to Israel's inception as a Jewish state. Okay? The displacement of Arabs by Zionists began after 1914, especially during the 30s, though, and the 1948 start date of the conflict is somewhat limited. What? The immortality of the Bantustan policy, whereby 70% of the people would be apportioned only 13% of the land, was obvious. Under the new policy, even though 2/3 of Africans lived in so-called white areas, they could only have citizenship in their own tribal homelands. The scheme gave us neither freedom in white areas nor independence in what they deemed our areas, Nelson Mandela said in 1959, which is identical to the situation with Gaza and the West Bank. Rashid Khalidi's novels are also great on the history of Palestine, but it is also nonfiction. I have one here that Alex brought that he read, that he recommended, The 100 Years War on Palestine, Rashid Khalidi, A History of Settler Colonialism and Resistance from 1917 to 2017. But like I said, the displacement started, the displacement of Arabs in the hands of British Mandate Palestine started shortly after British Mandate Palestine became a place. Before that, it was under Ottoman rule. But the anti-Semitism in the Arab world is especially now in the Arab world and in the Muslim world is mostly a invention of Israel considering Zionism to be a Jewish project and the development of a Jewish nation state. That's where that comes from. That's how it took root, which is the weird. I mean, which is why I always say anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, right? And that, as a matter of fact, claiming that the interests of maintaining a Jewish nation state is actually for the entire Jewish population around the world is inherently an anti-Semitic thing to say, which is identical to what Zionists say. They use that as a propaganda tool, which, of course, is the people responding to that will also recognize it and will say things that are anti-Semitic. This does not justify anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is gross, immoral, and in many instances the greatest indication that someone is a fascist. Okay?
International recognition.
Most of them were stooges and really puppets of the apartheid state.
To give some veneer of reality to the fantasy of the Bantustans, the Afrikaner government threw money at them, built elaborate parliaments, housing for ministers, built airports, sports stadiums. It was to create separate states. It was not so much a two-state solution as a multi-state solution. When I look at...
It's so funny when motherfuckers go and look up like a Wikipedia page to try and fucking figure out if there have been any pogroms or any anti-Semitic incidents in the Ottoman Empire, not realizing that the fucking footnotes will show you that it's actually Christian anti-Semitic incidents that occurred in the Ottoman Empire, which is hilarious, but that's like besides the point. But I do appreciate the sentiment. It's just like, but look at it a little bit further. And of course there was still anti-Semitism. It's just in comparison to the Western world, in comparison to the pogroms and ethnic cleansing campaigns that occurred against Jewish people, having a fucking leader of this empire openly saying Jews have safe harbor here and we will fucking defend them and they can peacefully coexist is massively different. So suck my cock, you coping, possibly Christian fundamentalist, possibly fucking incredibly racist scumbag. Oof.
At Israel, when I traveled through the West Bank, I was looking at Bantustans, totally unviable, impossible states.
Stop assuming shit, dog. Really? That's a pretty good fucking assumption to make, I think, when I'm offering a historically accurate assessment of the relationship that Jewish people had historically in the Arab world, in the Muslim world in general, in comparison to how Jewish people were treated in Europe, and some fucking coping Angloid dog comes in here and tries to fucking counter this narrative with ahistorical nonsense by omitting key details of how anti-Semitism occurred, or even refuses to acknowledge that it is a comparison to contemporary European nations at the time. I don't think it's a bad assumption. Misses the point. You don't think it's a bad assumption, and the reason why you don't think it's a bad assumption, okay? You don't think it's a bad assumption because it's your own personal bias. I'm not having an argument with you against your knowledge of the facts. I'm having an argument with you and the biases that you hold. It is very hard. It is very difficult to escape your current programming. I'll give you an example. In modern European history, if you look at Europe and the free travel that exists in the European Union and Europe in general, it is virtually impossible to imagine a time where European nations were warring with one another. But throughout the history of European nations, they warred with one another for far longer than they were at peace with one another, despite the fact that this seems unimaginable. Okay? Why? Because you are a human being and you have biases. So obviously what you see and what you experience for your entire lives are going to be what you think is the truth, and nothing has been ever different than that. A similar thing happened with anti-Semitism shifting away from Europe and Russia and many other places where Jewish people were forcibly expelled from, and literally were victims of the Holocaust as well, which is like a almost singular evil, okay? Impossible to repeat how industrial this machine of death and cruelty was, okay? You forget about all that because a lot of resources want you to not think about that and instead think about how anti-Semitic Arabs are now. Look at the Arabs. They're the anti-Semites, not us. Please don't think that we're anti-Semitic. Meanwhile, it's not that long ago where the fucking Holocaust happened.
In many respects, it struck me as being significant.
Why are people trying to fucking argue with me on this? Jesus Christ.
As much as we abhorred them.
Mr. Swat, I did not listen to your arguments, but you are clearly crying. Thank you.
In South Africa, Bantustan leaders actually had more power and more control than the Palestinian Authority has. What Oslo did was create an authority which allowed Israel to still control the occupied Palestinian territory, but control it through a Palestinian Authority. Ostensibly, there's some kind of Palestinian authority that's controlling, that's in power of the occupied territory. In fact, Israel controls the borders, Israel controls taxes, Israel controls all kinds of things, access in and out of that area.
To me, the big analogy was that South Africa, in taking these two choices, where you've got two or more nationalisms laying claim to the same country, you either got to find a way to live together, or you've got to have a fair partition. The big similarity between apartheid South Africa and the Israeli-Palestinian situation is that both decided to have a partition solution. And in both cases, it was a grotesquely unfair partition.
And this is why Israel says, well, Gaza is not our problem. Gaza is a foreign country. It's not a state. It's not part of any other country. It's just not us.
Just like South Africa, it's the same logic. We need a Palestinian state because we can't digest the Palestinians. We can't give them citizenship, because then it wouldn't be a Jewish state. We have to create a Palestinian state because that's the only way we can get them off our hands. But it has to be a minimized state on as little territory as possible that leaves us in control of the entire country.
South Africa, they were talking about 13% of South Africa to the South African people in cantons, looking them in cantons. Here, when you look at the map, what they are created is about leaving to the Palestinians 12% of our historical land. This is the ghetto state. ghetto system that they are creating here. And it's totally disconnected from each other. We have 1, 2, 3, and the fourth is Gaza.
صار اللي هو يوم سبت 27 كنا نحن في الحلم بقاش يخطر على بالنا انه تصير حرب زي هذه. احنا طبعا ليل ونهار كان القصف شغال، خبط شغال، الفسفور، ما تعرفش ايش تسوي، كل شوي والثانيه ينزل صاروخ في المنطقه اللي انت فيها، تحمل اولادك وتاخذ مرتك وتجري في الشارع. 21 يوم وانتهت الحرب، وطبعا جينا صرنا نفقد حالنا، اللي بده يشوف مرته، اللي يشوف اولاده، اللي يشوف مش عارف ايش. غرفه واحده جيت طبعا قد بيتي مهدوم، مطبخ رايح، صالون رايح، غرفه رايحه، باب الدار رايح، الحيطان هذا كله رايح، كله راح. واحد من الناس انا نايم في شارع، يعني انا بنام في الشارع.
الحمام كيف مكشوف غير سترنا بالبطن.
انا يعني انستر ما حدا يشوفني، ما حدا يشوف زوجتي، ما حدا يشوف بناتي. العالم كله طبعا ما شافش الحرب هذه اللي صارت علينا. مرت الحرب على سلام، هلقيت اجى وقت الجوع ووقت الاهانات. يعني تجيب طحين لاولادك ما فيش، تجيب خضره ما فيش، تجيب كله هذا طبعا مش موجود عندي. هذا كله طبعا من الحصار.
Since 2006, Israel has imposed a deadly siege on the Gaza Strip, prohibiting most goods and people from entering or leaving the enclave. The siege has caused an economic standstill in Gaza. The unemployment rate hovers around 40%. On the more ridiculous end of the spectrum of goods not allowed into Gaza are things like pasta and chocolate.
This apparently is stopped.
Recently obtained Israeli government documents show
I mean,
this to be a
pasta is now
policy.
allowed. Well, not right now,
Mathematic
but
formulas were created which define the minimum caloric needs of the 1.5 million people in Gaza, as well as an upper limit so that food items cannot become too plentiful.
they call
In
this
2009,
putting the Palestinians on a
Israel
diet.
bombed Gaza's sewage treatment facilities and electricity plants, and now won't allow the necessary parts in to repair them. Restrictions on fuel imports further limit the ability of critical infrastructure to function, while also causing.
This is why I despise that white supremacist piece of shit monster Ben Shapiro when he fucking callously, consistently says, why won't they fucking build their own, why won't they build their own fucking water wells? Why don't they have their own electricity? Why do they have to rely on Israel? It's like, because you bomb it, you fucking monster, you monstrous piece of shit.
Daily prolonged blackouts.
Genocidal
Blackouts can
nerd.
be deadly for patients in hospitals, but more so is the lack of medicine, specialized care, and clean water.
كهرب، ما فيش كهرب، ما فيش اكل، ما فيش شرب. يعني احنا الميه اللي بدنا نشربها بنشتريها شراء. يعني احنا بنتكلم وبنتنفس على الفاضي، يعني حياتنا موت بطيء جدا. احنا في عذاب الله اعلم به.
In the worst times of apartheid in South Africa, we never had in any of our townships helicopter gunships flying overhead or F-16 type bombers flying over a township and firing or dropping bombs into a township. It didn't happen.
The problem is we don't have other examples to look at now. You could look at perhaps the Warsaw Ghetto as one example of that kind of walled in and then attacking a walled in community like that. Maybe a better example is hundreds and hundreds of years ago, where you had walled city-states that were completely besieged by armies, where no one could get out and food was denied. And if there wasn't a spring within the city, no one had water and people died. Just like in Gaza, people died from insufficient access to medicine, to insufficient water, all those reasons, as well as by airstrikes.
Like, think about what she just said. Israel's treatment of Palestinians, especially in Gaza, is so uniquely cruel and so consistent over a long period of time as the brutality is only slowly but surely increased, that there is no contemporary comparison that is apt, that you have to go to the fucking dark ages, okay? This is a very important point to address because people cannot comprehend it. People can't understand it. That's why it's like, it's so vile, it's so gross that it is difficult It's so vile and so gross that it is literally difficult to fucking imagine a human being being this fucking cruel. It's almost like 1453. 1453 was the greatest thing that's ever happened to the fucking world. How dare you make this comparison? How dare you? 1453, best year of my life.
There are a number of people and some governments who have been claiming
Bitch.
that because Israel withdrew its settlers and soldiers from the Gaza Strip unilaterally in 2005, that it's no longer the occupying power. But that actually is not the case. In international law, occupation refers to the control of territory by another government, not the indigenous government there. That's precisely what exists with Israel and the Gaza Strip right now. Israel still controls the land of the Gaza Strip, which many people don't know is completely surrounded by a wall very similar to the wall that snakes through the West Bank. It is completely surrounded. The Israeli Navy controls the seas off the coast of Gaza. The airspace is controlled by Israel, which has prohibited the Palestinians from reopening their airport. So Gaza is completely under the control of the Israelis.
The Palestinian Authority can't issue identity documents, passports, permissions for people to come and go, independent of the Israeli Interior Ministry. If you don't exist in the Israeli Interior Ministry database, you don't exist, period.
Yep.
If you look at the blueprint of a prison, it looks like the prisoners own the place. They have 95% of the territory, right? They have the living areas, they have the exercise yard, they have the cafeteria, they have the work areas. It all belongs to the prisoners. All the prison authorities have is maybe 5%. And you know what? If it's a minimal security prison, maybe they have 1%. That's all you need. You need the walls around, cell bars, you have some corridors, you have a few locked doors, and that's it. With 1% of the territory, you can absolutely control the inmates. And that helps you make the switch. The issue here isn't how much territory the prisoners have. The issue is, can they get out of the prison?
What apartheid originally wanted to achieve is what everybody now says is the solution for Israel and Palestine, namely partitioning separate nation states on the basis of ethnicity. Of course,
the majority of world leaders.
Here's the goat Ilan Pappé, whose works you should definitely read. Of course, much like many other Jewish and Israeli, formerly Israeli historians, he has been slandered for his many different scholarly texts on Israel, its inception, its continued subjugation. So suspicious that like fucking Alan Dershowitz is a tenured Harvard professor, even though he is like literally a fucking pedophile. But Alan Dershowitz can conduct a fucking campaign against Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to adequately covering Israel's atrocities. And one guy gets to be on Fox News every fucking night and literally use that as an opportunity to shit on actual victims like Virginia Giuffre, that he has victimized personally, allegedly. The other guy has to suffer for the rest of his life for the crime of absolutely destroying a formative piece of Zionist work that was just completely fabricated and had no basis in history. Other people have also openly mentioned that it is fabricated evidence. Now, they came after Norm Finkelstein, and Norm had at that point been blacklisted anyway. Just something to consider. Norm Finkelstein is a transphobe, you said. And then Gibby Require Soul goes, yes, but he's a secret weapon we pull out when Israel commits war crimes. Yes, Norm Finkelstein is his current work, his new work is not my favorite. Okay? I don't give a shit. I will forever defend him for his life's work. Okay? He has dedicated his life as the son of Holocaust survivors. He dedicated his entire fucking life, pretty much, since his youth, to speaking for Palestinians. Give me a fucking break, dude. No shot. I will never forget that. And neither should you. That's bravery. Okay? That's real bravery. It's not brave to sit on a fucking liberal stool and preach about how it's too complicated to talk about the apartheid regime of Israel. Real bravery requires you to say things that are deeply unpopular at the time, even though you know full well that you will be punished.
And people who have the power to change things talk about two-state solution nowadays. What they talk about is a Palestinian state that is made of Bantustans, separated from each other. A state that has no sovereignty, no independent policies, and has a very much a similar economic infrastructure to the ones that the Bantustans had in South Africa.
The main thing for the world and for the Israelis is to get this issue off the plate. And that's where Israel thinks it can get away with a Bantustan in the way that South Africa couldn't. You know, you can push a two-state solution. That's apartheid. It doesn't have borders, it doesn't have water, it doesn't have access to its greatest economic resource, which is Jerusalem. It's carved into little islands. There's no freedom of movement. There's no freedom of commerce. It's a prison state. And therefore, the essential idea of a two-state solution has to be not only the state itself, but a viable state.
The Israelis have rendered the West Bank and Gaza unviable, hopelessly unviable. I'm saying Israel no longer has that solution as an option. It has made a two-state solution impossible. Physically, morally impossible.
It is time for us to go ahead and move forward
You eat your food and then come if you want.
a two-state solution. So thank you very much.
You hear all this talk about a two-state solution. You see opinion polls that say a majority of Israelis are willing to accept it and a majority of Palestinians are willing to
They don't anymore, by the way.
accept it. But that consensus
You can eat- you can
disappears
eat over there if you want.
the moment you try
You don't have
to
to eat on
actually
camera.
flesh it out in detail. That's why all the two-state solution proposals are extremely vague. Because Palestinians say the West Bank and Gaza are only a fifth of historic Palestine. Why should we give up any more? Israelis say, well, there's 450,000 settlers in those areas, several generations. Why should they leave? The only thing more difficult than trying to live together would be trying to force a separation.
I think the inviability of a two-state solution comes from Israel utilizing, ironically, a possible two-state structure to consistently ethnically displace Palestinians in the West Bank. If you consider it to be an unimaginable cruelty to displace 450,000, 500,000 settler terrorists, okay, even though it is just and it is moral, then the only way to allow a peaceful solution to exist is by ensuring that every single fucking Palestinian has equal rights and equal representation under a singular secular state. That's it. You can't fucking do that. Because what exists now is exactly how they have promoted a two-state solution. This is what it's supposed to look like. And Palestinians fucking see that. Dude, how good is the fucking... It's the best, I know. What about the couscous? Hit me with the other one. I bought two because I was like...
Israel's overall goal has been to create a Jewish state. In 1948, 75% of the population, the non-Jewish population, Christians and Muslims, were expelled from their homeland and never allowed to return for one reason and only one reason, which is that they're not Jewish.
Oh yeah, it'll fuck you up. This couscous is a bomb.
The 5 to 6 million refugees living in Lebanon and in Syria and in Jordan, etc., those are people that should be Israeli citizens, that Israel has kicked out and refused citizenship.
Over 1 million Palestinians became refugees in the 1948 and 1967 wars. By natural population growth, they now number over 5 million people who still await their right to return. Some Palestinians managed to stay inside what became Israel in 1948 and today make up 20% of Israeli citizens.
So in the Israeli state, what kind of rights and privileges and resources are allocated to you are entirely dependent on which ethnic group you come from. You're either Jewish or you Palestinian or Arab, as they prefer to call them. And so you have a situation where welfare benefits for people, for example, are dependent on whether they're Jewish or not. You have a situation where a Jew can't marry a non-Jew in Israel, which is, for us as South Africans, we remember the Mixed Marriages Act, for example.
That sounds kind of racist. Israel, what the hell? Yeah, Israel, cut it out, dude. Yo, I'm beginning to feel like Israel might be a little racist, guys. I'm just gonna say it. I don't want to get ahead of myself. It is, after all, very complicated what's going on. Miscegenation rules, bro. What the fuck? Bro, eating that chicken wing like it's gonna fly away. Yeah, hey, Israel, cut it out. Got it. Fucking got him, boys.
You have a situation where people from one ethnic group, Palestinians, are not able to freely live in areas that are majority Jewish, similar to our Group Areas Act.
Now, one of the criticisms people make.
One thing is, by the way, citizenship for Arabs, or Palestinians, sorry, because they're Arab Jews, even though they're not considered Arab in the same way that Palestinians are, goes in only one direction. There's no pathway to citizenship if you are Palestinian into Israel, but if you are a Palestinian citizen of Israel, you can lose your citizenship. So that's it. But there's no way to marry into an Israeli citizenship if you're Palestinian. Pretty cool.
Like when you start.
Of course, if you're from fucking Rhode Island, you can just go to West Bank and live there and have your citizenship and do whatever the fuck you want. But
Accusing Israel of being an apartheid state inside its own borders is that they'll say, well, Palestinians can sit next to Jews inside restaurants. They sit on the same buses. They go to the same cinemas. And that's true. But that's not really the significance of apartheid. The idea of apartheid isn't really about the fact that people can't sit on the same park bench. It was about controlling resources, making sure that one ethnic group had control of resources and the other didn't. And in that sense, Israel has been very, very effective at doing this, what we might call grand apartheid rather than petty apartheid. In the key areas of people's lives, their education, their employment, owning land, Palestinian citizens are treated entirely differently from Jewish citizens. And I think that's one of the reasons why this apartheid comparison can be made.
By far, the most fundamental element of apartheid with both South Africa and Israel is control of the land. In apartheid South Africa, a slew of laws were enacted that designated 87% of the land for whites only. This introduced the oxymoronic term,
white people made up 10% of the population of South Africa, despite owning, in this account, 73, but I believe 90% of the viable land, like the best land for agricultural development and farmland. However, while the apartheid has ended in South Africa, the economic circumstances have not changed. Pointing that out.
Quote, foreign natives into the language of parliament to describe blacks given permission to live in white areas. Israel's complex and creative web of apartheid laws introduced equally oxymoronic terms such as, quote, present absentee into its parliamentary language. This was used to describe Palestinians who were actually present inside Israel, but legally declared absent in order to confiscate their land.
Fuck you up?
Through these colonial and apartheid-style laws, over 90% of the land of Israel is effectively reserved for Jews only. Aside from the few mixed cities like Haifa and Akko, most of Israel's communities are segregated along ethnic lines. Israel's 1.3 million Palestinian citizens are restricted to 120 communities that existed before the creation of Israel in 1948 and which have been unable to expand since. By contrast, Israel has created and developed more than 700 exclusively Jewish towns since 1948, but not one new town for Palestinians.
True, but it doesn't help the ANC takes all the money and being corrupt to the core. The greatest problem with the ANC's actions post-apartheid was that they did not engage in the expropriation of land. You could say they steal or whatever, but the issue was that Nelson Mandela wasn't just an anti-apartheid activist. He also recognized the necessity for land reform, like actual meaningful land reform, and a socialist structure, which unfortunately did not happen. And that's why it's like Reconstruction, right? Reconstruction as a project failed ultimately, and the same racial hierarchy maintained itself in the South, oftentimes through violent means, because capital owners love making sure that the same hierarchies continue. Like the top of the hour ad break continues, unless you're subscribed for $5. You like that one, huh? We just audibly laughed at that. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Citizens.
land laws in Israel, which are very clearly apartheid kind of laws. You can belong in the state of Israel, you can be a Palestinian or you could be a Jew. But if you want to have rights in the state, really you need to be a Jew to have rights. I have no doubt it's a Jewish state, but I do question very strongly whether it's a democratic state. If we talked about an Afrikaner and democratic state, I think most of us would find that rather
What's the point of us watching this
phrase.
video if every chatter agrees with you on this comparison? Wouldn't it be more constructive to watch a video making a counter argument? Listen up, debate pervert who's brain broken. Let me explain something to you, dumb bitch. There's 23,000 people in here right now. Not every single person has seen a comparison such as this one, and it's always helpful for me to deliver visual aids. Not everything has to be conducted in the field of intellectual battle. Okay? You pseudo-intellectual moron. Shut the fuck up. This is educational. I know every single piece of information that is being presented so far. What do you want me to do? Not fucking show it to you like this? You want me to just like sit there and explain it slowly but surely? That'd be quite fucking boring. Most of the shit that they're showing you is things that I've already explained time and time again. The reason why I'm showing it to you again is because it's good, it's informative, it's helpful, there's visual aids, okay?
To use. So why is Jewish and democratic not equally troubling to us? There are more than 1 million Palestinians inside Israel today, and that's a
Oh my
major
god,
concern for
motherfucker
Israel.
saying, why don't you challenge your beliefs? Oh, fuck. God, I got so mad. What fucking, where was I? Fuck! Where the fuck was I in the documentary? Stupid fucking idiot. Why don't you challenge your beliefs? Yeah, dude, totally. I never do. Especially on this issue. Where was I? Fuck! What minute were we at? 52-ish.
Most of Israel's communities are segregated along ethnic lines. Israel's 1.3 million
There it is. This is
Palestinian
good.
citizens are restricted to 120 communities that
Good.
existed before the creation of Israel in 1948 and which have been unable to expand since. By contrast, Israel has created and developed more than 700 exclusively Jewish towns since 1948, but not one new town for Palestinian citizens.
Land laws in Israel, which are very clearly apartheid kind of laws. You can belong in the state of Israel, you could be a Palestinian or you could be a Jew. But if you want to have rights in the state, really you need to be a Jew to have rights. I have no doubt it's a Jewish state, but I do question very strongly whether it's a democratic state. If we talked about an Afrikaner and democratic state, I think most of us would find that a rather oxymoronic kind of phrase to use. So why is Jewish and democratic not equally troubling to us? There are more than 1 million Palestinians inside Israel today, and that's a major concern for Israel. It's very concerned about the demographic growth, as it calls it, the demographic time bomb of the Palestinians inside Israel.
Yep.
I came to realize that when they talk about the elimination of Israel, it's a demographic thing. That Israel will cease to exist when it no longer has a Jewish majority. In other words,
this is, by the way, also openly reflected in their policy within Jerusalem specifically, where they want to maintain a 64% or 69% Jewish population there. That one is like perfectly written out. But also on top of that, they very clearly mention that every fucking time, like a great replacement theory style politics, every single time you talk about a right to return for Palestinians, which is inherently racist as fuck.
your nationhood depends upon your having either an ethnic or specifically religious.
I can't get over the fucking inherent irony of Zionists utilizing the original anti-Semitic conspiracy that Nazis used. The Great Replacement principle was literally fascist, and part of it was actually anti-Jewish conspiracies that claim that like Jews were specifically controlling the Western world and opening up immigration in a deliberate attempt to destabilize the West. That's what's so wild about it, is like the Great Replacement is a fascist ideology because it comes with premises that are inherently bigoted, inherently supremacist, like the premise that somehow the in-group is more superior than the out-group, and that somehow the out-group is monolithic. These are all supremacist ideals, and therefore fascist, therefore racist, therefore bigoted. And the notion of Great Replacement in Israel is the irony of the Israeli Great Replacement theories is that, you know, that's what Nazis still to this day, neo-Nazis still to this day, will claim Jews are doing in America.
Majority permanently entrenched because of the experience I've gone through.
Oh, you can come over here if you want.
Where I saw terrible injustice committed in the name of the Afrikaners' need to survive. I became ashamed of my country, grievously ashamed of it.
The reason Israel has a Jewish majority is through entirely artificial means. The whole framework of Israeli law is designed to prevent the growth of the non-Jewish population and maintain Jewish numerical.
You ain't never seen a white boy do it like this before.
And that's the framework in which we can understand everything.
I said you ain't never seen a white boy do it like this before.
What are you talking about?
Eat a whole chicken?
Bro, that guy in Philly ate like 40 chickens.
Yeah, over 40 days. That's what I'm saying. That's bitch made. I do that all the time. I've been doing that for years.
We see
Not even thinking about
inside
it.
Israel as well as in the West Bank and Gaza.
Okay.
We're comparing South African apartheid. This documentary is comparing South African apartheid to Israeli apartheid.
Should I wear I have like hat hair. I was on a hike.
FEA Tom says, no, you look hot, man. Don't worry about it. Israeli Arabs are the ticking time bomb beneath the whole democratic Israeli order. Therefore, Israel today faces an existential threat that resembles cancer. By the time you grasp the size of the threat, it's already too late. Normal things to think.
لما تاني خلاص رفعت روح الخاب بالحاره يا ما فيش ولا حدا هون يا زلمه فيش ولا حدا وين سمير وين سمير وين سمير
Is this Mohammed Kurt's house?
In occupied East Jerusalem, the battle for control of territory is happening on a house-by-house basis.
Think about that, bro. This is how they do it. They sold their house to Zionists in the USA. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They're stealing the house, claiming, first of all, there's no legal recourse for Palestinians under Israeli occupation. So there's not even like a place that they can go to be like, no, actually, this is my ancestral home. Like the idea that there's any kind of selling going, any kind of back and forth happening here is so fucking stupid. Ironic considering that there are American institutions that legally try to claim ownership over these homes and then sell it. That chatter isn't wrong. There are American organizations that legally try to take ownership over these homes as though there's no one living in it and then sell it to other people at super cheap prices with people still living in it. And you literally, as a Palestinian, have no legal recourse. You have no Alex Law overruled to come in and defend your rights in a court of law.
That's right.
Think about that.
I mean, they're already detaining, like, did you talk about that at all? They're detaining, like, how many people?
Speak up louder.
They're already detaining, I don't know the exact number. I think it's 1,200, 1,400 people.
Yeah. There was already 7,000 people in prison already.
But I'm saying there are people there who have no charges against them at all. Like they're they don't have and their lawyers don't know why they're incarcerated.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah. 100%. You need to speak into the microphone.
Okay. Oh my God.
Damn, bro. What the fuck? We want you to.
Hey, sorry.
Want to hear your voice. But yeah, there's no legal representation. It's fucking ridiculous. These people are not human. Like, this motherfucker is from Long Island, bro. 100%. I know. It's like the fucking other guy. You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen the video where he's like, oh, I forgot you're from Long Island.
Yeah.
No, have you never seen the famous video where he's like,
oh,
I'm not stealing it from you? And it's
if
like,
it wasn't me, it'd be somebody else.
Yeah, Jakub.
Not everybody from Long Island is like that. I just want to say.
I forgot
some
that you were.
Some people from Long Island are cool, and
I literally
they just were born there. Okay?
I forgot that you're literally from Long Island. I use that all the time as an example too.
It's not. It's there. I was there. and there's some other people who were there.
Yeah. You could technically do this.
George Santos.
You could technically do this, and the government would fucking defend you. It's so crazy. I guess I could technically do it too. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe not.
Get off the plane and you get domed immediately.
Maybe not me, but like Christian Americans can, as long as you're.
George Santos should do it.
Yeah, well, he is Jewish, so
right. That's a classic.
Yeah,
I love him. Free him.
For a second,
You know, that's my district. That's my home district on Long Island.
Wait, really? Strong
Yes.
Island?
Yeah, baby.
Represent. I'm so glad you voted for him. Illegally?
Yeah, I did.
I heard. Multiple times?
Multiple times.
Yeah.
I went to the cemetery and I picked some names up off there.
That's what I'm talking about, dude.
Old school. I'm going old school.
Yeah. My favorite type of fake voting is I go to the old folks' homes and I beat up everyone's grandparents.
Wow.
And I steal their ballots.
That's cool.
Yeah. And then I go, shh, nobody will believe you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like Ben Stiller and Happy Gilmore.
Is that what happened?
Oh. No, never mind. I'm old.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched it. Yeah.
You haven't watched Happy Gilmore?
No.
What the? Sorry, I'm not laughing at this. I'm laughing at you.
Israel goes to incredible lengths to manipulate demography, as can be seen in the stark but complicated case of the city of Jerusalem. East Jerusalem differs from the rest of occupied Palestinian territory in that Israel unilaterally declared it a part of the State of Israel following the 1967 occupation of the city. No country in the world has ever recognized that annexation, and it is still considered occupied territory by the Palestinians and by
international standards. Once again, technically, what is legally permissible in the circumstance is if every single Palestinian in the West Bank was somehow magically armed tomorrow with weapons, and they violently and forcibly expelled every single Israeli settler, including the IDF, that would be legally permissible by international law. You're a lawyer. You can come on, go ahead, explain it.
Yeah, that's right. I sign off on this.
No, I'm not saying that like that's what they should do. I'm simply stating that the reason for why it is legally permissible to fight against an occupation through violent means, and this is true, this is like literally a part of the rule-based international order, which nobody gives a fuck about. It's bullshit, but like technically it is the truth. It is a matter of legality, and it is legal to fight back. Now, having said that, you don't want to believe me, it's fine. But it is literally legal. Look at Ukraine. It's as legal as Ukrainians fighting against Russian forces. There's no difference. It is straight up legal for the Jenin brigades, for example, in the Jenin refugee camp, to have a standing military formation, a militant formation that is legally permissible. They are totally valid whenever the IDF, for example, tries to go into the Jenin refugee camp, which is occupied West Bank territory, by the way, and they fight, and the Jenin military brigades actually fight back and kill IDF soldiers. They are legally within their rights. It is the IDF that is actually engaging in an illegal occupation in that circumstance. Okay? This is very, very important for people to understand. As a matter of international law, it is legal for the Jenin militias to exist. It is illegal for the IDF to operate in Occupy West Bank. Okay? That's it.
Do you think that is, like, do you find that compelling, though? I mean, I know you do, but I mean, do you think that that's useful? Like,
the reason why I use that as an example is because that is the real reason why the IDF has to be there. Because if the IDF wasn't there, technically, as a matter of international law, violent means of fighting back against an occupying force would be totally legally permissible. And the Israeli state knows that, which is precisely the reason why they have to have soldiers accompany the settlers everywhere they fucking go. That, and also because the settlers love doing like ethnic cleansing, and the IDF being there basically streamlines the process. But that's why every part of the partitioned West Bank has to have this occupying force be present.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I describe it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
I am reticent. I think you're correct for pointing that out. I'm reticent to rely on that stuff only because, you know, I mean,
These are call to violence, or people will say it's a call to violence.
No, not for that reason. Because I think it's important to also emphasize that, you know, international law is like this it's this made up series of relationships.
Oh, 100%.
You know, I mean, I'm not an I know I'm not an expert in this. You know what I mean? But
Dude,
like,
what do you mean? You're a lawyer.
Fuck you.
You're a
When I
lawyer,
was
dog. What?
I'll say the one thing I think that's relevant to it is when I was in law school, I took. I don't want to be like I took one course in international law.
That's what Ben Shapiro literally runs with.
But because I think that's stupid. But I will say that my professor in that instance was one of the people who helped draft the authorization of use of military force in Iraq. And obviously, he and I did not agree, right? And like politically,
yeah, because you're a bitch, dude. He's a fucking, he's a fucking hero, a red-blooded patriot, and you're, I love peace.
It's just,
why don't we hug and kiss the Iraqis? Like, that's why. Anyway, go ahead.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, I think everybody knows this sort of intuitively, but it's just utilized to paper over power relations. You know what I mean? And power dynamics where they can make anything.
Yeah, and bully.
Yeah, of course.
Bully foreign adversaries, or at least like provide a legal justification for our foreign adversaries behaving in exactly the same ways that we do.
Yeah.
So that there is like a legal framework to go after them when they do it. As we then ironically also go on to the cycle and continue the cycle of violating the same rules that we are attacking our foreign adversaries for violating, like, you know, cluster munitions or fucking white phosphorus. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and I think when we invaded Iraq, the part of the legal justification of that was based off of the stretching out of declarations that were made during the first Gulf War by the UN. And they used those and warped them, obviously beyond something that happened in the 90s, to do something, you know, more than a decade later to justify this invasion. So I think that's all. That's my only reticence with international law. But I get your point. I'm being annoying.
No, the way I see it is like that's the way the reason why I, for example, still use like the Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International when I'm talking about how Israel's an apartheid state, despite the fact that these are still like cutouts of the State Department in many ways. Even though there's like great people working in these institutions,
That's
like
not true.
there are some great people working in these institutions, some, not all, and also literally war criminals as well working at these institutions. But you know, it takes a war criminal to know what war crimes are. Ultimately, I use those as a way to pad my argument. Because I'm saying, like, even these fucking guys think it's permissible.
Yeah.
So when I talk about, like, the legal framework in which it is totally just, not only moral, but also just for right of peoples to self-determination and struggle by all available means,
Right.
I'm talking about the reason as to why the IDF has to exist in every fucking single location in the West Bank. And why they also... personally will do there's a there's a IDF veteran group called Breaking the Silence. These guys are veterans against the occupation. They have served, many of them have served in the West Bank, as a matter of fact, and then like realized how horrifying the situation was and became veterans that now spend their whole lives criticizing the occupation and try to end the apartheid regime. One of the founders of Breaking the Silence used to talk about. One of the founders of Breaking the Silence used to talk about a part of the security apparatus and like one of the routine operations they conducted in the West Bank called what is it called? It's called like maintaining your presence, where you had to constantly show the people of the West Bank that you were there, that you at a moment's notice could break through their fucking doors and go in and harass people with everyday humiliation. Exactly. That's exactly what it is here. It became more and more violent, shocking testimonies of abuse from IDF veterans. No, this is not what I'm talking about. But it was okay. But it is no. It is everyday humiliation. Yes, thank you. Making your presence known. That is exactly what it was called. So. The everyday humiliation campaign of making your presence known was conducted at every different hour of the day, where they would go into a house with their military, with the idea of which is break through the doors and go and conduct military operations on houses, knowing full well that there were no terrorists there, like nothing, like no laws were broken. They would do that specifically so that the people of West Bank knew that the presence of the IDF was always there, like a knife directly on your throat every fucking day. It's horrifying. It's obviously humiliating. It's ridiculous, and yet this is the mandate of the state. Just something to consider when you understand why I say it is perfectly fucking valid.
Thank you.
And within the legal framework of fighting back.
Thank you for that clarification. I was just trying to understand.
Law. But by building the wall and the vast settlement blocks around it, Israel has illegally severed it from the West Bank. Over 250,000 Palestinians now find themselves on the Israel side of the wall. Palestinians of East Jerusalem are not citizens of the country, cannot vote in national elections, and cannot live in Jewish West Jerusalem.
A Palestinian can live in Jerusalem all his life, was born here, his father, his grandfather, and generations before, but he will be a resident. A Jew from Russia can come today to Israel. He doesn't know even one word in Hebrew, and in the same day he is a citizen. There are many conditions to be a resident. If you, for example, live in Jerusalem, but you work in Ramallah, in Bethlehem, or in the occupied territories, they say the center of your life is there, and we can take your ID. This is one of the strategies to make the number of the Palestinians more small.
I wasn't debating you, by the way. I was just trying to use it as a jump-off point.
Official one from the Municipality of Jerusalem, from the Department of Planning. And in the first point here, they say is to keep the equilibrium between the Jewish and Palestinians like was in 67. That's mean, look at this, 37, as the government decided. You must understand, if in any democratic country in the world, someone will say that the Jewish will be not more than 40% of the population, we will say that this is anti-Semitism. No. It's clear that it's anti-Semitism. So why is anti-Semitism in Europe and America if someone will do the same? And in Israel, it's permitted. Why? The politicians are hysteric around this issue, and they try to implement a policy of segregation in order to make the life of the Palestinians so bad that they will decide it voluntarily, alone, to leave the city.
One of the harshest methods used to force Palestinians to leave Jerusalem is Israel's house demolition policy.
Yeah. This is how Rachel Corrie was killed as well, by the way, in 2003 in the Gaza Strip.
Affects all Palestinians living within Israel's stated borders and even within the rest of the West Bank, but it is starkest in Jerusalem.
House demolitions are part of a system of discrimination that does not enable Palestinians to actually build legally. It's fair to say that it's virtually impossible to receive a building permit, a legal permit to build a house in East Jerusalem if you're a Palestinian.
They fucking cement water wells deliberately that Palestinians rely on for water, and then they do not offer any permits to build new water wells in the West Bank, in their own homes. Unimaginable cruelty.
ما قبلوا احنا إنا بنقدم في رخصة تانية يقبلوا يعطونا رخصة من قبل 20 سنة يعطونا رخصة جينا غمرنا وبنينا ليش ما فيش هن بطلعش رخص هذا الأرض مش إلك هذا الأرض مصادرة مش إلك هذا يعني الله بقول تيجي تطلعوا عفشنا وقاعدين فيه وتهدوا علينا وأولاد صغار وحالتنا حالة مش شو بدي أعمل شو بدنا نساوي يعني زي ما خدوا البلاد طردونا زي ما تطرد ذبان عنك جايين بدهم يطردونا دار يعني تعملها مشان تهجج الناس مشان الناس تزهق وتطلع يعني أنا من يوم ما نهدي البيت لليوم وأنا في الفراش شو شو نساوي؟
Wednesday, July 22nd, 1962. The Boers are breaking down our house. 2 bulldozers. And of course, the house crumbled.
Identical.
I felt the pain. It was my blood, my bones, our flesh that was being broken down. No book can describe, no poem can describe the horror. Because our houses were not houses. They were human beings. I saw bone and blood and veins and brains.
And of course, when a demolition finally happens, I can't even begin to convey to you the trauma. You know, and the home is your sacred space. Your whole intimate sphere is in the house. You know, men, women, and children react very differently. For the men, it's humiliating. They can't protect their families. It's the entire financial loss. For women, most Palestinian women don't work outside of the house. So the domestic space is their world. So when a woman loses that, I've seen women go into states of mourning. The trauma is tremendous. The demolition of a home is really the demolition of a family. We estimate that in East Jerusalem, there are at least 10,000 demolition orders outstanding. Houses can be demolished at any time. That doesn't include thousands that have been demolished inside Israel. I mean, inside Israel, there's still a campaign of demolition. There's about 40,000 homes of Israeli citizens who are Arabs that are slated for demolition in the next few years. And this is on the background of 1948, when more than half the villages of Palestine, more than 400 villages, were systematically destroyed.
After the state was created, Israel continued to forcibly remove thousands of its Palestinian citizens off of their lands onto small, concentrated areas. Their villages were bulldozed to make way for Jewish-only towns. This policy still continues inside Israel today, with over 45 Palestinian villages that the government refuses to recognize and which are slated to be forcibly removed in order to construct new Jewish-only towns.
أنا ربيت على وجه الدنيا زي كذا صغيرة وكبرت وأنا تجوزت وجبت أولاد هذول كلهم من عند هذاك البيت لأنه مش معترف فينا ما بنعرف عنه ديري حتى يعني دكان ما في عندنا بس بنروح للسبع نشتري ومكسارة بنوها وإحنا هان والتنبو هذا كل قرية يهودا هذا بنوها وإحنا كانوا ناس ساكنين وشيلوهم 50 سيارة بوليس وجو بوليسية وجو بوليسيات شرطيات واحنا اجنا نسوي معهم ليش نبني يطعونا مصاري واحنا نبني.
Yes, why people said I have. The documentary is actually oh wait, this is a different one, I think. The documentary that I watched that detailed Deir Yassin and the massacres was called 1948 Creation and Catastrophe. This went and asked some other veterans, it seems. But yes, there's one on Tantura as well. But the one I really liked was, like I said, 1948 Creation and Catastrophe, and it shows the perspective of both Arabs, like Palestinians at the time, and also the Jewish veterans in the Zionist brigades.
ودنا نقعد على مجرى وين نروح يعني.
Boo. Yeah. Boo, David. Fuck you, David. Negev land is reserved for Jewish citizens wherever they want. We must expel Arabs and take their places. I support forced transfer, and I see nothing unethical in it. This is the funniest part about like people being like, actually, Israel is a land back movement, like for Jews and blah blah blah. And it's like, bro, the fucking founders were like, we are colonizers and we are going to violently remove those who live here. We love doing colonial violence.
You just need to read Herzl, the stuff that he wrote.
Yeah, exactly.
If you read his shit, it's very, very clear.
But the people that want to defend Zionists and like and the actions of the Zionist brigades or the actions of the Israeli state, they literally fucking go la la la la la, can't hear you. Anytime a motherfucker Zionist goes, I love doing murder to the Arabs that I consider to be dogs that should be forcibly expelled from this land. I am a colonizer. And they're like, la la la la la, I can't hear you. What the fuck? Meanwhile, it's not even, there's contemporary examples. It's not just David Ben-Gurion. Look at Netanyahu. Look at the fucking defense minister. They literally will openly say it. They will openly sit there and straight up be like, these are dogs. We want to fucking bomb indiscriminately. And then you put the fucking microphone on American media and they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. We have to expel Hamas by any means necessary, actually. These guys are, Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to defend itself. It's crazy.
Wait, hold
what
on.
were you going to read?
I got book.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Fucking nerd. All right, let's hear
book. It. You guys also, this is a really good book. Get it. Speaking of Herzl, okay. This is what, so Herzl is the father of Zionism, effectively. This is what he wrote in his diary in 1895. We must expropriate gently the private property on the estates assigned to us. We shall try to spirit the penniless population across the border by procuring employment for it in the transit countries while denying it employment in our country, in our own country. The property owners will come over to our side. Both the process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly and circumspectly. So they knew, like, he knew exactly what the project was.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm a nerd.
Yeah.
But I'm saying the receipts. I got the Herzl diary.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
There's a bunch of receipts on Herzl who was very open about like their colonial aspirations.
You didn't even ask me how my hike was when I got here.
But yeah.
Well, I guess you were in the middle of something pretty serious.
Yeah, I was in the middle of comparing two
really
different
sorry,
apartheid structures.
actually.
My bad.
I feel
Go
like
ahead.
I've sent
Explain to everybody how your hike was. No, please, Alex.
It was really nice.
Oh, I'm happy for you.
I saw. I was in the Los Angeles Forest Park. You know that place up in the mountains? It
I
was
don't
cool.
fuck with hikes, dude.
It was nice. What, you're like, oh, if I saw a bear, it would be my friend, and you don't even want to go on a hike?
Yeah, because like I'd befriend the entire bear population. That's why I can't go on hikes. I'm an unstoppable force, dude.
Okay.
Straight up.
Sure thing.
Just saying.
Anyway.
All right, let's continue.
Sorry.
Pew Center 2016, 60% of Israeli Jews responded that they favor forcible expulsion of Arabs from Israel, and that was what they were willing to tell a pollster. That's just fucking wild. It's not that wild when you think about it. It's just like it's hard. It's hard to not have that opinion when you are living in an apartheid state. I'm sure if the percentage were identical when you asked like the Boers in South Africa, Afrikaners, and if you ask white people in South Africa what they felt, how they felt about like not expulsion, because ultimately the goal wasn't expulsion, but like how they felt about the maintenance of the apartheid structure, they probably had a similar perspective. I'm sure there was studies done at the time. I have not seen it.
The apartheid authorities had what they called black spots, incidents where black people were occupying land where the white people actually wanted to occupy. And what they therefore did was to send in the police, send in the military with heavy trucks that would break down the homes of people and that would remove families that have been staying on land for decades and remove them and just dump them.
It was nice in South Africa until the Afrikaner people started harassing us. They said we are staying nearer to town. We are blacks, we are not supposed to stay there. So they started moving us to Meadowlands.
Because they said we can't stay near the white people, so that they must separate us, we mustn't be together. So they take the place, they give it to the whites. They give us only 1 day notice. Tomorrow we are moving. The truck will wait outside, and then the soldiers will go into the house, remove the furniture into the truck. Then take you children, put you behind the truck, the mother and father.
They just bulldoze it to the ground. They take the family out, the bulldozer comes.
It's no, you go first. Go ahead. It's just mind-boggling. It's identical. It's fucking identical. It's identical. It's identical. It's identical. Anyone who says it's not is a blind psycho.
I feel, but actually the first thing I thought when I was watching this was, to me, this evokes them going into like camps, homeless camps, like where people are living in cities across, and just like destroying everything that they own. I mean, I know it's a very different situation, but the cruelty there is the same. I know.
It's a homelessness is the classist version of exactly what is going on here. The only difference is this is not permissible in liberal society, in liberal polite society, because this kind of division can only be permissible under the basis of class. In liberal society, you can't do it on like black versus white. You can't do it on Jew versus Palestinian Muslim or Palestinian Christian. That's why it's additionally fucked up on top of everything else that like other liberal polite society and other Western liberal democracies look to this and go, ugh, it's kind of gross. I want to just like turn the other way and not look at it directly. It's perfectly allowed to do exactly this level of violence when it's on the boundaries of class under capitalism, because someone has to be the guy cleaning the toilets. And in order to justify that structure, in order to create that structure, there's going to be winners and losers. And some of those losers are going to be there as a permanent warning to those who don't take on jobs specifically for subsistence. Anyway. Idea of a presence in French Algeria in the 1950s. They were literally both in both North and South Africa as to learn how to maintain brutal occupation. They did. And guess what they also learned? The best thing that they learned was shut down Western opposition in a way that South Africans never were able to do. Ben-Gurion wrote this in his diary on the 12th of June, 1937. It's so funny that they were all fucking keeping diaries.
Dear diary.
Dear diary, I feel really shitty today. Also, the Arab dog must be ethnically cleansed from these lands that are ours. Also, I'm secretly not even remotely religious, but also it would be really sick if we just said that this was a Jewish nation state for all, so we could get all the religious guys to at least get on board with it.
And I have a crush.
Yeah, the end. Okay, that's not even an exaggeration. That's like literally Theodore Herzl's writings. Okay. Ben-Gurion wrote in his diary on this day, the compulsory transfer of the Arabs from the valleys of the projected Jewish state. We have to stick to this conclusion the same way we grabbed the Balfour Declaration, more than that, the same way we grabbed at Zionism itself. Oh, what I was saying.
Rise and grind.
Yeah, dude, Ben-Gurion fucking loved the rise and grind. What I was going to say is they learned very important lessons from apartheid South Africa, which failed in their eyes, from their perspective. Their ally, apartheid South Africa, their anti-Soviet ally, lost, and they maintained it because they learned their lessons. They fucking destroyed any kind of protest movement against Israel. BDS is now... AIPAC has written legislation in 36 states that it makes it legally permissible to have your bosses force you to sign a fucking form that says you'll never protest against Israel, which is insane. Direct violation of First Amendment here in America. And they did that deliberately, just like the Hasbara operations in the Western world were very important. It was because they understood that if Western nations shut off the money faucet, whether it be the direct subsidies that they receive, the direct financial help that they get, or the weapons that they get from the West, or shut off financial transactions in the form of sanctions, for example, then they're fucked. So the best thing to do is ensure that there is a dedicated lobbying operation and a dedicated propaganda operation in the Western world. That's why Israelis and the Israeli government will have a Hebrew broadcast that is different than the English-speaking broadcast. One immediate example of this is what you saw with the defense minister or the IDF spokesperson coming out at 8 a.m. Eastern time and speaking about how Gazans should leave their homes in English. Why was he fucking talking to the Gazans in English? 14% of Gazans only speak English. 100% of Gazans at the time had no access to internet whatsoever. It wasn't for the Gazans. It was for you to hear, because they are always propagandizing to you.
land is more than just a possession.
Look at this.
Land is something integrally.
Have you ever seen one of these? Restriction of boycott of Israel certification pursuant to Arkansas Code annotated 25-1-503. A public entity shall not enter into a contract valued at $1,000 or greater with a company unless the contract includes a written certification that the person or company is not currently engaged in and agrees for the duration of the contract not to engage in a boycott of Israel.
So fucking crazy.
The arrogance of the Israeli lobby is mind-boggling. The fact that people are not more aware of this is also very frustrating to me.
I mean, I think it's good that people learn about it because of how ridiculous it is, but also I think it's a sign of how weak Zionism actually is. Because when you start to realize these things, the reason they do this is because any critical thought about Zionism causes people to, in my opinion, be against it, or at least to think critically about it. And the second you question it, it starts to crumble. So they need this, you know what I mean, for it to function. They need like complete hegemonic control, social, cultural, everything. And I think they're losing it currently in this moment. And that's part of the reason that you're seeing this insane reaction on the internet to people speaking out like on behalf of Palestine.
Yeah, where people are just like losing their fucking minds, and you see like 100,000 people in England on the streets, right?
Right. Right. Of course.
And then like those who are defenders of
this is all Hamas defenders.
Yeah, like defenders of Israel are like being like, look at all these Hamas defenders. I'm like, you really want to say 500,000 British people are Hamas defenders? Because honestly, at that point, that's not looking good for you. Like, if you legitimately believe in it, if you legitimately think that 500,000 people are in support of Hamas, then it's fucking over.
You're right.
You know, they're right. Then Hamas is right at that point.
Sorry.
I can't believe it. This is like, it's not a toy, man. It's a gun. What's wrong with you? Where'd it go?
I'm going to clip that.
Where'd it go? Oh, it's right here. This fucking guy.
That's going to get me in trouble.
What? Fucking around with a gun? Anyway, I can't get over that.
Bound in with your identity. It's about your ancestors. It's about a sense of knowing who and where you are from. And in South Africa, that's where the biggest damage has been done.
Man loves crime and can't handle a pistol. That's why he loves crime. Mishandling a pistol is literally like, he's better at crime that way.
And they have to start all over again.
Oh, I have no trigger discipline.
لا كانوا يجوا يهدموا كل القرية يعني والخيام اللي بتشوفون والبركات هاي للمرة السادسة احنا بنبني. صرتوا هدي للمرة الخامسة. يعني شو حوالي مليون مليون بتخطط وبتعمل شارع اسفلت. احنا سكان راضينا. انتوا يا اليهود انتوا اللي جيتوا علينا. انتوا المحتلين إنه. مش احنا المحتلين لكم. يعني بنعيش وبنموت كل ما بتهدم دار واحد عندنا كأنك ذبحته موتته ويظلوا حي. يعني لا هو حي ولا هو ميت وحي.
You can shave off my hair. New hair will grow. You can spit in my face. I will find water to wash it. You can take away my clothes and leave me naked. I will find a blanket. But if you take away my house and my dignity, where can I go? Where? There is no pain quite like being unloved, unwanted, in one's own land, among one's own kind. The Jewish people come from that experience. Jews will always have the right, and I would support that right, for memory and perpetuation. But now I feel it for the Palestinians. I feel it for them, because they are stateless, homeless, vanquished, exiled.
My parents, who are milquetoast libs, who are usually sympathetic to Israel, were in the pro-Palestinian marches in the UK because they were sick of the overt brutality Israel has shown. It's insane how so many commentators want to smear every single one of these people as they are Hamas sympathizers. Yeah, I'm telling you, I think it's coming from a place of fear that like the Zionist project relies heavily on Western propaganda. It has to maintain propaganda in the West. If it loses its grip on Western media covering the ongoing atrocities in an inaccurate fashion that favors Israel, all of a sudden the dam will break. And I feel now closer than ever to that dam breaking, to people seeing the truth of the matter. And at least over the course of the past 10 years, as I've talked about Palestinian emancipation, I've never felt less alone, or never felt less, less alone, in my endless coverage of this matter. People are recognizing it. Yeah, I fucked it up yesterday too, I know. And part of that, or the major role in that, is of course the resilience of the Palestinian people who refuse to die. That's a big part of it. Refuse to die and refuse to go away and continue to resist, continue to survive, continue to live in the face of untold opposition, unimaginable cruelty for years and years and years, as Israel has increasingly made its vice grip stronger and stronger on the neck of the Palestinians. But it's it's definitely heartening to see so much support in the streets.
You take away my house, you take away my dignity, you take away my love, and you replace it with bitterness, anger, and revenge.
Been at least 100,000 Palestinians, if not more, that have gone through house demolitions. There's a psychologist in Gaza, in the Palestinian Mental Health Center, who's done research who says that 55% of the suicide bombers are kids whose houses have been demolished. And the house demolition issue is one of the most painful parts of the occupation. If you deny Palestinians a home, and connected to that is a concept of homeland, on two levels you're denying them a home, on the individual level and the collective level. The term we use in Hebrew for our form of apartheid is nishul. Nishul means displacement or dispossession. That's the Israeli form of apartheid.
Henrik Verwoerd. The Jews took Israel from the Arabs after Arabs had lived there for thousands of years. Israel, like South Africa, is an apartheid state. They killed these people, by the way. They killed these people, chat. Like, stone throwing, rock throwing is like one of the only things that Palestinians have at their disposal, and they get fucking killed for it all the goddamn time. I am reminded of that stupid ass fucking UN hearing where the Israeli guy came up and was like, "This is what they use. This is a scary weapon, a terrifying weapon that they use against us." Where he brought like a, was it Gilad Erdan again? I don't know if that was the guy. Be careful in this section. I think I got everything, but it's a lot. Oh shit, really? Oh goddamn.
The Israeli measures, the way how they treated the Palestinian before the first Intifada, make it difficult for the people to accept oppression.
In 1987, as the
here, this is, I need you to watch this.
Rocks like this.
Oh shit.
That are thrown at Israelis in their cars and on buses. They are thrown at Israeli men and women, at Israeli babies and children, every single day.
This is so, I'm sorry. There's nothing, like, dude, the audacity, dude. Can you imagine fucking pulling up with a goddamn rock? Like, what's the Palestinian guy supposed to do in that situation? Bring a fucking JDAM? Bring a Mark 84 rocket? Like, what the fuck? Oh, wait, they have no fucking voice anyway. Like, barely. The Palestinian Authority.
In 2021 alone, Israelis suffered 1,775 rocket attacks by Palestinian terrorists. But the world says nothing.
Yeah, because the world has paid for an Iron Dome, $3.8 billion a year, okay? It's 90% effective. And the 10% that is ineffective, you just like let fall onto fucking Bedouin lands. And those are Palestinian citizens of Israel anyway. So they don't really give a shit when they fucking die. No, he doesn't mean rock attacks. He's talking about rockets. Wait, what? Did he say 1,000 rock attacks?
775 rock attacks by Palestinians.
Yeah, rock attacks. Rock-related attacks.
I've listened to this video before. I did not think that he was still going on with the rock.
No, he's fully invested in the rock.
He said the rock attacks? Oh my God, I thought maybe he's like trying to, he's using the rock to like prove a point. But then the real problem is the rocket attacks. Like,
no, he's real hung up.
Oh my god, this guy's insane. Is worse than I remember. Oh my god.
Palestinian terrorist, but the word says nothing.
Yeah, because it's a rock, you fucking dumbass, dude.
Members of the council, would you consider it a terror attack if a rock like this was thrown at your car while driving with your children?
I think members of the council would be like, no. No, dude, you're overreacting. You have tanks.
I would be scared. I don't know if I would call it a terrorist attack.
Dude, the oh my god, the fucking David versus Goliath, first rock attack.
This is exactly the kind of attack that claimed the life of 4-year-old Adele Beaton and others. What would you do, honorable delegates?
I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I wouldn't like do ethnic cleansing. What would you do? Would you do ethnic cleansing? I don't think so.
You're really putting me on the spot here.
Yeah. What a crazy question. He's like, dude, they're throwing rocks at us, man. We have to genocide them.
We have to bomb all their hospitals. That's where they're getting the rocks.
That's
from.
exactly. We keep bombing the hospitals, and then they turn into rocks, and then they use those rocks against us.
It's a vicious cycle.
Oh, that's so sick. Where the fuck were? Oh, here.
Occupation rolled into its third decade. The first intifada, or uprising, erupted.
It really pisses me off that I took 3 years of high school world history and they never ever taught us this. They never taught us about our own indigenous atrocities. You mean the rock attacks? I hate our public school system. I learned more here in the world history than 3 years than I never ever learned in school. Yes, well, don't worry. Fear not, chatter. I'm teaching you about the rock attacks. Just like I'm teaching you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break attack. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. $5 or free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon. Oh, gross, dude. You're an animal.
Ever since I shared that vor this morning.
Yeah.
Everything's changed.
It was so nasty.
It was really gross.
Yeah.
I feel kind of bad.
Here's the 3-minute ad break now, chatters.
People, they go, protest, strike, throwing stones, organize themselves in groups, challenge the Israeli occupation in different ways. The things came from the ground in the First Intifada, where everyone, no matter who you are, man or woman, young or old, you are connected to a certain group working in this Intifada. It was amazing how the people, they were organized. The people, they took a stand. They had a slogan, no taxation without
fucking get wrecked, idiot. He opened the door and boom, rock to the face. Sorry, I know I'm being so disrespectful. Right after they showed the rock at the UN Council. Oh God. Oh my God, dude. I can't believe
I condemn him.
I might get banned.
I condemn you.
I might get banned for the gross acts of terror that I'm showing you. Oh, Jesus.
I condemn Hassan.
Meanwhile, it's a tank. Like, dude, think about this. The guy, like, think about the narrative here. Like, these motherfuckers are in tanks, okay?
The Israeli occupation closed down all the education institutions.
Oh, they have slingshots too. Watch out.
Universities to the kindergartens for 2 years and a half.
This part is, I think, the handbraking that they show of children. Or no, there's gunshots and body. Police brutality against kids.
They were very strong in their reaction.
Yeah.
The number of the people they were killed.
Hassan, I've been promoting stochastic terror again. I know. I know that this guy might literally be serious when he says that. Like, but you know, it's me. I love the stochastic terror of babies with slingshots. Babies with slingshots. Like Bart Simpson was engaging in an act of stochastic terror when he walked around with a slingshot. Oh, you are joking.
Children,
okay.
Youth, women. Thousands of people, they were killed. This is the Israeli reaction. If you visit any family in Palestine, West Bank, and Gaza Strip, at least you will find someone experienced the jail. To go to jail, I don't want to say it's normal, but to be a Palestinian, it's enough. It's enough reason to be in jail. It's part of the daily life in Palestine. Over 700,000 Palestinians experienced the jail since 1967.
Proportionately, there are more political prisoners there than existed in South Africa. In South Africa, we had a campaign against child detainees. In Palestine, you have over 350 children who are political prisoners.
They would take very many of our children away from parents and try and use that to coerce parents to appear at police stations to report.
I remember in 1988, you see prisoners coming like crazy. In a few months, we became 6,000 political prisoners in one jail.
I think this is the reason why it's dark here is showing police brutality against kids, the handbraking policy specifically.
And 95% of them, they were administrative detentions.
Administrative detention is the detention, usually for 6 months, but you can extend it, of people based on no kind of legal procedure aside from issuing an administrative order. People are arrested without knowing what they are in for. They've never been charged with anything. The way it's been done by Israel is absolutely in contravention of international law.
I remember in the 70s, there were a famous Palestinian political prisoners. He spent like around 7 years as administrative detention.
Yeah, the handbraking policy was instituted by Yitzhak Rabin, who is supposedly like the most tolerant to the Palestinian people, who was literally assassinated for even trying to negotiate with the Palestinian people, if you recall. The handbraking policy that those babies, those little children, like I'm not talking fucking like 14, 15-year-olds who are also children as well, but straight up fucking babies that are like 5 years old, they would break their hands deliberately so that they can't throw rocks anymore.
And it's scary. It's really scary because you don't know. And they use it part of the torture. Sometimes it's the day after, for example, 6 months.
Yeah, and he's from the left-wing Labor Party.
For 1 year in jail. And you know, this is the last day for you. The day you were released. They come to the jail, they call your name, you collect all your stuff, you were released, you say bye-bye to the prisoners, and you move outside, and the officer comes, sorry, another 6 months, you go back to the jail.
Administrative detention, very similar to the detention without trial in South Africa.
When you are about to be released, they will release you and let you walk a few steps and rearrest you, which is, by the way, another form of torture because you never actually are sure as to whether you will be allowed, totally released.
I was arrested in 1985.
But also, can I add something?
There was nothing illegal.
Of course.
I know we're looking at these horrific, far-right, fascistic governments that were, had racism built into the systems, which might sound familiar to you.
I was about to say, it's not too far away from America, I think.
No, because I think you can forget sometimes when you're watching this stuff and you're like, boy, I'm glad that we don't have that here. And honestly, this stuff just
we do have that here, not to the same degree. Of course, not to the same degree, but it is done under. Go ahead. Why am I talking over you? You're the fucking abolitionist here. Go ahead. Speak on it, anarchist.
No, I witness it every single day as people go, poor people who are, disproportionately, people of color, going through the system, and they're surveilled by the police. And in some cases, including some of my clients, especially because they're guys on parole, they end up being incarcerated. Their due process rights get broken every week. I watch that happen. I have to get them out of jail via writs of habeas corpus, which is when I go to a different venue with a different judge, who actually has a little bit better idea of what the law is. And that happens constantly. People are constantly having their rights violated. People are dying at Rikers Island, every single month. This happens here as well. It's just that we don't think about it as much because it's like what you said. It's got this veil of class on it where it's okay because actually there's a class difference.
Here's what's important. Terrorism is a designation that is specifically assigned to non-state actors that are declared foreign adversaries for the legal way of denying someone their habeas corpus rights. That is the whole point. Like, there's no due process once that declaration comes for you, and and that's why they can detain you almost permanently and torture you and put you in a black site or put you in Guantanamo Bay, which is
still has a couple guys there, right?
Yeah, there's still people in Guantanamo Bay. So
prisoners there.
I think it's really important to understand that like these are considered to be these are crimes that are considered to be offensive even by liberal standards, but make no mistake, in a liberal Western democracy, such what? Wait, I mean, it is fucking.
I know.
It's democracy in theory. It's not democratic by any means. In a Western liberal, quote unquote, democracy, the same kind of violence is dished out on the basis of class, but that is seen as totally morally and legally permissible.
About what it was that I was doing, and they knew that they could therefore not take me to court and charge me with anything. They basically detained us because they could do it.
Why Mandela became the hero of the issue of the political prisoners? He spent 27 years in the apartheid system jail. Right now, we have prisoners that spent more than 30 years in jail. More than the Mandela.
There are kids. By the way, this detainment also is done not just to like military aged adults, which is like a classification that America uses in their rules of engagement when they're in war. This detainment also happens to children, like literal fucking babies. That's why those videos of like literal like 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds in cages that some dumbasses were claiming Hamas did to Israeli children. Those things came out. Teenagers and actual children get detained by these fucking military operatives, these terrorists, okay, the Israeli occupying force, and they are unjustifiably detained for years, decades at a time sometimes.
Why the international community is not paying attention for that?
Held without trial. Anyway, point is, all of this probably gives you a better understanding as to how, and most of this is in the West Bank, by the way, the territory where like the collaborative efforts between the Palestinian Authority and Israel are seen by the Palestinians that live there. If you recognize all of this, then you understand where this act of terror and brutality as a retaliation comes from.
Within 1 year of each other, both Israel and South Africa launched Operation Iron Fist, brutal and overwhelming campaigns to crush opposition to their respective policies.
With the Iron Fist policy, they used to open the handcuffed and take
censored
the
because they're shooting
like
people
and break down the bone in this way. I still remember the sound of my friend when they break his arm. The sound still in my ear. I will never ever forget that.
He went as far as killing very many of our comrades, brutally, acts that you can never imagine.
The South African Defense Forces, as they were called, their army and navy was almost totally outfitted by Israel because South Africa couldn't get weapons from other countries. Israel was one of the only countries willing to break the arms embargo.
Well, the alliance started in earnest in 1973. By 1979, about 35% of Israel's arms exports were going to South Africa. So they became a crucial client and also a crucial source for export revenue that Israel couldn't give up easily. And it involved everything from tanks to aircraft to ammunition, you name it. After 77, there's a mandatory UN arms embargo. Israel violated the UN arms embargo openly, and many Israeli officials are happy to admit that. If you talk to South African defense officials, especially people from the Air Force, they tell you that Israel was an absolutely vital link and was a lifeline for them during the 1980s. After 1977, the ideological component becomes much stronger. The top brass of the two militaries really felt that they were in a similar predicament and that they faced a common enemy. They also had a very similar conception of minority survival. There was a sense that Afrikaner nationalists were similar to Israelis, a beleaguered minority surrounded by a hostile majority. When you look through the documents from the South African Defense Archive, you see that dozens of South Africans were going to Israel on a regular basis to attend a variety of courses, whether it involved submarine operation, anti-tank technology, counterinsurgency techniques, you name it. They really see the PLO and the ANC as one and the same.
The reaction of the government ordering a general mobilization, arming the white community, arresting 10,000s of Africans, the show of force throughout the country, close a chapter as far as our methods of political struggle are concerned. There are many people who feel that it is useless and futile for us to continue talking peace and non-violence against a government whose reply is only savage attacks on an unarmed and defenseless people.
Bombs have exploded almost daily in the run-up to Wednesday's poll, the latest a huge car bomb which devastated shops in the central town of Witbank. The blasts have been officially blamed on the African National Congress.
After decades of nonviolent...
He did way worse shit than just bombing, too. Like I told you, necklacing was like... You know what that is?
No.
They will put a fucking tire around those who suspected of collaborating with the government, and also people that they captured. And they would put tires around their body, and they would douse them with gasoline and then light them on fire.
Shit.
Yeah. Pretty brutal stuff. But, you know, violence begets violence.
He had a sick hair part, though.
Nelson Mandela? Well,
Yeah.
he didn't get to participate in it because he was in prison at the time.
struggle, Nelson Mandela formed the armed wing of the African National Congress. They turned first to sabotage, then to civilian bombings in order to have their political aspirations recognized.
If this was the work of the ANC, it's their boldest attack to date and demonstrates the organization's determination to carry
The government back white nationalist militia was responsible for the bombings leading up to the election.
Major city centers.
Yeah, the black parts of the video are from censorship, like censoring the violence.
Killing many of those on board. It was the mirror image of last week's suicide bomb.
I am paid when I read the story of a 65-year-old Palestinian woman who became a carrier of a suicide bomb. And in a note, she indicated that she had to do that because she was trying to save her grandchildren from being killed. And
that's what's really fucked up because, like, when you look at a situation like that, you don't recognize the desperation and the humanity of that person who engaged in such an action, right? It's so easy to just fucking look at it from afar, especially in the comfort of our homes, in the imperial core, living in the Western world, and think, oh, that's a barbaric person. That's not a real human. A fucking grandma. You know what I mean? Could be your grandmother. Think about your lovely grandmother. What events would push her to act out in this way as a final means of desperation, as a way to the imperial core law. I mean, it's a very specific designation. I don't know if you know what that is or not, but if you're not, I can educate you on it. But yes, at the heart of America or in the Western world, we reap the bounties of imperialism and 400 years of slavery and colonial conquest, and we still maintain a similar structure in the global South. Anyway,
saying what unfair choices to put before people.
Security and terrorism are important issues, but they're symptoms, and they're not independent variables. Israel is a strong party. Once you bring the occupation into the picture, there isn't any more symmetry.
Sorry. Just talking about this, I really think it's useful if you're thinking about this and you're having trouble with it. Read again. I said this yesterday, but read Nelson Mandela's speech before he was imprisoned at the Rivonia trial. Read it. It's worth a read. He talks about everything that they went through in this process extensively, and I think it will really contextualize it and understand it in a way that's really useful.
All other means of civil disobedience was exhausted at the point where the pivotal point of ANC adopting violence means was became the norm. They tried civil disobedience time and time again. They tried to get arrested by the hundreds of thousands, thinking that they could overwhelm the prison system, but the carceral state simply was able to withstand that level of incarceration. They tried peaceful protests. They got shot and killed. I believe 69 protesters were killed by the police. It's just like there's nothing remaining at that point. There's nothing left at that point. You can't do anything else, especially when your enemy is so powerful. Someone in the chat said your oppressor dictates the level of violence, and I think that's true.
There's no more both sides, us and them, the balance that everybody loves. Palestinians aren't occupying Tel Aviv.
And we're pleading that we do not wait for more people to be killed. It is quite apparent that the political authorities will on their own not act. We need to pressurize them.
At the outset,
despite all its repressive machinery, there's general kind of agreement that it was the international dimension and the internal resistance, the South African Intifada, if you like, that really brought an end to apartheid. You had a mass of people, people's movements and resistance organizations, etc., that were, in terms of numbers of people, quite large, but weak, taking on very sophisticated structures of repression. So a really powerful opponent on one hand and a weak one on the other. It was the international isolation campaign that brought a sense of balance between the two.
At that point, the South Africans actually seek out advice from the Israelis on how to sell themselves in the West and how to improve their image. The South Africans looked to Israel as a sort of beacon, and they didn't understand why Israel had managed to withstand criticism for decades and survive, and why South Africa was failing. A lot of Israelis fear that they may one day be delegitimized in the same way South Africa was.
Boycott, divest, and sanction. Boycott, divest, and sanction. Boycott, divest, and sanction. Israel, you should be ashamed. Killing maim thousands of civilians in our name. Claim you hitting terrorists, but children in your aim. Even murder relief workers, what's spilling from their brain while they tried to drive the ambulance. So they couldn't stand a chance. Even bomb students, hospital,
Where did this go? I had no idea. There's a BDS song.
Each case, the good old United States sponsored that. $7 million a day that we pay tax, and Apex lobbyists is robbing us. Sometimes it feels like there ain't no stopping this, but now nobody can deny it, cause you made it too obvious. Make it too exposed like the emperor's clothes.
What we'd really like is for members of the public to realise that they actually have a real positive role to play. They can actually boycott these goods, and we think that, well, we're only individuals, but together when we act holistically, such as the protest today, and even on an individual day-to-day basis, we can have a real impact in challenging the occupation on a long-term level.
The global call came in 2005 from Palestinian civil society organizations. And the idea...
Where were the Twitter liberals during the World War II to point out how complicated and multifaceted the Holocaust was? Are you kidding me? They did that. They did do that, by the way. That literally happened in America. First of all, there was the German Bund movement that unironically was like, World War II kind of could be sick as long as we side with the Germans, dog. So there was that part. I mean, I think, like, I don't want to greatly overstate FDR's influence here, but there were a lot of business owners at the time who were just like, yeah, Germany's doing sick stuff. Henry Ford being a good example of this, obviously. But I'm not even remotely kidding when I say that, like, I mean, I've talked about this before. If, like, things were 3% different, you know what I mean? If, like, if the business plot succeeded, And I don't know. It's just, if like FDR did not want to go to war, I don't know. Things could be very different right now. If FDR had not got into power, we could have had a fascist coup. The CPUSA was weak as fuck.
I mean, I think the good thing was that after World War II ended, all the Nazis went away and they didn't become integrated into the American government or anything.
Yeah, no,
So
that was pretty
cool.
sick. Yeah. It was really
I'm
cool.
glad they all went away.
It was cool. It was really cool that we like denazified the West German government.
Yeah.
And didn't immediately make sure that all of the literal Nazis were in positions of power and prominence. And then those are, of course, on top of the Nazis that we certainly didn't ship to the United States of America, scientists specifically. It's a good thing we didn't do any of those things.
Have you read Legacy of... Oh, sorry, never mind. You don't read books.
I don't read books. What is it?
Legacy of Ashes.
No.
It's about the history of the CIA. Oh, it's really good. Recommend, chat.
The idea was to craft a strategy that would be a nonviolent means of pressuring Israel to abide by international law, using economic pressure. These campaigns are taking root. They're gaining new support.
That Stop Caterpillar BDS campaign was specifically because Caterpillar was making the bulldozers for the IDF, the armored bulldozers, the one that killed Rachel Corrie. So, you know.
Every day. The churches have taken the lead in saying, we want socially responsible.
Sorry, I have ADHD. Can you look something up?
What's up?
Butcher of Leon.
Butcher?
Of Leon.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Klaus Barbie.
Yeah.
You know about this guy?
Yes. Didn't he
US
escape
intelligent work post-war?
Didn't he? Yeah, he was very important.
Sorry, I love this shit.
Yeah. He was very, very important in his work in Bolivia.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, he was. Listen,
this is the shit I'm talking about.
So here's the thing, okay? This is not a single instance where you had a Nazi that was working with the American intelligence to directly execute communists. This is the basis or the foundation, rather, of NATO. Okay, NATO was built and designed with the exact same principles in mind. They needed to utilize, it was an anti-communist force from the jump, and they needed to take advantage of all of these Nazis that were, you know, desperate for some kind of action. Who better to tap into at a time when trade unionism and social democracy is slated to thrive in Europe, as everyone in Europe collectively saw the USSR as the, you know, major power player that suffered the most in an effort to free Europe of Nazi occupation, with a shit ton of communists in positions of power. There was a need to fight back against that influence alongside the Marshall Plan, and who better? Who is the most experienced combat-trained Who's the most experienced combat-trained anti-communists? Well, they were the Nazis.
Subject matter expertise.
Yeah.
All I know is if you ever meet someone in Bolivia named Klaus.
Damn. All right.
Sorry.
So cool how we unalived every Nazi during Operation Paperclip and definitely didn't do anything wrong with very bad lasting consequences. Yeah.
Investment. And that means we want to be sure that none of the companies we invest in are profiting from occupation.
There are many initiatives going around the world for boycotting Israeli goods, boycotting Israeli institutions, and so on. So it's growing in the cultural, academic, medical, even trade unions. In South Africa, COSATU, the main trade union body in South Africa, which has about 2 million members, supported the boycott. There are so many. They're mushrooming, really, in the last 2 years.
Dude, look, immediately someone's got to pop in and be like, the USSR wasn't much better than the Nazis. Oh, yeah? Maybe we should have fought against the USSR during World War II then. Huh? Is that the next step in that evolution? Think about that. Think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit more before you hit me with the fucking, oh, what about Molotov-Ribbentrop? Oh, my God. Oh, did you know that the USSR also signed an appeasement with the Nazis, with Nazi Germany, after first originally asking the Western world to fight back against the Nazis, and they said, no, we're going to do appeasement instead? Is that what you're going to come in with? I'm not trying to be contrary. What do you mean? You can't come in here and say the USSR wasn't much better than the Nazis. It's a fucking ridiculous thing to say. Okay? Yes, the USSR had a lot of problems, certainly. But you can't fucking say it wasn't much better than the Nazis. This is this is basically akin to Holocaust revisionism when you engage in like the dual genocide theory, where the USSR is just as bad, not as bad, but like almost as bad as Nazi Germany. It's not the truth. Okay? Ridiculous.
It's happening more and more in North America. You had the Canadian Union of Postal Workers. Prior to that, the Canadian Union of Public Employees.
The incredible growing movement. I mean, I've traveled to literally dozens of campuses around the United States, and there are active divestment groups. There are church divestment movements that are starting and really gaining strength and facing incredible resistance, but they're not being deterred by it.
As our South African comrades and colleagues remind us, their first call for boycott was issued in the late 1950s. Europe and the West started listening in the 70s, early 80s. So it took them 25, 30 years to get anybody to listen to them. So we're doing much better, they tell us. You're going much faster than we have.
Divest from the apartheid like South Africa. Boycott them like King to Montgomery buses. Show them we want peace, but only with real justice. Be murdering the media and witnesses left. We're gonna stop shopping at all the businesses that invest.
Invincible, the Emperor's Clothes.
The idea of a one-state solution begins with the notion that no matter how they got there, no matter the competing historical narratives, the country belongs to all who live in it. Let 100% of the people live in 100% of the land, since nobody can agree on how to divide it.
Israel's going to have to stop being a Jewish state. It can't be an ethnocracy. And it has to become a democracy, whether it's one state or a confederation or whatever the arrangement is. That's what's going to happen. And
wow, this is some real genocidal rhetoric from my man here, Santa Claus. You hear him saying
he's being real naughty.
He's saying Israel can't be a Jewish ethnocracy. Well, hold on. That's real.
Oh, shit, it's Klaus.
Yeah.
Oh,
Santa
You better
Claus.
stay out of Bolivia.
Yeah. Real fucked up. Messed up, man. What's next? Is he going to do the anti-Semitic thing and be like, Palestinians are human, or from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free?
doesn't mean I try to tell Israel.
Yeah, I really hate genocide, but then I heard someone say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and I don't know anymore. Maybe we do need to ethnically cleanse Palestinians, actually. That's right. It changed my entire worldview. That's how little of a fucking moral backbone I have. That's how distorted my moral compass is, that it can just jump from one point to the exact opposite in a moment's notice. You know,
Israelis.
It's complicated now all of a sudden.
That, everything's lost. I mean, in South Africa, people still talk Afrikaans. They still have an Afrikaner university. They still have, nobody's going to stop speaking Hebrew here. You're restructuring. It'll be in a different, more healthy environment. That's the challenge. That's why I like this one-state idea.
It wasn't only blacks who were freed when apartheid ended. I was freed. We all were freed. We were liberated from this terrible, corrosive vision of trying to build an ethnically pure state.
And decades of apartheid regime
Wait, that's not him,
propaganda,
right?
Like,
that would have been crazy. That's not him, right? No way, right? I mean, I don't know who that guy is. So
it was hard for me as well.
That was not.
Oh, good heavens! It's so hard being racist all the time.
No. He seems like a nice guy. They put a little emphasis on the blacks, but
decades of Zionist
No, he was a
propaganda
journalist? Okay.
say that said to the people, if you give up control, you will be devoured. You will be thrown into the sea. You will be killed. And so it was very important for the anti-apartheid movement to offer to...
wait, is that guy Jeff Halper? There's no way that's Katie Halper's dad, right? Am I being racist?
Capitalism.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be that far off. Aaron Mate, Gabor Mate, you know what I mean? I didn't know that at first. It is? I can't tell if you're lying. No, Jeff Halper, the old man, the wonderful old man who in the Israeli Committee Against Home Demolition, the guy in the fucking documentary. Jeff Halper, children. Oh, never mind, it's not.
Get him. Get his ass.
I was wrong.
Get his ass.
I mean, I thought, she's a big.
Get his ass.
She's a big anti-Zionist, anti-apartheid activist as well, and commentator. So that's why I thought maybe they're related. I don't know. I was being
unacceptable.
Yeah, I got it. You got me. It's fucked up.
Got him. 4K.
Ordinary white citizens, a credible message, an alternative to say you
The
will not
Palestinians'
be
ladder was
you give
Hitler
up
friend.
the system, and you will have a place in the future, and it's an inclusive.
This guy. Please watch Corey Gil Schuster on YouTube. He is intervening Palestinians and Jews in the West Bank. You will really see the truth. Just wanted to catch your attention. The Palestinians' ladder was Hitler friend. Who's the Palestinian ladder?
Oh, I know. I think I know. I don't remember the guy's name.
The Grand Mufti.
Yeah.
He's gonna say the Grand Mufti. It's the classic. The Grand Mufti told Hitler to kill the Jews instead. And then Hitler was like, "Oh wow, yeah, I should do that." That's how it happened, right? That's Holocaust revisionism.
I condemn the Grand Mufti.
There's already a one state. It's already one state, but it's a one state living under apartheid. It's how to transform it from apartheid to democracy, where people get equal rights based on citizenship, not on ethnicity, religion, gender, or any other identity.
In South Africa, saying that the country belongs to all who live in it doesn't magically solve the problems. There are still massive political struggles in South Africa over resource allocation, over the speed of land reform, the speed of economic reform, over affirmative action. Those struggles for social justice continue, but they have to start from the premise that everyone is entitled to equal rights.
But the world doesn't stand still. There are people I meet today in South Africa who don't understand what apartheid was about. They come into a whole new world. So it's not impossible to think of other generations. We must have the ability to think beyond our own generation, to think into the future.
What does it matter if a man is white or black? What does it matter if he's a Jew or he's an Arab? It is possible. Israel, it is possible. It is possible to have peace with Jews and Arabs if the heart is ready, if the soul is ready, if we can transcend these petty foibles of power and pomposity. And we say to this world, it is possible. It is possible.
Dedicated to Dennis Brutus, lifelong fighter for justice. Yeah, that's it. I hope this was a good way for people to genuinely understand how similar, if not identical, apartheid South Africa is in comparison to apartheid in Israel.
I want to say that the suggestion made by the state in its opening that the struggle in South Africa is under the influence of foreigners or communists is wholly incorrect. I do not, however, deny that I planned sabotage. I did not plan it in a spirit of recklessness, nor because I have any love of violence.
Is this it?
I planned it as a result of a calm and sober assessment of the political situation that had arisen after many years of tyranny, exploitation, and oppression of my people by the whites. Africans want a just share in the whole of South Africa, but above all, we want equal political rights, because without them, our disabilities will be permanent. I know this sounds revolutionary to the whites in this country, because the majority of the voters will be Africans. This makes the white man fear democracy. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve, but if it needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
Yeah.
Based.
Okay. So we did it. The documentary that we watched was Road to Apartheid, making a comparison between the Israeli apartheid and the South African one. Now let's get to some real fun shit. Ben debunks pro-Hamas TikToks. Now, originally, apparently, the the name of this gross video, the title is Gross Video.
Am I in any of these? No.
I don't know. What kind of
Well,
pro-Hamas have you...
Because I think he would call anything pro-Hamas.
I feel like you haven't... I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been with you all day, except for when you were hiking. And
making connections.
Yeah, and I did not hear you condemn Hamas even once. So
Is that true?
No, you forgot. You did. You forgot to condemn Hamas today. So also, I'm willing to bet that you didn't even hike, and you certainly didn't condemn Hamas on your hike, I think.
Who would I have even condemned Hamas to on my hike?
To yourself, to God. Excuse me. What do you mean?
So, did you ever listen to the album Graceland by Paul Simon?
No.
I love that album.
I don't listen
but
to
I was
music.
just looking because the music sounded familiar, like the chants, and it was made in South Africa, but apparently it's controversial because he did it during like the boycott, which I didn't know.
Oh,
about.
really?
Yeah. But I
It's
do
fucked
love
up.
that album. But fuck him.
It's kind of
but
fucked
it
up.
is a good album though.
Seems,
but also
seems to me
fuck
like
him.
you know what else you think is good? Apartheid, I think.
No.
In South Africa.
No.
Yeah, I fucking got him. God, Hassan is a D-bag.
Hell
I love takes like that.
Get 'em.
First take, following since October 17th. Started following October 17th, okay?
So it's new.
Yeah. And this entire time he was watching and he's like, this is my opportunity to strike. I am a douchebag. You're right, man. Anyway, Dan Kovalik talked to John Fetterman. We're going to watch that before we get into the pro-Hamas stuff. A 52-year-old Muslim woman was stabbed to death in Texas today. What the fuck?
Shit. Oh, my God.
Man charged with murder after woman stabbed to death while sitting at a picnic table in Texas. Wait, what is this? Is this just like a...
TVB's local?
Like a regular stabbing? I don't understand what's going on. What is the context of this? I don't understand. Okay, anyway, let's watch this. Oh, she was Muslim? Oh. Wait, hold on. Let's watch this and then I'll look at that. But I don't want to cover it right now. All right. So he talks to John Fetterman and his failure to support a ceasefire in Gaza.
No, I can talk. I voted for him. I'm sorry, this is a democracy.
It absolutely is.
Yeah, but kind of, sort of. Why? 10,000
Sassy.
people in Gaza have been killed. Half are children. The Pope's calling for a ceasefire. The UN is calling.
The Pope's calling for a ceasefire. Yeah, but the Pope is woke.
The Pope.
Yeah, you failed
honestly,
because...
the Pope has gone woke.
Yeah,
It's
he's
crazy.
gay and woke, dude. It's fucked up.
He said that it might be okay to be gay. He was like, maybe it's okay.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
kinda fucked up.
Is he Italian? Oh no, he's Argentinian, right?
Well, he's like he's a good pope. Like
He's a
or
woke-
at least
woke
he was
pope?
like he's a woke pope. He was like commie adjacent.
Frankie.
He was a commie adjacent guy.
But I don't like the name. Like, if he were Pope Frank, I would trust him more. I trust him a little less because he's like, you call me Francis, that's my Pope name. Pope
Yeah.
Frank. All right, whatever. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just asking you. You're a good guy. I voted for you. I know you're a nice guy. This is important. You need to leave. Here, can I give you a
What's
phone?
going on, dude? Just let him.
What the fuck is that hat, dude?
Wait, the music coming on for Beast of Burden?
Yeah. Beast of Burden.
Wait, go back.
That was sick.
I voted for you. I know you're a nice guy. This is important. You need to leave.
By
Can I
Martin
give you a
Scorsese
phone?
right here.
Wait, does John Fetterman have just like guys that all? What is he wearing a John Fetterman costume? Oh my God, it's Halloween. That guy is literally wearing a John Fetterman costume. He's wearing a bald cap. Oh my God. Oh my God. This makes the story so much funnier. Oh my God. That is literally a dude wearing a John Fetterman costume. That's the head transplant donor. Oh my God.
He just assaulted him. He just assaulted him. He just assaulted him. He just assaulted him. He was just talking to him.
Where is this?
Assaulted him.
Dude, I don't fucking know, but I love this video.
This is the hottest spot in Michigan.
What the fuck? I think it's a welder cap. No, dude, have you not noticed that this is literally a like shittily put on bald cap? Okay? It might be a welder cap, but that's like a John Fetterman staffer who is dressed up as John Fetterman. It's in Pittsburgh, waterfront. To be fair, this is real Pennsylvania activities, okay? I feel like this is how shit gets handled in Philadelphia, and I guess maybe Pittsburgh as well. It's funny, though, that his bald cap makes him look like a medieval serf. Like, he's like, oh, don't you talk to my lordship. But instead he's like, hey, don't you talk to my fucking lord, all right? Fuck you. Oh, this is sick. Yinzer behavior, yeah. He's got the level 1 armor. Oh, Jesus. One of his Feder minions.
Why wouldn't he just let him ask the question?
I don't know. The guy who pushed Dan out of the restaurant identified himself being a part of Senator's team and is not being employed by the restaurant. This is legit a crime. Damn, Dan follows me. Okay.
He's cooking.
No, I'm just saying that.
He's cooking right now.
One of John Fetterman's Feder minions. One of his Feder boys. You still eat ice cream sandwiches every night? No.
Are you chewing nicotine gum?
Yes.
Which number is that?
I don't know why you, bro.
Chat,
why are you
which
stressing
number
me?
is it?
Why are you stressing me? Chat doesn't count either. Please don't ask him to count. All right, we're gonna watch Ben debunks Hamas propaganda.
So TikTok is filled with pro-Hamas people standing for the.
No, I don't like that. I can't get over it. Once a chatter told me that like Israelis do this and Ben does it as well, even though he's not Israeli. That the Israelis say Hamas on purpose.
Why?
I can't unhear it now, like with a KH sound.
Yeah,
like,
but why did they say it like that?
I think it's just. I don't know. I don't know why they say it like that. I think it's just like to be disrespectful, maybe. I don't know. But the argument is like, oh, well, disrespectful to a terror group or whatever. But like, I think it's just to make it sound like extra Arabic, maybe to make it sound ethnic. I don't know.
More scary.
But to me, it's like I can't unhear it now. I don't know. Yeah, it is Orientalist for sure.
The terrorist group. We're going to go through some of their videos, and we will see what shining bright moral lights they have, how much nuance they can provide. This video is sponsored by our friends at Genucell.
Whenever you what the fuck is Genucell?
I love Ben being like, this is why the ethnic cleansing must continue until I feel sated, until my bloodlust has gone away. This video was sponsored by Genucell. With Genucell, you can change your genes or whatever.
Losing hope, just remember that this hashtag, the ones that say stand with Israel, got millions of views, but the Palestine ones got multi-millions of views. Baby.
Run it up.
Wait, I don't get it. Why is that pro Hamas?
Because all Palestinians.
This is Hamas propaganda? Like, what the fuck? Wait, I can't edit it?
What?
Oh, edit post. Here you go.
You're editing?
I can't get over it because I can't over the fact. I can't get over the fact that one of John Fetterman's Feder minions was just like him during this altercation.
He's editing his little tweet.
Yeah.
He almost tripled. Don't ever let the media fool you. The people stand with Palestine. This is with all of the money that Israel's.
Hold on.
First of all, I think that like TikTok analytics to get a better assessment of what's going on is not the best way to do this.
It is if you want to know what people who are afraid to ask for more ketchup at a restaurant are thinking.
Okay, fair. I mean, that's you.
Yeah.
Are you talking about yourself?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I mean, I was.
You don't trust the Israel versus Palestine myself. TikTok lives? Yeah, exactly. It's like looking at the fucking Israel versus Palestine TikTok lives of like and being like, well, the Palestinian side wins all the time.
spends on propaganda, it doesn't matter. The people are still hashtagging Palestine way more and doing it way more than Israel. So don't ever forget that.
You know why that is? Because there are 15 million Jews on the planet, and there are 1 billion Muslims on the planet.
shit.
That would be.
I mean, never mind. I changed my mind on all this.
Wait, I mean, he's not wrong. That he's literally right. That is definitely a part of it, and yet there is no democracy. It's also not 1 billion. It's 2. So
be the reason. I love the conspiratorial. The Jews with their money and those moneyed Jews. But we are still winning.
Wait, it's a conspiracy to say that Israel spends a fuck ton of money specifically to propagandize? What are you saying? Like anytime, like what the fuck? It's like, wow. You mean Jews engage in purchasing things with money? Got you. Classic. Are you saying Jews love money? It's like, no, man. That's not. Nobody said that. The fuck? Also, 50 million Jews, but like not all of them are fucking pro-Israel, especially not as pro-Israel as you are. Oh my God. What do you have to say to this? Sorry, I got out of control here.
I just am listening to what he has to say, so I could kind of, weigh it all out.
Okay. you're in the center right now. You're like, I don't know if I'm. Seems like he might have some good takes.
He said there are a lot of Muslims because that's the first thing he was like. Well, have you considered that there are a lot of Muslims?
That part is not
all trending.
That part is not wrong. He is right about that.
Yeah, I know.
Like that is part of the reason why the hashtag is so prominent, and it's not just like the Muslim world as well. I would say that there are absolutely more people all around the world that look to the situation in Israel with their ethnic cleansing campaign and say that's fucked up, than vice versa, regardless of the overwhelming media narrative, regardless of what our politicians are saying. So on that front, he's technically not wrong. I know he's just saying it about there's more Muslims or whatever, but it's just fucking ridiculous.
Because the people love us. Or maybe there are 1 billion Muslims and a huge number of them hate Israel and are anti-Semitic.
Be very careful what you say about Israel.
Fair.
Any believer going against Israel, you are making yourself an enemy against God.
I don't know how this Zionist propaganda made it to the black community, but it is incorrect. First of all, Palestinians and Israelis worship the same God. It's the God from the Abrahamic religions.
Wait, why did he go, it's true. What the fuck? Why did he, wait, am I crazy? Why did he go, no?
First of all, Palestinians and Israelis worship the same God. It's the God from the Abrahamic religions.
Like, he's like shocked. He got whiplash from that. He got scared.
Not in his Torah.
Second of all, Palestine is not going against God by not wanting to give up their land to Israel, land that they've lived on for hundreds of thousands of years.
Whoa, hundreds of thousands? That's an amazing piece of news. Hundreds of thousands of years Palestinians have been living there? That's kind of strange. Hundreds of thousands of years, as the person say.
I like that he's like shitting on this TikTok, but he's like a serious man. He's like a serious commentary guy. And he unironically just shaves, like, he doesn't say hundreds of thousands, but he was like, Israelis were there 3,000, 4,000 years ago. Like, what the fuck?
Historical genius. As far as the Palestinians and the Israelis are worshiping the same God, it is true that Allah and God are the same God. It is not true that the
Wait, why was he grossed out by it then?
Palestinians are worshiping the same God as the Israelis, not in this conflict, where Hamas is worshiping a death cult.
Oh, hell yeah. He's spitting there, though.
Yeah! He said...
Hold up.
Yeah, he said...
He kind of ate her up there a little bit.
Yeah, he said Hamas is actually worshiping a different God. Fucking got him, dude.
The U.S. and the European nations are so for Israel, they should give them land from Europe or land from the United States to live on.
The Jews are indigenous. The Jews are the indigenous people of the land of Israel. It's why
Jews are indigenous to Israel. Yeah, dude. It's like everyone's indigenous to Africa if you go back far enough. You know what I'm saying? Jews are indigenous to Israel. It's so stupid.
Land back.
Yeah. This is a land back movement. He's woke, dude. He's fucking woke.
Ben Shapiro's gone woke.
Yeah.
This is sick.
Yeah. Jews are indigenous and Ben is famously pro-indigenous peoples. Yeah, dude, it's time to give Native Americans their own version of Mark 84 rockets and munitions and Iron Dome, so they can do land back in the same way that Israel is doing.
I fuck with that.
To the Palestinians.
Let's go.
Judea is called Judea. God, the historic ignorance here, suggesting the Jews are somehow the colonial outpost in the Middle East when Jews predated the existence of Islam by some 2 millennia or so. It's so crazy. These people.
No, it's crazy to fucking make any claim like this, because there is no, like, everyone can now live everywhere with this concept. It's so, I don't know. I personally am, of course, a famous Pan-Turanist, so I do think the entire world is Turkish, and therefore it belongs to the Turks. So technically, it's time to give the step back to the Turkic. Mongolia owns the world, basically, all the way into fucking Europe. It's time. It's time. Jews can have Israel, and then the Pan-Turanist movement will take over everything.
Just stay off my island, bro.
Islam isn't genetic. The Muslims that are there now used to be Christian, and before that, they had a different religion. I know, like, that part is really stupid as well, so it doesn't matter. DNA evidence shows that 80% of Palestinians and 50% of Jews had a common ancestor within the last 3,000 years. They're both indigenous to the region. What is it, like Canaanites or something? Isn't it? Isn't that what it is?
Canaanites?
Canaanites? I don't fucking know. I don't really care about any of this shit. I'll be honest. Like the whole concept around.
I think most of these people making these arguments don't care about this argument either.
Yeah. Ben acts like he cares about it, which is really stupid because like there is no justification for Israel's actions right now. But I haven't done like enough. I will admit personally that I have not done enough like of a deep dive into 3,000 years of Judea theories.
Clip it.
No, because it's so stupid. It's like a ridiculous fucking argument to try to base. It's myth making that literally completely overrides like written documents of a movement that considered itself to be a colonial movement. Okay, that's why it's stupid. Like you said, like you read Theodore Herzl.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm like it's so dumb, because the fucking founding fathers of Israel didn't consider it to be anything but a colonial movement. It's so dumb.
I also think this goes back to something you were saying yesterday and something you've been saying a lot, which is there is this implied fear and concern and also messaging about the bloodlust of these people who are subjugated and what the violence that they'll visit upon their oppressors if they're allowed to live in peace and democratically and all that stuff. And I think like, fuck, I just lost myself. It just like was just going and it's just gone, bro.
You were spitting.
I know I was spitting and then I just fucking lost it.
Yeah.
Anyway, free Palestine. I'm sorry.
People don't know
more Hamas propaganda.
Anything. There's so.
Yeah, the irony is it is very like Nazis also had a mythology that naturalized their violence. Like it's just because it's fascist. Okay, fascist movements inevitably seek out like weird fucking national identity myth making. And Nazis did that shit with like Nordic runes and whatever the fuck, like esoteric Nazi theories were established at the time as well. It is basically another. It's a continuation of like, oh, we were always here. We always deserve to be here, which is why like, it's not. Who gives a fuck what the founding fathers said? Like this is our land for 3,000 years. Yeah, Nazis doing it with ancient Rome and even before that.
So ignorant, and they are so unbelievably stupid. By the way, the argument that she's making about repatriating Jews to, say, Europe, where last time Jews were repatriated there, it ended really poorly. You know what I noticed? If you look at a map of the Middle East, Israel is like this big. And if you look at all the Muslim countries surrounding it.
I love that, dude, this is always the same propaganda. Okay, bitch, what about Gaza? Like, do you know how fucking tiny, do you know how minuscule the land afforded the Palestinians is then? Because anything you say about Israel, you could say tenfold for the Palestinians. Like, oh man, look at how tiny the area they gave the Jews is. Like, oh, it's fucked up. It should be much larger. Like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean?
They're like this big. And yet none of them are taking in any of the Palestinian refugees. Weird. Weird how that works. Strange. Doesn't matter that 800,000 Jews were expelled from Arab.
Also ridiculous because like the land given to all Jews, as he says, even though like originally when that land was partitioned out, there was significantly less people there anyway. I hate it. I hate it. For 15 million versus 2 billion, that's pretty fair. It's not how any of this works.
And Muslim lands in 1948 to 1957.
Ironic because like 1948, or before 1948, like the land partitioning specifically was unjustifiable because there was, what was it, like 20% Jewish, 80% Palestinian, and they got a 50-50 split. Like it was already ridiculous even back then.
No, I think it was...
Or 30%. Yeah, 30% Jewish, 70% Palestinian, Arab. And it was a 50-50 split.
That doesn't matter. And that Israel took all of them in, and 0 Palestinians have been absorbed by anyone in the surrounding area, specifically to use as a tool against the Jews. Now, really, the United States should set aside a part of Montana for the Jews in the historic
Montana's
Jewish
really
homeland
nice.
of Montana. God, these people are just...
Wait, why is he so mad about that? Like, see, I think, like, unironically, I think that it would have been literally... I think it would have been more ethical overall if, like smack dab in the middle of Germany. You know what I mean? Like, some parts in West Germany, some parts in East Germany was just, like, the holy land for Jewish people. Like, if they built it right there. No? You don't think so?
I don't know if, like, in all seriousness, I don't know.
Fuck it, give the entirety of Germany, I think.
Yeah, hell yeah, let's go.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's go!
Like,
that's what you get for wearing socks. Oh, you wear that right, though. Oh, you're literally doing that right now.
What?
Wearing socks with some...
Lederhosen?
Yeah,
is that what you were about to say?
Floppies.
Yeah.
No, I think, like, it's not really useful to do the counterfactuals. I think what's useful is to say what the fuck happened after World War II, and it was that all of these allies, including the United States, they were extremely fucking anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that's
true. They didn't want Jews in their countries.
Yeah.
And, like, that's not ever part of this conversation, is the fact that all these other people were extremely fucking anti-Semitic, so they were like, oh, this is fine. There's some poor brown people over here. We can kick them the fuck out.
I think our formative historian, Holocaust scholar Candace Owens said it best accidentally when she revealed the Western position that Hitler wanted to make Germany great. It's just that he wanted to also become a globalist by expanding elsewhere. And I think about that a lot because unironically, that was the position of like the Western world. Literally was like, all right, yeah, the stuff that you're doing, internally, whatever, that's kind of your business. Like, we don't really fuck with the Jews either. Maybe we'll send them your way. But also, oh, fuck, oh, shit, now they took over France. Oh, fuck, now they're bombing England. Stop. Why are you, what the fuck is kind of what happened. And I do legitimately feel like if he just, like, kept it, if Hitler just kept it, not even to France, but specifically to Eastern territories, like, who knows what would have happened. It wasn't anti-Semitism that was the guiding, like, people wanting to combat anti-Semitism. That was the leading principle, the leading motivation in the Allies fighting against Nazi Germany is what I'm trying to say.
Not even,
like, not even remotely. No. In a different timeline, Hitler and Churchill were best friends. Dude, Churchill's statements about Palestinians and about Indians and about Native Americans and the Aboriginal population is identical to what Hitler also has said about non-white people. Like, it is identical, like a 1-to-1 comparison. Anyway.
I can't even critique the stupidity. Every moment I spend with these people makes me dumber. It's unreal.
They should let them make a country there, not on Palestine.
Palestine is a fiction. Palestine is a fiction. It was made up by the...
Dude, oh God, he's so gross. I hate that. The idea that Palestine is a fiction. Israel is real. Palestine is a fiction is such a ridiculous position to have because Israel literally is a fiction. It is an invention, whereas there's at least more historic precedent for Palestine. What a ridiculous... Oh God, it's always projection. I'm losing my fucking mind.
Romans after the expulsion of Jews in 136 CE after the Bar Kokhba revolt. And it was made up with the name Palestine specifically to mock the Jews because it was supposed to be a representation of the Philistines.
The Bible does not say anything about Israel because Israel was created in 1948 when the British and the United Nations decided to fight a war with Palestine.
What the f*** is she talking about? What in the world is she talking about? Fight a war with Palestine? In what sense? This is such pseudo-history. These people are morons. They're morons. The British mandate was in place until 1947.
It wasn't a war. It was just a massacre at that point.
Yeah. It's more so.
He's right.
Well, also, the British weren't actively, at that point, the British weren't actively helping. Before that, they were fucking arming and training these Zionist brigades. And then, which is very Western involvement in the Middle East core to just train these fucking rebel groups at the time. And then they go and do a suicide bombing on your fucking headquarters, which is a tale as old as time itself, 9/11 blowback coming from the Jewish terror cells at the time, the Zionist terror cells like Irgun and Lehi, is a timeless certified classic. Yeah.
Certified classic.
It is. They literally, the British were like, oh yeah, it's cool. We'll take the Zionist brigades and we'll fucking train them, okay? And we'll give them weapons. And then they'll they'll deal with it on their own. They'll be able to deal with it on their own. And then, oh fuck, the Arabs are revolting too much. Maybe we should stop Jewish immigration into the area because it's becoming too much of a problem. Oh fuck, oh my God, the Zionist brigades that we trained blew up our fucking headquarters and killed 91 people. That's crazy. It has happened so many fucking times, like the top of the hour ad break. It's crazy. It's hetchy like you hate them saying... It's hetchy, like you hate them saying Hamas the way you should say Lehi. I don't know how to say it. People correct me all the time. They say it's Lehi, but then I've seen other people correct me and say it's Lehi.
Hamas.
But the person in the video is literally wrong. The word Israel shows up in the Torah multiple times, and then it's Hebrew name given to Yaakov to represent the Jewish people. Like the word Israel didn't just fucking appear in 1948. Okay, fair. Wasn't one of the main reasons for the British to want to help Zionism was to put a buffer between France and the Suez Canal? Wait, really? The way you say is it Lehi? Fuck you guys. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I don't know how to say it. There's a Hebrew word in the Bible called Hamas from the story of Noah, which means violence and chaos. Part of the reason why they pronounce it that way. Okay, whatever. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, okay? That's the real terror that you will withstand right now from me, unless you subscribe for $5 or free.
The Balfour Declaration declared a Jewish state on both sides of the Jordan. That would be Israel and what is today Jordan. And then, over subsequent years, the British then...
Wait. He's doing the fucking... He's doing the thing where he's like, listen up, Transjordan. That's the one kind of trans I'll always defend.
British mandate was in place until 1947. The Balfour Declaration declared a Jewish state on both sides of the Jordan. That would be Israel and what is...
Yeah, look, he's trying to... All of a sudden, he's recognizing Transjordan. What's up? What's happening?
Today, Jordan. And then, over subsequent years, the British then whittled that down. They cut off all of Jordan and handed it to the Arabs. They then cut off most of the land of Israel and handed it to the Arabs. Israel and the Jews accepted every one of those deals, every one of them, including a rump state that was indefensible. What was called by many Jews the Auschwitz borders after World War II, because it was so indefensible. The Jews accepted every one of those deals. The Arabs rejected every one of those deals. What the hell is she? And then she's suggesting that the United States and the Brits fought a war against the...
I like the idea that he's like, Jordan is supposed to be ours as well. Like he is off the rocker, dude. It's ridiculous. Like the main point of contention in this situation is that ethnic cleansing occurred an ethnic displacement occurred as a consequence of the Zionist project. You can't just be like, well, it was ours. More of it was ours, actually. And it's really fucked up that and we're not even asking for more of it now. It's really, really messed up. It's like, what are you, a fucking baby? What's wrong with you? These are like real human beings that live there, you fucking asshole. Shut the fuck up. Like, he's literally crying. There's like, actually, it was our land. It was given to us by the British. The fuck? Fucking baby. He is boss baby.
Arabs here? The British, during the 1930s, restricted Jewish immigration into British Mandate Palestine at the behest of the Arabs, leaving millions of Jews to die in Europe. It was so bad that the Jews...
Yeah, really, really interesting there. Why didn't they fucking let them into England? The fuck are you saying? What are you saying? They were not allowed into America. They were not allowed into fucking the UK. What the fuck are you saying? Like, oh man, I can't believe it's the fucking Arabs' fault that Jewish people died in the Holocaust. What's wrong with you? Like anybody, this is what really pisses me off about the propaganda that is so filthy and so fucking deeply anti-Arab. Like he has to fucking tie everything back to Arabs. This kind of like ahistoric projection is unironically the same kind of Holocaust revisionism Benjamin Netanyahu engaged in. Sorry, am I yelling too much? I don't know. You got any takes on this? It's just mind-boggling. Like he's like this machine was killing Jewish people, and there was no way of stopping them. And God forbid, in a humanitarian effort, we opened our borders in the United States of America to Jewish people, or in the UK to Jewish people. Like, what the fuck? Like, they had to go to Palestine. Which, by the way, for the record, I will admit, like, I think at that point, Jewish people going into Palestine would have certainly been better than them staying in Europe. But to say that this is like entirely on the Arab population there is psychotic. Sorry.
In Israel had to smuggle Jews in boats, trying to evade the British in order to get Jews away from the Holocaust that was happening in Europe. The Jews were forbidden from actually importing either guns or ammunition into British Mandate Palestine, necessitating the creation.
Well, first of all, they literally still did that. And also, the British also gave them arms. So,
of underground bullet factories in the state of Israel in order so they could even defend themselves. When the British Mandate ended, the British summarily turned over many of the key strategic locations and weapons to the Arabs. Again, these people...
What?
Famously, the British armed all the Arabs there.
What the fuck? Wait.
Just like after the Balfour Declaration, the British occupying force didn't allow any Palestinian newspapers to print any information about it for 2 years because they knew that if the people there found out about it, they would fucking flip out.
That's insane. That is insane. I can't believe he's what the fuck is he saying? I feel like a lot of the history that he is doing, he's explaining is like the exact opposite almost, where the idea that like Zionist forces were not armed to the fucking gills and had basically a standing military. Like the Haganah was a standing military, which I believe at the time was like 100,000 strong or something. Like it was a crazy amount of people that were very they were trained by the British Mandate security forces. The British had promised the Palestinian people that they would be left to control their own land and have self-determination when they left, and then they turned part of the land over to the colonial project of creating Israel instead. Yeah, the idea that like the idea that that the Palestinians were anywhere near as well armed as the Zionist forces were is ridiculous. It's like the exact opposite of history. Like what? How did it happen? How did all these villages get fucking destroyed? Like they just had all of the British weaponry, but they just sucked at fighting. Is that what Ben's perspective is? Like I don't understand.
Yeah, he just made up a different version of history.
And weapons to the Arabs. Again, these people don't know history. They don't even pretend to know history. They Google something on Wikipedia and then promptly fail to even interpret it properly.
And cut that country in half to create an ethno-state for Ashkenazi Jewish people. And ever since that war, Israel has taken more and more and more of Palestine's territory.
Okay.
Bro, they literally, I can't get over this. They literally, 1, disarmed the Palestinians. 2, armed and trained the Zionist brigades. So much, and last but not least, the security forces that remained, even in the lead up to the Nakba, had orders from the colonial occupation that they were not allowed to interfere. There are eyewitness testimonies from British police that literally were in British Mandate Palestine, Israel, that had to fucking sit there and unironically watch the Zionist brigades that they had trained slaughter the fuck out of the Palestinians and also ruthlessly evict them from their homes and purge them from the villages that they lived in, they literally systematically dismantled any defense that the Palestinians had. It is so insane. It almost is akin to genocide denial. It's crazy that he is saying this. And it's not like this is not written about or even disputed all that much. I know that people like to say that the Nakba was not a event that was designed and was like well documented or that there was a plan, even though there is a plan Dalit, like the specific paperwork exists that showed the mechanisms of ethnic displacement that they were engaging in all of the Palestinian villages that they wanted to take over and where they forcibly expelled the Palestinians. But also on top of that, they did this with like British forces sitting there and like watching and not able to do anything. It's so frustrating that he's saying this. They would make examples of a few villages with how brutal they were and send them to other villages and catch the word of it and run away ahead of time or face the same fate. It was disgusting. Yeah. They also did psyops, like some of the earliest versions of psyops. Well, I guess they were doing psyops at that point, where they would go in and like play fucking loudspeakers on top of military trucks, which the Arabs did not have, by the way, but the Zionist brigades did. Interesting. I wonder how they got access to fucking airplanes and also trucks, armored trucks and whatnot. I guess it was because they stole it from the Palestinians. I don't know. But they would have big speakers where they would blast, and tanks as well, of course. They would have big speakers where they would blast the sounds of like machine gun fire and bombs to freak out to freak out the remaining Palestinians to ensure that they fucking completely left. Of course, they would kill people too. On top of that, they were doing like full scale war with psychological operations of that magnitude.
Okay, Israel accepted the partition plan by the UN in 1947-48. The Arabs rejected it and launched a war. Israel won the war and got a little bit more territory. In 1960,
that's exactly what happened. That was it. No more.
No, that's. I'm sorry. That's literally akin to genocide denial. Straight up. I think that's fucking gross.
Yeah, but Israel said that they agreed to the partition, so...
Yeah, they agreed with it so much that they just forcibly expelled 700,000 people from areas that they used to live in. It's crazy.
1967, the Arab nations launched an all-out war to destroy Israel, and in 6 days, Israel took the...
They launched an all-out war to destroy Israel. Luckily, Israel got the jump on them. You know what I'm saying? Luckily, they were... They were going to do that. I promise. I swear they were going to do that. Except, no, they weren't. And, like, literally, American authorities, Israeli authorities, openly admit that that was not happening. That was not a thing, okay?
The entirety of what is now modern day...
It's so strange. Isn't it crazy how Israel is always the underdog in these stories and perfectly morally infallible?
Hell yeah.
Like, it's just, they've never done anything wrong. It's always so fucked up that all of his enemies are they keep striking first.
All of their enemies are ontologically evil.
Yeah.
And nothing they do is wrong.
It's crazy because, like, all of their enemies are just about to attack them, and then they just immediately attack first. In self-defense, of course. Preemptive self-defense. Israel always finding itself in the self-defense position.
Israel, including Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza Strip. In 1973, another all-out war by the Arabs. In 1979, Israel gave back the entire Sinai Desert to Egypt.
Oh, also, one of the grossest parts about this is that they always, like Ben and everyone else does this as well when they want to defend the Zionist project, they always will say Arabs instead of saying, like, because it's a shady way to conflate Arabs with Palestinians. Because in a lot of these circumstances, it's not necessarily like the Palestinians themselves doing any of this. It's just the Palestinians getting fucking butchered, slaughtered, sometimes by even the Jordanian occupation, as a matter of fact. So the idea that it's like, Arabs, they're doing it. The Arabs are doing it. The Arabs are doing it together is a way to try and continue the sin of all of the Arab nations and Arab nationalist movements even that engaged in purging Jewish people from their countries in the aftermath of Israel's formation and leading up to Israel's formation in their own post-colonial endeavors. they want to always make it seem like Palestinians are responsible because like all Arabs are monolithic. They're all responsible for just hating on Israel too much, and Palestinians are the greatest expression of like that responsibility. That's why they deserve to be ethnically cleansed from Israel.
There's also just something about it coming out of his mouth that just feels so intensely racist.
Oh yeah, I mean he is.
I mean, like I know he is, but I can't even describe because. And then if you said that, if you were like, well, it just feels like you're using this to create a monolith, otherizing this group of people in a disgusting way. You'd be like, well, isn't that what we call them? They're Arabs, aren't they? You know, like that's what should I call them?
Yeah, they all the Arabs were working in unison and collaborating and have one track mind, famously, which is to kill all the Jews. That's what was going on.
Egypt. In 1995, under the Oslo Accords, Israel surrendered the Gaza Strip as well as large swaths of Judea and Samaria to terrorist groups in order to attempt.
Oh my God. Totally. It's just Israel was like, hey man, please, I want Gaza to prosper. Oh wait, just kidding. We're going to keep fucking putting settlements there. We're going to continue putting settlements there. Like there was no surrender of the Gaza Strip, which is so disgusting to say to begin with. It's like, oh wow, we surrendered the Gaza Strip. Like, here, have this fucking piece of land for 2 million people. That's nice.
To buy a piece.
Anytime someone who is defending the Zionist project says that Israel always was on board with Palestinian statehood or giving Palestinians autonomy, it is a fucking lie, okay? No, Ben is not brainwashed and Ben is not ignorant. Ben is a liar, okay? Ben is a malicious liar who is bloodthirsty and wants the full-scale ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. That's what it is. He is a career liar. He has lied on every other issue when it comes to domestic policies, always lying on behalf of white supremacist forces. And he's doing the same thing here for Israel. That's it.
Pull up the sewer tweet. You know that one?
Yeah, the Arabs like to bomb shit. Israelis like to build. Arabs like to live in sewage and blow up stuff. Yeah. Classic. He is a piece of shit. He is a racist monster. Anyway, as far as being like, oh, we gave Gaza back to terrorists is fucking disgusting.
These people don't know anything about history. They don't even pretend to know anything about history. It's absurd. We'll get to more on this.
That's facts, though. I don't know anything about history.
Yeah, Ben, on the other hand, also doesn't know any like accurate information from history. He knows only enough to like omit key details to make it seem. And not even doing a good job, in my opinion, to make it seem like Israel is perfectly infallible and perfectly just in its actions.
We will never feel ashamed of our support of the Palestinian people.
Hamas.
Black student organizers at Harvard are being attacked by
This isn't
Zionist
even-
right-wing forces for their support of Palestine.
Okay.
Their faces are being shown on trucks around campus, accusing them of being anti-Semites.
Well, okay, actually, can we fill that in right there? The reason that those trucks are on campus is because a bunch of student groups signed a statement blaming Israel for the massacre of...
Wow, I can't believe it. You know who else did that? Haaretz, which also a bunch of woke scolds anti-Semites. The Israeli paper Record editorial team, I'm here to tell you, woke scold anti-Semites. I would dox all of them too. You know who else I want to dox? The Shin Bet, okay? The internal Israeli security apparatus. Woke scolds, which is identical to what the Netanyahu administration said at the time. But, you know, all these guys, they're woke. They're woke scolds. I hate those guys. It's so fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up, you stupid asshole, you animal. I hate him.
Jews and backing Hamas. That would be the reason.
No, they didn't. No. Also,
Look, in the thing, it's Hamas.
Also, look at him fucking white knuckling. Like, look at his hands. He's like, like, dude, even if that was the case, 100%, even if that was the case, still not appropriate to dox students. That is not the case anyway, which makes it even more, should be illegal in my opinion, but makes it even more immoral, okay? But, like, you can't do that. You can't just, like, fucking dox random students and, like, put their faces and call them fucking anti-Semites. It is completely psychotic. but Ben is completely psychotic, so it's totally legally and morally permissible.
That would be the actual reason.
But despite these efforts to derail their organizing,
Yeah, notice how it calls the West Bank Judea and Samaria. That's intentional in order to deny the idea that Palestinians belong on the land and claim that they belong to Israel. Yeah. We also says Palestinian is not real, which is another thing that you hear from settlers in the West Bank.
they say they will not be deterred.
We resolutely stand in solidarity with the Palestinian resistance against the
You know he wants to say slurs so fucking bad. That's why he's white knuckling.
apartheid state that is Israel. It is genocide of the Palestinian people right now.
Shamefully, it is primarily black and Arab students that are facing the brunt of these racist attacks.
Oh, I mean, I feel terrible for you. I feel so terrible for you. You're leading a terrible...
Yeah, he hates when black people are attacked famously.
This is my least favorite thing to see.
Well, he's in favor of land back movements too, so I don't know.
He's gone so woke, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm real proud of him.
He's such an identitarian when it comes to Israel.
Also, I just want to say his eyebrows look real good. They're on point.
Dude, come on. Don't say that.
What?
God. No. You never have to, under any circumstance, hand it to
Gotta
this
hand it to
motherfucker.
him.
No.
Gotta hand it to
Only
him.
thing he should be handed is a bag of poop, okay? Fuck this guy. I hate him so much. Jesus Christ.
Can't we all just come together and
No.
be together?
No.
Peace.
Absolutely not.
life. I mean, you're the subject of such racist attacks. I mean, not like the babies who were burned to death in the Gaza envelope, but really, it's been very rough for you when people actually show your face on a billboard and say that you hate Jews when you're clearly standing.
Wait, I don't get it. Like, what is this argument? Like, nobody is saying that those babies deserved it or anything. Like, I don't know what. Like, he's shadow boxing with like a completely made up argument so we can own a bunch of fucking 20-year-old like college freshmen that have deployed adequate analysis as to the events that happened that led to October 7th. Is that what it is?
It just has to be this way, like logically, in order to maintain it. That's the only way it can be. That has to be these things, thought terminating cliches, all of these ways of thinking that prevent you from, that say, if you're at this rally, it means that you support everything that's happening in this moment, that you hate Jewish people, that you ABCD, because they need that to be the case. They need that to be the perception. Otherwise, again, Zionism crumbles. The project crumbles. I know you say this over and over again, but I think it's really important to hit it every time.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a bad job, I think.
Well, he just,
Ben Shapiro is like the mass majority of us who get so angry at TikToks only to watch them when we're forced to. Low somehow added black people being impressed with the Palestinians reveals the Harvard students' real agenda.
The woke agenda.
To be oppressed victim in every situation. Yeah, unlike Israel, by the way. I love like white people are never seeking victimhood when they are dominant, or Israel in the situation is never seeking victimhood while they are literally obliterating Palestinian babies in Gaza. Just straight up obliterating them with fucking rockets. Holy shit. Oh.
Standing for a terrorist group. I feel so terrible for you. The horror. The victimization.
Oh, dude, we got a Benny Boy fan in here. Strawman, Ben Shapiro has a top 0.5% IQ. Strawman argument. He went to a magnet school that requires at least 140 IQ to attend. Brother, it doesn't matter how fucking high his IQ is, okay? First of all, get Ben's dick out of your fucking mouth, okay? That's number one. Number two, it doesn't matter how high his IQ is, because guess what? He's the one who's making bad arguments here. You're fucking ridiculous. These people did not say any of the things that Ben Shapiro claims they said, okay? He is the one who is making straw man arguments.
Actually, Ben Shapiro is Mensa.
How can you say Ben Shapiro is wrong? He's really brilliant.
He's in Mensa. I saw the pin.
He's too busy. He's bouncing off his dick right now. He's having a hard time. Hold on.
He's gonna boy's dick.
He's gonna recover in a sure He's gonna come back with a really good retort.
Because his eyebrows look good.
Yeah, you were bouncing on it too.
I wasn't. Game recognized. Game.
Calling him an idiot is just incorrect. Okay. How about he's a fucking piece of shit, monstrous charlatan, liar? Is that good? Is that better? His arguments are idiotic. I don't think he is. Is that better though? Is that fine? Don't call him an idiot. Calling him an idiot is just incorrect. He's very smart. Okay, well, he's still a liar. Is that better? And wrong about the
This
history.
is Ben Shapiro, by the way.
Yeah, Trailhead 6. I am not Ben Shapiro. I'm simply.
So many chats.
Yeah.
It's just math.
What is this? Fog of War is just math. Expert. Oh, what the fuck? 1 + 1 = 2-state solution. Tool time special stream. Israel house closing. How much does a house like that cost? Sold. Private school Long Island feels bad, man. Is Gaza part of Israel? Wait, what is happening? Maybe this person is just going through it. I don't know why I listen to. I don't know why I respond to so many fucking idiots. South Africa has seen a fair amount of oppressed becoming the oppressors. ...
Oh, it could be Elon.
Ominous. All right, we'll let you live for now. You're entertaining. Okay.
There it is. From the river to the sea. The river to the sea, by the way.
Fucking got him. Got him.
Look at, he's so ready though. Look how ready
Yeah.
he is to go
Dude,
in on this.
I love,
Holy
you know what
shit,
I
dude.
love? I love the like nerd posture of like cracks knuckles. It's logic time. Like he is so self-assured in this moment. He's like, oh, I'm about to unload.
From the river to the sea, eh?
That's a genocidal take. Bet you have nothing for that.
He's so ready. He's about to fucking pop off.
He
right
just
here.
needs to be shoved in a locker, dude. As
He
an
was.
adult. No, as an adult. Like he needs to be wedgied and shoved in a locker until he just stops behaving like this.
Ben, if you're watching this, I don't support violence.
You said, hypothetically, you said I deserve to be shoved in a locker. Well, guess what? You're violating the non-aggression principle. Oh, Jesus. From the same guy that said BLM is racist against white people? Yeah, he's so good. He's so fucking good.
Let's hear it.
By the way, is extermination of Israel. It's the Jordan River, the Mediterranean Sea. That means no Jews. All dead. That's what that means.
Woo!
Resistance movements.
I thought he had.
He did roll through it though.
I thought he had more than that.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna stay on that. Even he knows like that's like kind of silly. It's like an afterthought. He just kind of boop hit that and then moved on.
Never cowered and never shied away. We are here today to do the exact same.
Okay, well, that's fine. You just don't have to work for any big law firm. That's okay. It seems to me that if you are a big business, if you are a legal firm, you have no obligation to hire people who support baby murderers.
Dude, from the people that brought you woke culture and cancel culture comes the certified banger of like, you should never be hired if you think Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign is bad. It's awesome how quickly these fucking demons dropped all notion of like, oh, I care about wokeness and free speech. Like, what happened? Where's the free speech? What happened? What happened?
Not that kind.
Yeah, no, free speech means I get to say whatever I want. I get to say slurs. But if you say Israel should cease fire, then they're fucking engaging. Then that's the worst kind of speech.
I may not like the slur you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it.
Yeah. So where is it? What happened? This motherfucker is like literally being like, racism? Where is it? I don't see it. I would fight against racism if I could find it. I don't see it. Did they say the N-word? Like he says shit like that all the fucking time, but it's like, from the river to the sea. Actually, that's bodies in spaces. And maybe that's actually, we're not centering ourselves on the mindset of an Israeli settler here right now. It's really fucked up. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? New C word just dropped, ceasefire. That's a good one. He's so woke. He's so woke.
He's gone woke.
He's gone so woke. He's
Proud of
just
him.
fucking losing his shit.
Proud of him.
Actually, Hamas started this whole thing. Remember October 7th? Actually, that's wrong. Before October 7th, Israeli security forces killed 248 Palestinians, and 40 of them were children, and that was just this year. And if you want to go back further than that, we can look at the recent history of war crimes committed by the Israeli government. Operation Protective Edge in 2014, Operation Pillar of Defense in 2012, Operation Cast Lead in
I mean, it's cool that he's letting this guy fucking spit. I mean, it's true.
2009.
What started each one of those operations?
They started it! Dude, it's awesome. He's so sick. It's like he turns in Ben Shapiro's always been baby-like, obviously, which
Baby
is
girl.
yeah, like he is very baby girl for sure. But like something about Israel turns his commentary into like the most petulant, spoiled child, like the fat kid in the Wonka's factory or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? He's just like
Otto?
I don't know.
What's his name? Otto, Chad?
I don't know. I've never even watched it. I've just only
Let's go,
seen
let's
like
go.
gifs
Tell
of
me
it.
it's Otto.
But
Oh, it's Augustus
Gloop. I don't know. He just he
Oh,
is
shit.
like
I'm changing my name for you in my phone to Augustus Gloop.
okay. He just sounds literally like Boss Baby, like a baby throwing a fucking tantrum. Rathbone is really good. Great follow. It's just like who started it? Who started it? It's like
Islamic barrages of rockets into civilian centers in Israel.
Dude, I'm not even dude, we have to give the Gaza Strip an Iron Dome. I've never been, first of all, on both sides of a conflict, we make more money. That's number one. Okay.
You're a businessman. at the
I'm
end
a
of the day.
fucking businessman, dog. I love the military industrial complex. We need to start arming the Palestinian population, therefore, even out the fucking field, okay? So they can have an even playing field. Like, what do you mean? I'm serious. Just arm both sides. More war, more conflict. Conflict continues, right?
War is good for the
and more
economy.
money. War is good for the economy.
Facts.
We need to give the Palestinians a fucking Iron Dome, dude. Straight up.
Now who's woke?
Yeah.
Ben.
Yeah, exactly. Is there any way we could ship more rocks to the brave children of Gaza? Yeah, we need to give the babies in Gaza an Iron Dome. You're riffing so hard on the memes, your guest is giving you side eyes. Don't be parasocial. Are you giving me side eyes?
I don't think so.
No, he's anti. He's woke. He's like a peace guy. He wants to take away Israel's Iron Dome. Unlike me, I want to give Palestinians an Iron Dome.
That's what started each one of these operations. I love this moron. I guess the idea here is that, if you point out that what has caused the current conflict is the massacre of 1,500 Jews. Like, well, before that, Israel killed other Palestinians. You're like, yeah, but why would they do that? And the answer is because they were associated with terrorist group.
Palestinian babies, Israel's greatest nightmare. Nobody does it like the Palestinian babies
Well,
do.
the thing is, babies grow up and they become terrorists.
Yeah, they're
So maybe
they're terrorists in the making.
do the math.
Yeah,
Do the math.
he's so good. He's so good at the arguments.
And he's like, yeah, but what about the conflict before? Oh, you mean because the terrorists were firing rockets into Israel? It's an infinite regress of dumb.
No, that's always how it works. It was always like first Intifada, terrorists throwing rockets into Israel. It was always the same. It was always the Nakba, terrorists throwing rockets, Hamas throwing rockets into Israel. Since 1948, even before then, it was always just Hamas throwing rockets. Guys, never forget, Israel is always in the right. It's just crazy. I don't know how it happened. They're always in the right. It's just so crazy. How, like the luck. Like think about the luck that like for 75 years, every single preemptive first strike that you've engaged in, okay, every single instance, you're always doing it in self-defense. God, well, what do you expect from the most moral army in the world, if in the universe? Yeah.
Dumb here. Just name a bunch of operations without actually explaining why the operations were initiated.
Yeah, but you don't mention why.
Yeah, why were they initiated? I wonder. I don't know. Maybe fucking killing and brutalizing Palestinians at the mosque in Jerusalem. Like every fucking year, there is literally a march through Palestinian territories where Palestinians live in both Sheikh Jarrah, but also throughout the West Bank, where the most far right ultra fucking Zionists will march through the streets and purposely try to incite the Palestinians and instill fear upon their hearts by celebrating Israel's territorial acquisition. And they say incredibly horrifying things in that process. On top of that, they do the annual Al-Aqsa Ramadan raids. They also stop the Palestinians in Gaza from even going into Al-Aqsa deliberately. They restrict their freedom of movement. They beat the shit out of the people. They beat them in the fucking mosque. It's completely unacceptable.
ICAS-led happened. Hamas fired rockets into Israel. And that was because Israel broke the ceasefire agreement they had on November 4th, 2008, while the entire world was in euphoria over the United States electing its first black president, Barack Obama. Israel used the opportunity to break the ceasefire agreement and raid Gaza and kill Palestinians.
For no reason, they're just raiding Gaza, just for fun. They just raid.
Wait, I mean, yeah. Wait, what? They've been doing that. Wait, what the fuck? Dude, he predicted Ben's argument. This guy's awesome. I'm going to give him a follow. Thank you, Ben. He did a pretty good job. Like, okay, sick. Like, I normally don't like TikTokers in general. Hate those guys. You know, they're fucking silly and, you know, especially ones that like talk about politics every now and then. Lame.
Did you just fart?
Are you lying so that you can, you know, you have no noise gate, right? If I farted, you could hear it.
I think you just pulled a silent but deadly on me.
Oh, that's funny that you pulled the fucking ripcord.
Raid Gaza.
Is that how much I upset you that you had to lie about it?
This is a chemical attack that's happening right now.
It's ridiculous.
Do what exactly? To steal their nothing? What would the raid entail?
You know what? I'm gonna unfollow Rathbone and
phosphorus.
I'm gonna unfollow him and you now. My hatred for TikTokers grew 10 foot higher, like the wall.
The purpose of such a raid? Can you explain?
Wait, this is his courtroom tactic? Oh my God, Your Honor, the prosecution farted.
Yo, he just beefed.
What the fuck? Yo,
Your Honor, do you smell that?
Yeah, and then he says, whoever smelled it dealt it, bitch. Boom, you're going to jail too. I'm holding you in contempt of court.
Whoever denied it supplied it.
Oh, is this what they teach you at law school?
Yeah.
Like, what are the raid in Gaza? Just for
Ben Shapiro probably has these skills as well.
fun. They just raid Gaza. To do what exactly? To steal their nothing? What would the raid entail?
Ooh, he had a really good one. That was good.
To steal their nothing.
Well, I mean, according to the Israeli officials, they call it mowing the lawn. So that's why they do it, to fucking kill them.
What would be the purpose of such a raid? Can you explain? Like, what are the great valuable jewels being held in Gaza that the Israelis desperately need to get their hands on? Israel so desperately wanted not to be in Gaza, they surrendered the place to a fucking terrorist group for 20 years, who then...
Yeah, no, totally. And they just, like, kind of let them thrive after that. It was pretty cool. When
Famously.
Yeah, famously. First of all, they literally pulled out of Gaza specifically so they could bomb it. So, like, the second thing that you're talking about, oh, what are they doing? Why are they raiding Gaza? To get their crown jewels? Like, no, they just, you know, they do that to routinely suppress the population there. Do a little bit of ethnic cleansing there, you know what I mean? Also, the secondary purpose is that you could just fucking sit there and act like that is the only Palestinian Authority that you care about, that you care to deal with, that you increasingly radicalize, knowing full well that they will retaliate.
And spent every last dime building rockets and terror tunnels so as to murder 1,500 Jews. You know, one thing that I've noticed, they keep saying they're running out of power, they're running out of fuel, they're running out of water. You know the thing they haven't been running out of? Rockets.
Well, you're leaving out a lot of context. You got to go back further than that. To 1967? Yeah, let's go back to 1967, when Israel started a preemptive war.
Egypt was...
But wait, that means...
Every time he makes an argument, this guy's like, you're a fucking idiot, Ben. And then Ben's like, God, no.
I like that he is having an argument with himself, but
it's Ben Shapiro.
But he's doing a good job of representing Ben's positions. But wait, that means he's admitting that the IDF blockade is intentionally crippling their economy and ability to sustain life. Am I missing something? Yeah, of course. I mean, he admits that all the time when he gets too horny to talk about how much Palestinians suffer.
Mobilizing its Air Force.
Syria and Jordan, and took more land from Palestine, further enclosing Palestinians into the Gaza Strip. They illegally occupied the Gaza Strip and the West Bank in what has been formally condemned ever.
Imagine losing a debate to a TikTok that you're watching.
Wait, yeah, didn't he watch this? Didn't he watch the TikTok already? He should just skipped it. Like, it's fucking sick.
He got so angry
that he's like,
he's
like getting mad, but also. Like, he just gave this guy 348,000 views, and, like, not every single person is a Ben Shapiro fan that's watching this. And honestly, this is great for him. Like, how do you lose to a TikTok?
I lose to a TikTok
since 1967 as an illegal occupation in violation of international law, unilaterally condemned by the World Court.
Who gives a shit about the World Court?
Bitch, what do you mean? Dude, I this is my favorite way that like Ben gets angry, where he's like, the UN is anti-Semitic and no one should listen to them. Or like, the IDF account or the Israel account does this as well on Twitter, when they're like, when they'll fucking own the Geneva Conventions by being like, ceasefire is anti-Semitic. And it's like, dude, what the fuck? Sometimes you have to blow up babies. Like, what are you doing? You're not winning anybody over with this. If this is the best you got, you're fucking cooked. You're super cooked. I left my house and drove to get weed. This was playing when I left. Very happy you're still reacting to the same video. Sincerely, you got it.
You mean organizations staffed by people who hate Israel and the UN and the Red Cross?
Yes. Yes. God, I love this.
Majority of the countries on the planet.
Yeah. No.
For censoring them constantly.
Staffed by, duh. Majority of the planet is anti-Semitic. Everyone's anti-Semitic. That when America says like we need to allow humanitarian aid to come into Israel, that's anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic. Everybody hates Israel, and Israel, of course, represents all Jews. And I've created this perfect little logical box in my mind. And if you don't agree with me, then you're also Hamas owned.
Much to think about.
Yeah. I love getting mad I love getting mad, period. But I also love getting mad specifically at like the UN, that is a feckless institution that is also responsible for the inception of the Israeli nation state in the most violent means. But still, it's fake friend shit, I feel like. What's next? Are you going to get mad at England? Like, what's happening? Like, what do you mean? Like,
Yeah, you're going to do it. I know you're going to do it.
Like, he's just... I love the way he cries. It makes me very happy.
Like
the UN, the Red Cross,
oh my God,
the Geneva Conventions,
the Geneva Conventions.
Consensus.
He's doing this.
He did it. I don't know. I didn't know he was gonna go there, but he did it. He's like, Geneva Conventions,
Geneva suggestions.
Yeah, you've literally lost the plot. You've lost the majority of the people. At least like liberals act like these things mean anything. Like, I know it doesn't, right? I know it doesn't, but like, you can't turn around and be like, Geneva Conventions. Who cares about the Geneva Conventions? We have to kill Palestinian babies. Like, you're not even debunking him. You're just angrily yelling at like global institutions and the rules that, for the most part, benefited Israel. And now are like lightly critical of Israel's gross violations of all of those rules of war. But it's too much. I can't believe it.
It's in defense of Hamas, the Geneva Convention.
In the world all call on Israel to return to its pre-June 1967 borders.
That's not even true. Even the UN resolutions, which are garbage and stupid, even those UN resolutions call on Israel to surrender some of the occupied territory.
He's so... Dude, this is so good. He's so good. Why did he get owned by a video he chose personally to watch?
Just kept going.
That was awesome. Yeah, he hates the UN and Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch and B'Tselem and the Geneva Conventions. And he also openly said occupied territories, which is cool. Why did he?
I mean, the Geneva Convention is woke. Like, we can agree that it's kind of woke.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Like, why? What do you mean war crimes? You know what I mean? I think you should be able to do whatever you want during war. There's no reason for it. Why are we shackling our brave warriors in war?
Not all occupied territory. Those are disputed territories. Some occupied territories.
Yeah, but you're missing more.
Wait,
it's still going, bro. He's beating him up.
Okay,
this guy doesn't even know he's in a debate with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah,
right now.
And he's fucking crushing, dude. For like every moment in the last like 3 minutes of this 14-minute video has just been him getting fucking owned and yelling about the Geneva Conventions and admitting that Israel is occupying territory and like should give back some of it, at least according to the UN. Like, it's great.
Context, you got to go back to 1948. Okay, let's
No,
go back to
67 was fine.
1948. In 1948,
Don't talk about that.
Why is he's losing? He's losing the argument. He's still losing the argument. No. It's fine. It's fine.
No, don't talk about that.
67 is fine. Oh, what the fuck? He acknowledged it. This is so awesome.
Business. If you are,
we're gonna watch his response.
the Zionists extirpated about 1 million Palestinians from their homes and forced them to relocate to the Gaza Strip.
What? Excuse me. In 1947-48, there was a full-scale war between Arabs and Israelis. Somewhere between 700.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah, full-scale war. Like when they went into the Deir Yassin village, which already had a truce pact with all of the nearby villages, right? The Jewish villages, and therefore did not even have like a standing militia or anything. And you know, they threw children in ovens and people in wells and stuff like that, and like horrifyingly raped them and stuff. That was a war, actually. That was just war, simply war. Many documented instances of war crimes from that entire period of time, which Israel refuses to declassify, even though we have passed the 50-year mark, by the way, which is so American. God, Israel is so America. It's crazy. Like, the Nakba was not a fucking war. It's like saying, I'm sorry to go there, but it would be as ridiculous as saying, like, the Holocaust was a fucking war, like a two-sided war. It's not. It's ridiculous. You're fighting against people who were ultimately a civilian population. Some of those people had guns, but for the most part, you literally had a standing military at that point that was armed to the fucking teeth and was butchering the shit out of Arabs. Yeah, it's like saying the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was a war, kind of. Yeah. Why Israel is blocking access to his archives? Yeah, Israel's concealing vital records to prevent darkest periods in its history from coming to light, academics say. Yeah. The only reason why we have information on the Nakba is because not everyone died. And also the members of Haganah and the Irgun brigades and the Lehi, I don't know how to say it right, but they, from the different terror cells, some of which that actually called themselves terrorists, by the way, self-declared terror cells, Lahi, Stern Gang, which is the pejorative, like the negative way of referring to Lehi. Anyway, these guys openly talked about their own Lahi. Lahi, is that how you say it? It's pronounced Lahi? Whatever. Stern Gang, even though it sounds kind of cool when you say it like that, but it's not supposed to be. Don't think it's cool. It's not cool. They're very bad. Anyway, come on, it sounds like Stern Gang, like gang.
No, I know.
But they're not good. They're very bad. They're
self. Be like Stern Gang?
Yeah, no, they're self-described terrorists. Like, they're very bad. Some of them tried to fucking collaborate with the Nazis.
Oh,
like,
shit.
Yeah, no, they're really, really bad guys. Not good at all, okay? Anyway, yeah, very, very bad. Like, really bad. Okay, so the only reason why we know about the atrocities during the Nakba is not because there's firsthand accounts, eyewitness testimony, not only from Palestinians who were able to escape, but also from the members of the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades. They openly talk about the horrifying things the horrifying atrocities they committed.
800,000.
And also from the British police that was there too.
Palestinians either fled or were expelled from areas where there was military activity. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians left in the lead up to the war and during the war because all social services had collapsed.
I hate him so much. Like, I want to laugh, but he's such a gross piece of shit, dude. Yeah, Trail of Tears. the Native Americans were simply fled. Armenian genocide. Armenians simply fled from areas. Like, they were not forced or anything. They just simply left on their own volition, never to return. Like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? It's just, you're doing genocide denial. You're doing genocide denial. For the record, I brought up the Armenian example. I don't want anybody to fucking turn around and be like, oh, see, we got him. He's denying the Armenian genocide. I'm not. I'm saying that this is akin to denying the Armenian genocide, just so you know. Anyway.
Because the Arab nations were telling them to get out. The other part is that you may have noticed many Arabs remain, which is why 20% of Israel's population currently is Israeli.
Oh my God, he hates Arabs so much. Some of them didn't fucking get the memo, and they remain.
Arab. The Gaza Strip was then governed by Egypt. I don't see this guy calling for Egypt to form a Palestinian state in the Gaza Strip. The West Bank was completely occupied by Jordan from 48 to 67. No call for a Palestinian state. Weird.
Uh-oh.
Again, the Jews took in 800,000 expelled Jews from all the Muslim countries.
No, dude. Am I in this too?
No. The Daily Mail. Young Turkish Emir backs Hamas murder of babies and says terror groups have legal ground to slaughter infants if they're settlers. What the fuck is going... Uh-oh. Hosborough propaganda coming after me big time. What a fucking ridiculous article. Oh, wait. It's British. Can I sue them for defamation?
Cheeky.
You're on the news? Yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
In the region during the same period, took in all of them. I don't see this guy calling for return of the Jews to their historic homelands of Morocco, their historic homeland of Egypt and Iraq.
Today, about 70% of all Gazans are considered refugees from the 1948 expulsion.
Okay, pause that for a second. How is that even possible? Seriously, how's that even possible? Well, folks, unfortunately...
Oh, that's it. He got owned and then decided, fuck it, we're done with that. Okay, let's see what Rathbone had to say. What's wrong? Are you good? What's happening? I have to pee.
All right, legal firm,
place.
you have no obligation to hire people who support baby murderers.
Actually, Hamas started this whole thing. Remember October 7th? Actually, that's wrong. Before October 7th, Israeli security forces killed 248 Palestinians, and 40 of them were children, and that was just this year. And if you want to go back further than that, we can look at the recent history of war crimes committed by the Israeli government. Operation Protective Edge in 2014, Operation Pillar of Defense in 2012, Operation Cast Lead in 2009.
What started each one of those operations? Islamic barrages of rockets into civilian centers in Israel. That's what started each one of these operations. I love this moron. I guess the idea here is that if you point out that what has caused the current conflict is the massacre of 1,500 Jews, like, well, before that, Israel killed other Palestinians. You're like, yeah, but why would they do that? And the answer is because they were associated with terrorist groups. And he's like, yeah, but what about the conflict before? Oh, you mean because the terrorists were firing rockets into Israel? It's an infinite regress of dumb here. Just name a bunch of operations without actually explaining why the operations were initiated.
Yeah, but you don't mention why Cast Lead happened. Hamas fired rockets into Israel. And that was because Israel broke the ceasefire agreement they had on November 4th, 2008, while the entire world was in euphoria over the United States electing its first black president, Barack Obama. Israel used the opportunity to break the ceasefire agreement and raid Gaza and kill Palestinians.
For no reason, they're just raiding Gaza, just for fun. They just raid Gaza. To do what exactly? To steal their nothing? What would the raid entail? What would be the purpose of such a raid? Can you explain? Like, what are the great valuable jewels being held in Gaza that the Israelis desperately need to get their hands on? Israel so desperately wanted not to be in Gaza that they surrendered the place to a fucking terrorist group for 20 years, who then spent every last dime building rockets and terror tunnels so as to murder 1,500 Jews.
Isn't this just the entire clip of him?
Wait, does he respond? I thought he would respond to it.
I think this is just the...
Oh, I thought he responded to it.
No, I think it was just Ben arguing with him again.
Okay. Never mind. He just re-uploaded it to fucking...
Content King.
To fucking, get some clout off that. Respect. I respect it. To be fair, though, he doesn't really need to respond because he kind of responded by not really responding at all.
Hassan.
What?
Just reading horrible things about you in the news.
Yeah. I think that people should not be able to write stuff like that. That's insane.
It's crazy to frame it that way.
Wait, I literally was talking about this earlier, but one of the most watched commentators on the stream defend Hamas murder of babies. 32 appears as a guest on the H3 podcast. First of all, it's my podcast alongside with my co-host, and what I was talking about is a matter of international law, which is true in the West Bank. I like that they also are making it seem like I'm saying like it's totally legally and morally permissible to do October 7th, which was something that I have condemned time and time again.
I mean, I do think that this is libel. I think
this is a reality, and it is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank, which is weird because they also posted... they also kind of...
Do you want to sue them?
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
Fuck it, we ball. You want to? I've never done one of those.
Yeah, just like sue him for defamation. And then, because then this will get this will like start getting posted everywhere. Like MSN is going to post it. Like they have a distribution network. And then it'll inevitably catch fire. It started off at the Federalist. I know. The Federalist is the first one that came out. And then the Daily Mail now will mass distribute it. But yeah.
Do you want to sue them?
Maybe. Why'd you put the glasses on? What are you, Daredevil? Make sure you take screenshots.
Take screenshots, Hassan.
What do you mean? We already it's memorialized. It's over. They fucking posted it. There's no reason to.
They're just trying to be hopeful.
And then the rest of it is just
pictures of really nasty pictures. Piker then replied, "I love it."
What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. This is literally Klein. Oh, there's more in the article. There's like violent photos. So I don't know. This is not. There's no blood there, right?
I don't know.
No, it's not a blood. Okay. Klein told Piker if they were settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. And Piker replied, there are baby settlers as well. There are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements. Klein said, but the babies who were killed were not. And Piker replied, I know. He then moved on to declare he was a one-stater and defend YouTuber JT Chapman, who tweeted his own defense of Hamas's attacks. Piker's own Twitch channel has 2.6 million followers. Wait, so Policy Communication Rutgers. Piker's uncle Cenk Uygur co-founded the political show The Young Turks and was one of the presenters of the Progressive Show until leaving in 2020. He has raised over 1 million Palestinian shares thanks to fundraising drive on Twitch. Israel declared war on the aftermath of Hamas's bloody incursion, which has seen relentless aerial bombardment of densely populated Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says 8,000 people have been killed in the Israeli air and ground. Wait, what? Does Daily Mail even have... Wait, this article makes it seem like I'm saying that it's like justifiable when I'm personally saying it's not. Bro, they wrote that just for the headline. They'll use this to try to get you deplatformed. I can see it. Yeah, but first, I didn't even say it on literally fucking... I didn't even say it on Twitch. Secondly, I didn't even say it. The journalist lives in New York.
Hank Pecker v. Daily Mail.
Harriet Alexander. Who the fuck is this person? Senior reporter at the Daily Mail, covering everything from Arab Spring to Hurricane Maria. She's appeared on Sky News, RTE Radio, Ireland, LBC. She's British, I think.
No!
That's why. That makes so much more sense. Wait, why can't I find... Oh, there it is. What the fuck is this? I don't know. That's a gross clickbait title.
Libel. Libel. Libel.
How does libel work with clip chimping, though? Like cutting something...
I mean, if it's taken out of context and meant to harm your reputation and can cause reputational damage, it's fucking valid. It doesn't matter if you're a public figure. I mean, you have to show actual malice, which is a difficult hurdle to overcome. But I think this is particularly egregious. I mean, it's worth if you're really interested in it. And I mean, this is America, baby. We litigious out here.
Well, I mean, it's even worse in
y'all
the
forget
UK.
I'm a lawyer, baby.
That's true.
I could dust off that old.
Let the Streamer Hassan justifies Hamas baby beheadings as both legal and moral. That one is definitely completely like the other one. You can at least try to clip chimp, but this one is like unimaginably fucking defamatory, libelous. Yeah, like I've said. None of those things. I didn't even say the other thing.
The standard is higher because you're a public figure, so there's like an interest in the things that you're saying.
Yeah.
So it makes it a little bit more difficult. Also, generally, it's just libel cases are hard to win. That's also not my specialty, and I'm not claiming that it is.
While on the Leftovers podcast, Parker said this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, is a matter of mortality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers in the West Bank, which is true. It is a matter of international law. Piker vaguely invoked the concept of international law, which clearly does not allow for the intentional killing of civilian non-combatants in an apparent effort to dodge publicly acknowledging what his rhetoric suggests, that he's okay with... Wait, what? You can't make that inference. What the fuck? Terrorists dismembering Israel's children and beheading babies.
Is okay. Holy shit.
Is a Daily Wire writer. Established that. The other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel proper are they're also
doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians, and far-right Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about Israel.
Guess what? The writers are transphobe too. Yeah, that doesn't. Damn, dude. I mean, it goes to show you can never. Everything you say, no matter how fucking tight of a rope you strike, no matter how delicate of a balance you strike, people will just straight up be like, he loves beheading babies. You know what I mean? I don't know.
We're gonna do a pro hawk.
Get Lolo on that pro hawk.
Get in here.
Give me pro bono.
Hit you up with that? No, I'm charging you a hefty.
What the
fee.
fuck? Okay, well it's the same price as staying here for 2 nights. That's so crazy.
Shit.
Yeah.
You got me there.
Yeah. Boom. Fucking got him. But anyway, I don't think this is like all that serious. I probably shouldn't have even shown it because I feel like I give it more air.
Yeah, probably.
When I do that, but it's I mean it was slated to happen, no matter what. It is what it is. Right, the removing settlers via minimum required force permits removing settlers and their kids with a minimum force for kids, never deadly violence. I mean, I'm also not in support of utilizing violence in that regard anyway. And the only time where like settlers in the Gaza Strip were ever violently removed from the land was when the IDF violently removed them from the land. Anyway, Tom, why you charge rent for 2 days? It's a joke, man. Not real. Okay. Well, we watched Ben Shapiro debunks Hamas propaganda.
Huge.
If you're going to sue, you should never say it's not that big of a deal. It's always a terrible and hurtful lie that has caused you severe trauma. Lawsuit, 10%. I know a lawyer there with you, but maybe you need the legal. I mean, it does cause severe trauma in me because it has happened in the past. But I'm going to try to be strong and act like it doesn't bother me regardless. Anyway, Twitch star Hassan Piker raised a huge amount of money for Palestine. Yeah, Fox News also wrote about this and then fucking said that I was justifying October 7 attacks in it as well.
Okay, you win some, you lose some.
It's just like, I don't know. I don't think that there's any way that like I win any lawsuits in this regard. I feel like there's.
Oh no, I mean it's a hard.
Yeah,
it's a hard argument.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the Hamas leader in Gaza has proposed a prisoner swap, 250 Israeli hostages for 5,000 Palestinian prisoners, including hundreds of mass murderers, says Musab Hassan Youssef. That's not true, by the way. There's fucking the mass murderers, hundreds of mass murderers is silly. Because none of the voices crying for immediate ceasefire take this problem into consideration. The leader's name is Yahya Sinwar. He was serving a life sentence in Israeli prison. Then he was released along 1,000 plus Palestinian prisoners for the kidnapped Israeli soldier Shalit. Shortly after his release, Sinwar became the Hamas leader in Gaza. Negotiating with terrorists means giving them legitimacy, hence democracies don't get. Okay, whatever. That part is ridiculous. But Hamas leader in Gaza did propose a prisoner swap with the 230 Israeli hostages and other foreign nationals that are hostages. Well, lawsuits are called lawsuits because the lawyers who try them wear suits or lawsuits. Hope this helps. Also, hi Alex PD here, big fan. Biomart always gives me law tips.
Hello.
And he's a fan of yours. I think
that's nice.
He might be a lawyer or something.
Hell yeah.
Anyway. All right. I think I'm done. We did 8 hours. I'm tired.
8 hours. You're tired?
Yeah. Do you have
That's
anything? Do you have any input? Any feedback?
I did want to plug one thing.
What do you want to plug?
Oleemi, my friend. She has a YouTube channel. I know you guys have seen it before. I know some of you know her. But
We
go
watched-
show her some love. She's my girl. Please go. She makes great content.
Olurinati the show.
She's
the
great.
name of her YouTube
Go sub
channel.
her. Go sub her. Give her some love.
Yeah.
She's great.
Eric Adams, the worst mayor in America. Damn,
It's
she's
nice,
cooking.
yeah.
Look at
I
that,
know, it's
148K
good.
views.
It's really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then she stopped. She
She's like, fuck this, I'm not doing this anymore.
She dropped a banger and was like, all right, we're done. We're done here. My work is
go,
done.
Go support her.
Anyway.
Other than that, I just want to say thank you for letting me stay here.
Of course.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for coming on. This was
Even
a lot
though
of
you
fun.
Smell like farts.
Okay, dude.
But-
Fucking don't even.
And thank you, chat. Please don't clip me. I have a real job, so
Yeah,
they will
you're
fire
cooked.
my ass.
You're cooked. You're
Please
next
don't-
to
don't
you're,
cook
you're,
me out there,
You're
guys,
sitting
please.
next to a guy who apparently loves the decapitation of babies. So
Jesus Christ.
how fucking nuts. All right, whatever. I'll sit on that. Anyway. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Alex, for coming on. Well overruled, everybody. Maybe he's gonna teach me how to do TikToks.
We're gonna make more TikToks.
We're gonna make more TikToks. All right, peace. Peace, everybody. Peace.
Starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. All left at your fingertips. Honey at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments. Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming on. System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.